after his 18th birthday, Pragnananda eliminates Hikaru. 309 players, 206 men and 103 women are here for the 2023 FIDE World Cup. It's the premier knockout tournament in over-the-board chess. All of these players have one goal: to become a candidate for the World Championship. Only 3 players in each tournament will earn this distinction. The winners will also earn a combined 160 grand in US dollars. Not bad. Jan Krzysztof Duda, the reigning World Cup winner, is back to try and repeat as champion, a feat no one has ever achieved in this grueling tournament.
And Jan Krzysztof Duda wins the 2021 FIDE World Cup. What a performance.
The top remaining seeds in 2023 are Magnus Carlsen and Tan Zhongyi. Neither of them have won a World Cup before. Yes, even Magnus has yet to make it past the semis. It's that tough of a tournament. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays. But don't sleep on the rest of this field. Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and GUKESH D. They are all here to try and win their first World Cup. For its part, the women's field also boasts some of the strongest players in the world. Who will take the throne this year? In a knockout like this, it is truly anyone's game. Who will come out on top? Who else will qualify for the candidates? What upsets are in store? This is the 2023 FIDE World Cup.
And we are live here in Baku, the lovely capital of Azerbaijan, a chess city, if there ever was one. 8 minutes till the start of the round here at the 2023 FIDE World Cup. We had one of the craziest chess days of the year, maybe of all time, yesterday as we concluded the tiebreaker round of the 4th round of games at the World Cup. Today we will have the first match game of the 5th round at the 2023 FIDE World Cup. And so many different time controls, so many different narratives as Magnus Carlsen stays in the tournament. And let's start by looking at the women's section. We have plenty of narratives in the women's section as well. A lot of the pre-tournament favorites have gotten eliminated. Look at Zhu Wenjun, the current women's world champion. Zhu Jiner, one of the top junior players in China. We've had Sarah Hadem-Al-Sharieh, one of the top players there as well. And we've had a couple of the favorites still remain. Harika Dronavali, Anna Muzychuk beat her sister, Alexandra Guryachkina, the top Russian female player. She stays in the tournament, as does her compatriot Polina Shuvalova. And Elizabeth Potts, she knocks out Zhu Wenjun with a sparkling display in the Jabava London yesterday. Man, oh man, will we have some delicious matchups across both sections as we look at the women's bracket. And man, what catches your eye, Peter, as you look at this lovely bracket here as we go into the quarterfinal? Oh, okay, we'll be getting Peter online momentarily, but now we're going to look at the same graphic in the open section. You can see there Hikaru Nakamura. He got eliminated by Pragnananda, the birthday boy, in the Rapids yesterday. Wesley So in the classical portion of the 4th round by Alexei Sarana, and more bloodshed in the open section. Fabiano Caruana, he defeats Ray Robson. Jan Nepomniachtchi barely survives against Nihal Sarin in the rapid. GUKESH, he defeats Andrei Yesipenko. And of course, Nikita Vitugov, Norbek Abdusatorov, they were knocked out a long time ago. And Jan Krzysztof Duda, the only player still remaining who has won a World Cup before. That actually is a pretty staggering statistic. Here we go. This is the round of 16 that we will be watching today. I think the top matchup, the matchup that we will be focusing most of our time on is, of course, Magnus Carlsen against Vasyl Ivanchuk. It is a battle of the generations that we have been looking forward to for a long time. Ivanchuk having one of the World Cups of his life, of course, up there in age. He is over 50 years old. Not expected by everybody to get this far. But man, Vasyl Ivanchuk has been a beast. He's had nerves of steel, and he just defeated Vahap Sanal in the tiebreaker, Peter, to get this matchup against Magnus that we are all so excited about.
Yeah, hello Danya, hello everyone. Sorry for the technical issue. Just when I was about to enter the live broadcast, the microphone turned off.
That's always what happens.
Yes, and it was working before. And however, yesterday, after all these topics, I felt like I got knocked out from the tournament. So it kind of shows that what an incredible tension and dramas we are witnessing here at the World Cup.
And I mean, we just obviously don't have the bandwidth to look at all of these incredibly interesting games. But I think I speak for both of us, Grandmaster Peter Leko and Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, when I say that we're happy that today is a day of classical chess. Today is not necessarily a day when we can chill. I mean, we're going to have amazing action 4 minutes to the start of the round there, but we can delve a little bit deeper into some of the games. We can spend a little bit longer on some of the games. We have less games to look at. And this is really my favorite part of the World Cup, Peter, when the field thins out, the players who are on the best form, they remain in the tournament, and we can really work on fleshing out, you know, some of the narratives and on spotlighting some of the most interesting games that are underway.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all these players who reached last 16 are in incredible form playing. I mean, for example, Ferenc Berkes playing his tournament of his life, Salem Saleh, Abbasov. And there are so many incredible guys who are in the tournament who probably the chess world didn't really knew them prior to this World Cup. And it's so nice to see this. This is the World Cup. It's so unpredictable. There are also tons of brilliant players out there, and they get a chance.
Indeed. And Lizzie Potts will get a chance against Anna Muzichuk. We saw her on camera there. How special it must be to defeat the women's world champion in perhaps the most special tournament held in the tournament circuit. Alexei Sarana there taking off his blazer, hanging it carefully over his chair. I am perhaps most excited of all the young juniors who remain. I think Alexei Sarana has been neglected for too long. I don't know how he's under 2,700, Peter, but with his performances in online chess tournaments over the last year, I don't think it's really that much of a surprise that he's still in this event.
Yeah, and he also has tons of experience with the knockout format. Yeah, he's constantly in Division 1, Division 2, fighting there in the Champions Chess Tour. Tons of experience, great match player. He has excellent opening repertoire with the white pieces. Very determined also to get the maximum. At the same time, when against Wesley, he needed to just be solid. Then also he gave no chances for Wesley at all to try to fight back. Definitely, it's going to be a big match against Dominguez.
Without question. And if you're just joining us, folks, this is the first match game of the 5th round. As we look at Pragnananda there, he will have the black pieces. The time control will be a classical one, 90 minutes for 40 moves with a 30-minute time addition and a 30-second increment. From move 1, obviously we had the rapid tiebreakers yesterday. We had a lot of blitz. We had that Svane Wang Hao match go all the way down to the wire. How do you think Wang Hao is handling it after surviving, I don't want to say a scare yesterday, but surviving probably one of the most difficult emotionally matches of his career?
Yeah, well, it's the good news, I think, that he gets the white pieces against GUKESH, because I'm pretty sure that he's completely exhausted after what we have seen yesterday, and he just basically couldn't believe that he qualified. It was such an even match, and that final game was also not exactly clear how it's going to end, and then he wins that game, qualifies. We also see now Vasily Ivanchuk waiting for Magnus Carlsen, and there is the handshake between two incredible legends.
The first I ever saw of Ivanchuk playing Carlsen was a World Blitz Championship game that they played. Ivanchuk won that game. He checkmated Magnus Carlsen and almost jumped out of his chair. And Magnus Carlsen was not happy to get checkmated by Ivanchuk. So these two are no strangers to classical encounters. They're no strangers to blitz encounters. And just so great, Peter, to see a battle between generations. Someone who I'm sure Magnus Carlsen respects tremendously, but will try his best to defeat in the classical portion.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Vasily Ivanchuk, everybody has incredible respect, and I believe that chess is about respect, yeah, mutual respect. And when you know exactly that someone devotes all his life to the game of chess, and he's trying to perfectionize his chess all his life, and this is what we are seeing. I'm so happy for Ivanchuk that he's here and he gets a chance to fight it against Magnus.
to maintain his level at his age, to maintain his love for the game at his age, and to maintain, the modesty and the gentlemanliness that he has shown throughout his career makes him one of the most well-liked, one of the most loved characters on the chess tournament circuit, and I think that's a very well-earned distinction. And the clocks begin. Magnus taking 15 seconds on his first move. We are off. Welcome to round 5, game 1 of the 2023 World Cup, and we are underway with 1d4 by Mr. Carlsen.
Yeah, I also feel like these are two virtuosos. Yeah, they can play any single opening with the white color, with the black color. None of them can really predict the opponent's choice. And there we see d4, d5 on the board.
Indeed. And knight f3, kind of a non-committal move by Magnus Carlsen. This doesn't mean he won't play the Queen's Gambit, but it could also signal that he will play g3, or the London system with bishop f4, or even Hikaru's favorite move against knight f6, bishop g5. That is, of course, a lot less likely. There's also the Kali system with e3. So knight f3 opens a lot of doors.
Yeah, I'm kind of always mystified when white goes second move, knight f3, that what exactly is white trying to achieve if, for example, black plays the most conservative ways with knight f6? Because if you wanted to play the London system, then okay, probably you could have also started with the bishop f4. And I don't really believe that Magnus against Chucky wants to play something offbeat like the I believe that he wants to go a little bit more mainstream.
Does Chucky have a clear opening repertoire at this stage of his career, or does he sort of play everything?
I think he never had. That was
wow.
The whole point, that he was mastering everything. And it was basically, he was also a psychologist. He was always trying to understand which type of positions his opponent on the given day would love to avoid. And exactly that's what he was trying to get. And I believe that Magnus has also highlighted many times in his interviews that he feels like he is more similar to Ivanchuk, yeah, because it's also Magnus's kind of approach, that he is able to play any structure, any opening, and he likes to target the opponent psychologically, not with exactly move per move preparation, but just that, you know what, this type of player probably does not like to get into this and that type of position. Let me try to get there.
Mm-hmm. Well, it seems like he was ahead of his time if he was doing that, 10, 15 years ago, when it was still much more customary to have a narrow opening repertoire, even among the top players. Obviously, Ivanchuk really famous for his victories over Garry Kasparov early in his chess career. They had a couple of affairs in the Sicilian defense, which were uncharacteristically crushing losses for Garry. I mean, you couldn't even count on one hand, the number of players who could defeat Garry like that at the prime of his chess career, because there were less than 5, and probably even less than 3, maybe just Ivanchuk and Vladimir Kramnik a little bit later. But what a colossal figure in chess. And Vasil taking his time. Obviously, knight f6 is not forced. I mean, you could play e6. You could play c6. That's not a move that you see too often. I don't know exactly why. What is the downside of c6 if you're planning to play the Slav against c4? And you could play c7, c5, which is an older move, but a lot less reputable, I think, in modern years because of c4.
Yeah, the point is that I think the mind games continue. After d4, d5, it's not yet exactly clear if Ivanchuk, after the move c4, would take d takes c4, the accepted Queen's Gambit, or would he go for Slav structures, or would he just simply play e6? And with the move knight f3, Magnus kind of asked him that, please show me which direction you're gonna go. And I told you that somehow these players sense these moments very well, and Vasil taking his time.
Yeah. And we'll see. Knight f6, e6. Obviously, you don't want to take too long. Vasil known for his time trouble tendencies. I wonder if that's part of Magnus's pre-game routine or strategy to, make more flexible moves to try to get Ivanchuk to think longer in critical moments. But at the end of the day, you just play chess and see what happens. And Ivanchuk plays e6. Okay, so e6, which means he was not... It doesn't necessarily mean he wasn't planning to play the Queen's Gambit accepted. I mean, c4, d takes c4, is that a line? Is that a move? No, I don't know.
It's a bit strange, yeah, exactly, because...
yeah, exactly. Like, I can't figure it out. Is it normal to do that?
Yeah, it's a good question because usually what we are talking about d4, d5, c4, d takes c4, and if white plays the move knight f3, then black has some other options. I think the sideline with a6 is kind of has a very solid reputation, a part of the main classical move with knight f6, but I have never really been thinking about the move e6 at this moment.
Yeah, neither have I. It's sometimes you ask yourself, wait, is this a line? And then you start thinking and you can't quite put your finger on it. So if Magnus plays c4 right now, I think we are much more likely to see knight g8 out to f6, which also tells us nothing about what opening we're going to see. That's one of the least clearly defined positions in the Queen's Gambit decline, because it could jump out into a Ragozin, you could get a Catalan, you could get this early knight f3 bishop g5 line that has no name, that is occasionally trotted out by the top players. So, man, really no clear definition yet on what we're going to get out of the opening.
Yes, I'm very curious to see where does this end. And Magnus, yes, sipping from his water. He doesn't want to define it yet.
Enjoying the moment.
Yes.
I mean, enjoying that he's there, right? Enjoying that he is in Baku right now and not, on Baltic Air from Baku to... I don't think there's a Baku to Oslo direct flight. I'd guess that there isn't, but, maybe Baku to Frankfurt. Just the fact that he's playing this tournament, because he was one move away. He was one capture on e4 away from being sent packing. And, he wants to make this count now that he got this second chance to rise from the dead. Whoa.
But, exactly.
Whoa.
While things are slowly progressing in the Magnus Carlsen Vasily Ivanchuk game, we have tons of action in Fabiano Caruana against Jan Krzysztof Duda.
What the heck?
Yes.
Is this a bullet game from the bullet brawl that I'm going to play today? Because that looks like it.
Well, it started out as a peaceful Petrov, but knowing that Fabiano Caruana is the leading expert with both colors, it's kind of, you can never just play a simple, easy game. He knows all the critical lines. Just very quickly to understand where it came from, it's clear for us, experts, that it was the 5-move knight c3 line, knight takes c3, d takes c3, bishop e7, bishop e3. We do see opposite castles, short castle, knight d7, long castle, knight f6, bishop d3, c5. This is a fairly fashionable reaction. Black wants to go bishop e6 and making sure that he gets success. Also, somewhere queen a5. White goes rook h1, and wow, after the move bishop e6, Fabi immediately goes knight g5, hitting that bishop, and that's how we are getting that completely insane complications. Now, black is kind of provoked and forced to take on e6 if you have already placed the bishop on e6 so early. So bishop takes a2 was played. Certainly this has to be preparation from both sides. b3, the bishop is locked out of the game, so black goes for a5, king b2, a4. Now you would be ill-advised to capture the bishop, because after a takes b3 check, it's a double check, and white's king get checkmated. So that was certainly not Fabi's intention. He goes for the move b4. Now the bishop is hanging, but black has eliminated the pawn on a2. Black has won a pawn. So what's happening? That's what we're gonna find out after bishop e6 and b takes e5.
Man, black's bishop was, it's like the Chilean miners in 2011. They had to drill a long hole in the ground to get them out, and that a pawn really, traveled the length of the world to force white's b pawn out of b3. If I may, there's one really cute line that maybe some newer players would benefit from, Peter. If in fact white took on a2 instead of b4, just a very quick line after a5, king b2, a4, king takes a2, a takes b3 check, and two quick lines. If king takes b3, there's a lovely mate, queen b6, king c4, and now either rook a4, but d5 is the prettier mate. And if instead white tries to hide behind the pawn, instead of king takes b3, if white plays king b2, then I believe rook a2 check, forcing the king either to drop back to b1, which is just totally one-sided, or king takes b3 and still queen b6. King takes a2, and rook a8 is a ladder mate. You don't normally see a ladder mate on move 18, but that's exactly the fate that would befall the white king if in fact he took on a2. So Caruana staying away from that. Now we can go back to the live position, because we have another move. We have bishop e6, the trade on c5, And now the position's starting to acquire a little bit more sanity after knight takes e6.
Yes, there is some simplification going on. I mean, the most natural move is, of course, f takes e6, capturing back the knight, but there is also some possibility to include the move queen b6 check. I'm not exactly believing in the move of queen b6 check so much. I mean, it's a normal move, but I don't feel that it brings black so much benefit. I feel like black can always include this check. The main point behind queen b6 check would be if, after, for example, king a1, black would want to take with the queen on e6, but that runs into a terrible pin. White probably just wins because of bishop takes e5. So that's not a possibility at all. And if you have to play f takes e6, then I would give the argument that I would prefer to capture that knight immediately on e6. It gives me a little bit more flexibility.
Yeah, you can play queen b6 when you want to. So to exhaust that resource straight away and put black's cards on the table doesn't seem like the wisest option. And here queen e2 looks very natural to set up bishop takes h7 check. And probably at this point, queen b6 checks makes more sense. I mean, one way or the other, black has to address the threat. Queen a5 also looks kind of interesting to me, to pressure the c3 pawn and set up the very nasty threat of a3 check. But the e6 pawn, white is going to orient his play around black's e6 pawn. The bishop from e3 is often going to drop back to d2 for two purposes. The first is to protect the c3 pawn, but also to open up a frontal assault on that e6 pawn. And the tactics are not, we're not out of the tactical waters yet.
Yeah, not at all. It's actually seemingly a completely crazy position. On the other hand, it's also very strategical. Yeah, white has sacrificed the pawn. He got, basically, yes, we have to go step by step. What he got? First of all, he got a damaged king side. I mean, queen side, but the white king is now on b2. However, the two bishops are giving him stability. The light squared bishop is a monster. Black's structure after f takes e6 will be compromised. The retreating move after queen e2, bishop d2 is a lovely idea for white, very nicely explained. It protects the pawn on c3. White will get access to the e6 square, and if that pawn falls after queen takes e6, then actually we will be starting talking about black's vulnerable king position and the light squares. So strategically, a very interesting position.
Yes, so I mean, this is the epitome of an unbalanced position. Like, nothing about this position is balanced, not where the kings are, not the pieces that are on the board, not the pawn structure, not the piece placement. No matter how you look at it, both sides have completely their own thing going for them. And clearly, Jan Krzysztof putting some thought into queen b6 check. But once you calculate queen b6, queen takes c6, you ask yourself, okay, but why? What is the benefit of throwing in this check and revealing my intentions right away when I can keep this move in my pocket for a later day? So I really am not expecting queen b6 check. a3 check, I think some other players might be tempted by, but that just helps white's king find shelter on a much safer square on a1. So why would you force white's king onto a square that it really wants to go to anyway?
Yes, and actually we have to address that pawn on a4, because this pawn on a4, if we would be removing that pawn from a4 from the board, then white's king would be very vulnerable. Then the rook on a8 would be perfectly included in the attack. Queen b6 check would just follow it with a checkmate on a1. But the fact that white can hide behind this pawn, I would even say that maybe if black's pawn would be on a7, it would be also better for black, because then after queen b6 check, white would not be able to hide the king on the a file. Then black would be able to just keep on checking with queen a5. And exactly because of this extra pawn, black is right now after f takes e6 a pawn up, but this extra pawn gives white the chance of hiding that king very comfortably.
Yeah, think about how different of a game chess would be if you could, one time per game, you could capture your own piece or pawn. It would completely revolutionize the game. And I think it's beautiful that you could introduce these tiny rule changes in chess, and each one of, there's no such thing as a tiny rule change. No matter how you change the rules in chess, it's going to make the game that we love unrecognizable, which I think there's a certain aesthetic beauty to that, Mr. Kramnik. All right. F takes c6, very likely here.
Yeah, f takes e6. On the other hand, maybe actually it leads more or less to the same position, because white needs to sidestep with that queen to e2, opening up the d file. also getting access to that e6 square after f takes e6. And basically the position, whether it comes from queen b6 check or from fe6, maybe we're gonna see this queen b6 check king a1 position. Let's just push this pawn to a3 just to threaten checkmate in one move.
Yep.
Then white will parry it, of course, with rook b1. The queen continues the journey, but the big question is, where do we go with the queen? Because queen a5 is clearly met by bishop d2, I'm guessing, and then also rook takes b7 and queen takes c6 will be very serious threats.
Bishop d2 is such a nasty idea. So queen c6 comes to mind as a kind of compromise square. And bishop d2 is still very likely. And okay, queen e6 is a very nasty threat because it's not only that pawn which disappears from the board. After that pawn is taken, the bishop hangs, the pawn on b7 hangs. You know, it's black's position isn't that solid because, and I really like the way that white's bishop on d3 is placed. It's protected by a pawn on c2. The d file is closed. So the engine gives an equal position, but I think that's a pretty misleading assessment. And I would definitely take white here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a very dangerous spot to be in with black. And we do see, look at this. So far the players, both players were blitzing out their moves. But Jan Krzysztof is the first to slow down. And I also felt like that the players who were not involved in the tie breaks, and they get the chance to play with the white pieces, I think it's absolutely the right strategy. Try to target and challenge your opponent as quickly as possible to a very big fight, because it's so difficult, yeah, that you have just played a grueling tiebreak, and then again, instead of slowly calming down the situation, you are confronted with some problems.
For sure. And it's 16 minutes after the start of the round, which is crazy because you look at this position, you think, well, the players must have invested a lot of time to reach this position, but such is the nature of modern chess. And Duda does indeed throw in the check on b6. So he plays queen b6 check, now he plays f takes c6, and that's not likely to necessarily change the course of the game. We're still very likely to see this queen e2, bishop d2 maneuver that, gives white so much power against the e6 pawn in this position. And queen e2 already played.
Already played, yes. This is a very deep concept, and it's the typical super players preparation, yeah, that usually, first of all, you have to know directions. Yeah, you have to find directions. Once you find the directions, then you have to assess them and understand that, yes, despite the computer saying that black is fine, no, there is so much more to the position. It's a practical game after all. We have to pose practical problems to our opponents, and that's exactly what Fabi is doing here.
Fantastic preparation, as we have gotten so used to. We've been spoiled by Fabi and all of his opening innovations. This tournament has just been spectacular for him. I'm really impressed with the way that he handled his game yesterday against Robson, the way that he's held with the black pieces. Really, he's never been in trouble, I think, in this event yet. And that may continue through today as Jan Krzysztof faces the beastliness of Fabi's preparation. Okay, I think we should continue to go around the horn. I'm seeing a very interesting struggle in the Dominguez Serrana game, which also looks very theoretical. But nonetheless, maybe a quick look at this position will help some of the less experienced viewers understand what's going on. This is a very fashionable line, Peter, as if I understand it correctly. Oh, actually, no, this is, for some reason, I thought this came from a four-night Scotch. I apologize. This came from a four-night Sicilian.
Exactly. Yeah, I was also fooled by it.
You see why I thought that?
Yes, but white has the the pair of bishops, the two bishops. And the point is that I know that Serrana is a great knight-off player, and we have to come back to the start to understand what I'm talking about. And after knight fc, knowing that Lenier Dominguez is also such an incredible expert, and he's the big master of the bishop ec knight-offs, which is one of the biggest tests of any knight-off players, it is Alexei Serrana who deviates and goes for e6. Now the point is that if you deviate from your main variation, main opening, it probably means that you are unable to come up with a very big major system, because then it would simply require way too much time. It's very special that you try to find some sideline, some small sideline, which you can use as a surprise. And this is exactly what we are seeing after knight db5. Serrana is not transposing to the Sveshnikov after d6, bishop f4, e5, bishop g5. we would reach the main Sveshnikov position, but instead goes for the bishop b4 move. And how does Lenny react? a3 takes, d5, fairly standard, ed5, ed5, bishop d3, castles. It's some kind of an old theory. There were times like in 2001, I had 2 games against Kramnik and against Jan Timman. Back then it was popular.
Yep. But bishop g4 is a newer move.
Bishop g4 is before it was d4.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, and then there was a question that do you play knight e4, do you play knight e2?
Yes, or knight e2, exactly.
Yes. And bishop g4, so that's what Sarana has prepared, a sideline. However, Lenny is such a player who has an incredible deep preparation, so you cannot really surprise him with anything because he knows everywhere what to do. Bishop h5, bishop g5, and now we get to this 4 knights territory that we spoke about.
Wow, and I'm just checking with my database and I have some cool stuff to report. So in this position, knight to e4, which is a well-known move, and it's already by now featured in over 50 games, including games like Nepo Caruana 2022, Nepomniachtchi Report 2021. I'm pretty sure I remember Dominguez having this as well, but I can't find that game. We've also had a lot of high-level correspondence. The idea is obvious. You cannot take the knight with the pawn, and you cannot take on d5 because of knight f2 check. And if you go king g1, I will let the chat figure out themselves how that is punished. So white has to accede to the trades and play knight takes e4, garnering, well, okay, white already had the bishop pair, but trading off the knights. Black recaptures on b2, and you get this exceedingly tactical battle where I think visually it looks very dangerous for black because of the placement of these bishops, and rook b1 targets the b7 pawn. But if you analyze with the engine makes a lot of these lines work. Now, queen b1 is the main move here. This is the move that I actually was aware of. And then black usually drops back to b6 in order to not easily give up the b file. So queen b1, queen b6. And I analyzed this pretty deeply. And I think black equalizes. I think it's uncomfortable for a couple of moves. The endgame, white has a, smidge of an advantage, but if black knows how to play, it always ends in a draw. And so Dominguez plays a very rare move. He plays queen d6. It's not a novelty, but it's almost a novelty. The only good player who played this was Javohir Sindarov, who was knocked out by Erigaisi, 2021 FIDE Grand Swiss against Jumabayev. And they had bishop g6, rook b1, queen c3, bishop d5, so that position occurred on the board. And now the deviation. Jumabayev played rook c8 and lost, giving up the b7 pawn. But Sarana played rook a b8, and clearly he is still in his preparation, Peter, which is pretty staggering, honestly.
Yeah, well, but as you stated, even you analyze this position that if you go for this line, you have to check everything, because the first look is like white has a dream scenario, 2 bishops, active position, black is stuck to defense, and look at this, a stunner h2, h4, eventually, first of all, creating luft for the king, but I believe also the aim is maybe to try to dislocate that monster bishop on g6.
Yeah, I'm checking with Stockfish. It looks like rook a b8 is indeed the top engine move, but h4 is exactly what you do to test your opponent, right? You don't play bishop takes c6, you don't play the standard moves, which your opponent will likely have checked. And Lenier is so good, I think, at poking holes in someone's preparation. He always seems to find that one annoying move. And bishop takes c2, I think, is the critical move which has to be analyzed here.
Yes, which probably will be answered by rook fc1, I'm guessing. I have to do this. I have to pin this queen.
And apparently the only move here, this is very difficult, is h7, h6, the ridiculously cold-blooded. I would be tempted to play queen d3. That would be my inclination. But apparently after queen d3, rook b2, black is experiencing, problems with the way that his pieces are placed, and the rook from b2 can swing to d2. So apparently h6, Peter, has to be found by Alexei here. He better still be in his preparation.
Yes, these are those mysterious moves that if you know, and you know exactly that, I analyzed it, engine was mentioning the move h6, then it's so easy, then you simply rely on it. Otherwise, okay, the main point is that you want to kick that bishop away from g5. if the bishop moves, then black will get access to the d8 square, target the queen on d6, and it will be vulnerable. And hang on, so what do we, probably some moves like bishop takes h6 would be the thematic move.
So the idea is if g takes h6, then is bishop e4 the point? No, queen
well,
h6.
I mean, queen h6 or bishop e4, I mean, combining some of this, I don't know yet, but it feels very dangerous.
Bishop e4 is a huge threat. Huge threat.
Yes.
Okay, so if I don't take on h6, I guess you play rook b d8, and that's the point of h6. You deflect the bishop from its control over the d8 square. Queen g3, look at this line, rook takes d5, rook takes c2. And the smoke starts to clear, the rook is untouchable, queen e5, forcing, well, essentially forcing the queens off the board. Or queen f6, also possible.
Exactly, one of these moves.
And, okay, white cannot really keep the queens on the board. Queen takes, knight takes, and looks like a draw. Pretty simple line.
Yes, pretty simple if you know. If not, then good luck. Yeah, then you have to invest 1 hour in order to try to make sense to all of it.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so Alexei is thinking after h4. That doesn't automatically mean he doesn't know the move, though.
Yes, I mean, first of all, you can't know everything by heart automatically, but somewhere deep inside your mind, there are these mosaics, that you remember that, because in order to make some line work, you have to know hundreds of engine moves. And then, if you have checked them, if you really worked on them, and that's the trick, because if you work yourself on the lines, which involved tremendous amount of engine moves, then it's very important that you were the one who were pressing the button and you were constantly monitoring all the top 3-4 choices of the computer, and all this kind of information is somewhere deep inside stored in your brain. While if you are relying heavily on your second's work, for example, and your second has worked out for you all these complications, then simply the file cannot have all the input, because it's just impossible. Then the file will be like, I don't know, 20 pages, and you will be frightened even just to open it. So this is also a very delicate matter. I think a very important information to understand, that there is also big advantage of working yourself on computer lines.
That's very good insight. And there's always this effect that I've noticed, and I'm not totally joking, I'm actually pretty much serious. When you perform an opening analysis and you generate a large prep file, and then you come to the board, there's always there's one move that you look at and you're aware of it, and you say, well, my opponent's not going to play it. This is too much of an engine move. I don't really need to check this. And it always happens that your opponent plays precisely the one move that you didn't devote sufficient attention to. It's actually pretty incredible how often that happens when you prep for a long time. Like, your opponent never plays the line that they used to play. They always seem to deviate for your game. And then they always deviate in such a way that, you're taken out of your prep file ASAP. It's pretty infuriating, actually, to try to predict how your opponent is going to react to something unexpected.
Yes, it's completely incredible and impossible to guess. It depends also on so many things, and usually also, I think it's a typical old school method, that if you have some opening preparation in some position and you feel like this is very complicated and you analyze too much with the computer and you already lost the human touch also, that how someone who looks for the first time at this position would react to it without knowing anything about the position, that you have some friends whom you send the position or show them on the board and ask them, please make a move here without any knowledge. Don't turn on your computer, because once you turn on your computer, you lose that human element to understand how human would really react without knowing all the details.
That's very true. And you can't unsee a position with the engine. Once you've analyzed the position with an engine, it's literally impossible to take a step back and ask yourself, like you said, Peter, how would someone who's never seen this position with a computer, how would they think about it? What would they be focused on? What moves would be obvious to them? And that's why proper analysis is so important. And that's why, you can't just look at a position and press the space bar all the time to generate the next engine move. There's a lot more to analysis than that. And I think that people with less experience in top-level chess and the way that it works, they do think that, when a player assembles a team, that team just meets in a hotel room and, plugs stockfish moves in all night long. there's a lot more that goes on under the hood, and there's a lot more of a human element to good analysis. Of course, a bad file can easily be generated by anybody, but that's why, good seconds are in such short supply.
Yes, exactly. It's so important that modern chess, yes, the computer have incredible impact, but there's still this human element, that how to make things work, how to pose problems, because after all, you don't play against an engine. In some positions, the human move is much more unpleasant than engines move, and vice versa. You have to combine all these elements.
Absolutely. And as Alexei Caruana takes a deep think after the move h2, h4, he will be challenged in this highly theoretical opening. Let's go back to the bird's eye view. We will check one more game and then go to our first break of the day. Now, I chose the Caruana game, so I'll defer to you. Peter, we can go back to the Carlsen game. We can check out the Grandelius Eragaisi game, which is in an interesting French. Totally your call.
Okay, then, because anyway, we will be devoting a lot of time to Magnus against Vasily Ivanchuk. So let's first check out on Grandelius. First of all, he's playing an incredible event. Second, we are all rooting for him. And third, we haven't really been covering him too much, and he definitely deserves. On the other hand, Arjun Eragaisi, also a crowd favorite. Very likable person playing very incredible chess with all this craziness, this fighting spirit. He always tries to go for a win. He was truly impressive against Sindarov. He dominated both games, and the very talented young Uzbek grandmaster had basically no real chances against him.
Yeah, Arjun Eragaisi is such, and he's had an up and down last year, but he's handled it so well. And in general, I mean, this has been an amazing World Cup for the Indian juniors, who are at the forefront of the next generation of chess players. Really, all of them are very likable and easy to root for, but also continue to progress. Particularly GUKESH, who defeated Yesipenko, and Arjun Eragaisi, who is once again over 2,700 after having a couple of rough events. Okay, so clearly this came from a Rubinstein French. You can tell that just by the pawn structure, that pawn on e6 and the bishop on c8. And we'll rewind and check the line. Yeah, no, it did not come from a Rubinstein French exactly, but from this line, d takes e4.
Yes, exactly. I mean, the Rubinstein French is d takes e4, knight takes e4. However, after knight f6, if white plays the move bishop g5, then black has the chance of going for d takes e4, and this is what we are seeing in this game. Knight takes e4, knight b7, a rock solid line for black.
Yeah.
Knight f3, bishop e7, knight takes f6, bishop f6, h4. I used to play this position in my youth. It was like in the second part of 90s, like when I was 17, 18 years old. It was my mainstream preparation, and I believe that the move queen e2, yes, this was very important, stopping any kind of breaks from black side with e65. It was crucial. c5, long castles, cd4, rook d4, queen a5, bishop f6, knight f6, a4. Yeah, that strange looking move a4 had
a4,
to...
whoa.
Yeah, well, it had to be played in a sense that I believe that somewhere probably Niels is hoping for some queen b5, queen takes b5, a b5 structure, and that endgame could turn out to be unpleasant for black. That's the main purpose behind a4. Of course, it would be much more standard just to play a move like king b1, but probably if white is fighting for someone, and it's also computer's first choice, so this is the top choice of computer, Niels probably knows something, but Arjun clearly surprised him with this opening.
Wow, yeah, a4, that's a pretty deep move. And rook d8 by Arjun, who still has his full complement of 90 minutes on his clock. Now, queen b5 here, I think, is the tempting move, and it may seem that the queen is untouchable. Queen takes b5, rook takes d8, mate, but it's not mate. Black has queen e8, and black gives back the queen, but garners back the rook, and you get into this endgame, which is a little bit hard to evaluate. I always struggle to evaluate these endgames, which sometimes occur from these French lines, where white has a 3-on-2 on the queen side, and black has a 4-on-3 on the king side. White has slightly better, more active pieces, a little bit more space, but is white's advantage here realistic? Is this a serious way to contend for something in the endgame, or is this just a draw?
Well, if black nicely develops with b6, bishop b7, eventually the knight gets back to f6. Black's king also gets to e7, I believe that Black will have absolutely zero problems. By the way, also White has to watch out, because in long terms, especially with the pawn on h4 also, with knight f6, knight e4, knight g4 jumps could be very, very annoying, hitting that f2 pawn. So it's all about the momentum. And I do feel like this pawn to a4 has a special purpose, because maybe White can try to advance to a5. However, after b6, a6, knight c7, that pawn might fall. I'm not exactly immediately understanding what's going on, but it's a very special endgame which requires a lot of calculation.
For sure. And queen b5 is not forced, but if you're not playing that move, well, then what are you doing? I mean, you can trade the queens in various versions. You can play queen d2, but if you decided to trade queens, then you should do it through queen b5. I think queen e5 would be a very tempting move that perhaps Niels is devoting some time to, but I think rook d5 probably looks decent for Black. And what's funny is after rook takes d5, e takes d5 is better than it looks, because you think, well, I got an isolated queen pawn. But remember that White has this pawn on a4, and White has to defend it. And Black quickly brings out his bishop and puts a rook on c8 and applies serious pressure on White's queen side. So this doesn't look appetizing to me. If I had to make a prediction, I'd guess that we will see that endgame after queen b5.
Yeah, it's on the other hand, we also did not exactly understood what's the big benefit, and what is about this that I mentioned that after queen b5, a b5, I would be happy to have this pawn. Is that an alternative?
For sure. I think it is. And it makes it hard for Black to develop the light squared bishop, because now b6 is not a move that you would play without very careful consideration, because it gives White this massive square on c6. So maybe Black just kicks the can down the road and plays king f8, king e7 first, and White can deploy the bishop to f3. Definitely some pressure here, it feels like.
Yes, I also think that this is a very human way from White's side, especially if you are behind on the clock. You know that your opponent kind of plays this with preparation. Then it's tempting to go for a solid endgame where nothing can happen to you.
Yeah, and a critical moment for the Swedish Grandmaster, who wants to squeeze the most out of his chance to play White against the Indian phenom Arjun Erigaisi. And as he considers his next move, we will slowly go to our first break of the day. When we come back, we will take a look at the top games in the women's section, as we have a panoramic view there of the playing hall from Baku. Do not go anywhere, folks. This round is just getting underway. We will be back with more action from the FIDE World Cup and the FIDE Women's World Cup in just a couple of minutes.
Struggling to improve your game? Chessable is the home for chess improvers. With hundreds of courses by incredible authors like world champion Magnus Carlsen, Christoph Selecki, Andras Toth, everyone's favorite social media troll known as Anish Giri, and so many more, Chessable can help you raise your game to the next level. You getting started on the fundamentals? You should check out everyone's first chess workbook. Maybe you want to stop letting all those points slip away in the endgame. 100 endgames you must know is the course for you. Did you not notice your king was in check and still can't figure out why the pieces won't move? Actually, Chessable can't help you with that. Maybe try refreshing your tab. Check out Chessable today and get 30 days of Pro for free. Go to chessable.com/begin.
Did you know you can add emoji to your online games and analysis boards? Simply click on the emoji palette icon, select your emoji, and left-click on the board. You can choose from a host of notations, animations, emoticons, and even your favorite chess personalities. Emoticons will fade away after a few seconds. However, notations and special animations remain on the board until they are cleared. To clear them, simply left-click on the emoji or hit the Clear All button at the bottom of the palette. Have fun. Try them all on chess.com.
Welcome back to the 2023 FIDE World Cup in Baku. As we look at some of the high-level games being played, it is game 1 of round 5. There's Lenier Dominguez, Alexis Sorana, some of the top women players in the foreground. And let's take one more look at the women's section and at some of the top players who have already been eliminated. You can see there, X marks the players who are no longer with us in Baku. And of course, some of the favorites remain. Anna Muzichuk knocking out her sister in the tiebreaks yesterday, Alexandra Guryachkina, incredibly strong player. She remains in the tournament, but the top seed, Ju In-jun, has been knocked out. And how much that must mean, Peter, for Lizzie Potts to knock out the current women's world champion. That's such a big milestone.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Elizabeth certainly gets tons of confidence out of that victory, and her match strategy worked to perfection. Yeah, because one could have criticized that she took a quick draw with the white pieces, forcing the match go all the way to the tiebreaks, and it turned out to be a brilliant idea. She used some very tricky opening preparation to deliver a big blow to Ju In-jun and kick her out of the World Cup. It was amazing performance, and she continues her journey.
Indeed, as does Nurgul Salimova, who might be the the dark horse in the remaining field. Not as well known of a player. She faces a difficult challenge in Polina Shabalova. I'm also very interested in the Guryachkina Dronavali Harika match. Harika with 2 tiebreaks in a row, nerves of steel, but does she have anything left in the tank? Okay, so this is Anna Muzichuk against Elizabeth Potts. The queens are already off the board. Most minor pieces are off the board. And it looks like a fairly balanced endgame objectively, although the pawn structure is anything but.
Yeah, it's very strange. I mean, I guess I know the opening from which it came from. This is again the 4 knights Sicilian, which can transform into Sveshnikov, or it can transform like in the Dominguez Salana game to that very fashionable new line. But white also has the option of taking on c6 and going e5. This is the way to try to punish black's play. Knight d5, knight e4, bishop b7, c4, knight b4. Yeah, this is a very interesting line. I mean, the first time bishop b7 appeared, it was me who played it against Garry Kasparov in 1999, but it was not my novelty. It was Andras Dorian's novelty, bishop b7, prepared especially for that tournament in the US. Wow. And I remember when I played it against Kasparov, Garry spent something like 40 minutes to deal with this move. He was completely surprised. It had a very deep point, and ever since it became quite mainstream.
Black is okay.
Yes, black is very much okay. c4, knight b4, c5, that was the very early test. Yeah, that was the first thing that black had to make sure that knows how to handle it. Yeah, the main point being queen b8, and after f4, bishop a6, and we get this completely unorthodox position. It's very hard to understand, but basically it's all about fighting for the d5 square, and black gets access to the d5 square. Now black wants to trade the light square bishops, which black does. Takes, follows it up with knight d5, and after short castle, queen b5 comes, offering the trade of queens. We see black's light square strategy. Everything is placed on the light squares. White captures on b5, cb5, bishop d2, and the timely f5. I feel like when black gets this f5 in, e takes f6, knight takes f6, it looks like, yes, white might have some very tiny little bit, but black should be more or less fine.
Wow, great preparation by Elizabeth Potts, who's got an hour 35 minutes on the clock. That tells you all that you need to know. Fun fact, I think Elizabeth Potts is the only father-daughter grandmaster pair that I know of. Her father is Thomas Potts, and he is also a grandmaster, which is just kind of interesting. So really a chess family. I also want to say that she has a chess-playing brother, but I'm not totally sure about that. But obviously back to the game. The pawn on c5 is currently hanging. Anna trying to figure out the best way to defend it. I like the look of rook ac1 because that prepares the move c5, c6. But, of course, black does not have to cooperate, and black can respond with the rook c8. White could also consider the move b2, b4 in order to fully solidify that pawn. I don't know exactly how black responds. Maybe d6. Maybe that's too risky. Maybe just king f7 and bishop e7. Of course, there is that backward pawn on d7, which eventually black will have to address.
Yes, and I like the fact that Anna is taking her time, because this is such an important moment. Yeah, that first of all, the big question, it's clear that white probably will have to play the move b4, supporting that pawn on c5. But do you do that including rook a c1, rook c8, and then b4? Or do you go b4 immediately? There are so many finesses in this position. Yeah, like, for example, from b4, uh, who does benefit from a5? I believe that black has to play the move a5, because if it's white to move, white will break the structure with a4 on the queen side, and black's position falls apart. So basically a5 is forced, then white will have to protect with a3, and now black just keeps the position, probably bishop e7, king f7, connects her rooks, and then eventually the move that you mentioned, black would really like to break that construction also with d6.
Yeah, but there's no immediate hurry to do that. I think that's such an instructive point about a7, a5, that even in the endgame, sometimes there are tactical points where if you don't play a certain move, you immediately walk into huge trouble. And if white gets a4 in, black loses the game like very quickly, because white doubles up on the a file, and black does not have the development to protect the a7 pawn. So I like b4. I think b4 is a testing move, but it also probably is the main line in Elizabeth Potts' file, assuming that she's still in a preparation after this move, which she is likely to be.
Yes, and then there are all these questions, yeah, like, for example, rook ac1, the move you mentioned first. Eventually, with the idea of going c5, c6, then black's most natural move is rook c8, clearly rook c8. There is even some arguments to be made that, okay, now that after b4 we are probably not starting a4, then do we want to do that? Or maybe it's even advisable to play bishop e3, opening up the d file, hitting that pawn on d7. And I have already highlighted that I believe that black would love to play bishop e7, king f7, and connect the rooks, but then with bishop e3, rook f1, we would be hitting that pawn on d7.
And b4 a5 has been played in the game. Lizzie responding instantly with a5. I mean, obviously, she had to know this idea. And a3. a3 is, there's a 99% chance, I think, Anna plays a3. We're going to see this king f7, bishop e7 setup. And I think that, I just don't see Elizabeth having any problems. In fact, I mean, I would go so far as to argue that you could construct a situation where white doesn't develop her rooks accurately, black gets d6 in, and maybe black starts playing for something. But the likeliest outcome here is a draw.
Yes, it's a very likely outcome, because also Lizzie in her preparation, this automatically signals to Anna that she also has to be careful. Yeah, she will try to fight for an advantage as long as she feels that she has the right to do that. At the first moment when she feels like, no, actually I have nothing to play for, then she will look for safety. I also believe that this is going to be a draw.
Indeed, and these two players are very good friends. During the pandemic, they streamed together for more than 100 hours. But Anna Muzichuk leads their head-to-head with 4 wins, 1 loss, and several draws. So we will see how this very strong matchup of friends proceeds. I was also, very curious in the Goryachkina-Harika match, particularly with this sharp position that they have out of the opening.
Yes, this is again a very big question. Like, Harika has been involved with tremendous amount of tie breaks, with all the pressure, all the nerves and everything involved, also spending so much energy. Nevertheless, she qualified. Goryachkina, on the other hand, managed to win her match without tiebreak. That means she's more fresh, she's probably better prepared, and we do see again that the player who gets the white pieces and plays against someone who most probably got exhausted, again, white goes for the maximum. This is a Dubov Tarash. I believe this is a Dubov Tarash that we are seeing here. And look at this. White immediately opted for a move which is not very frequently played, but it's a big question why you can't take that pawn on d5. Yeah, this is an eternal question. We see millions of games featuring castles d4. I'm showing with arrows. Yeah, d4, knight a4, then black castles, white plays bishop g5. I mean, millions of games like this, but very rarely white really takes that pawn. And Goryachkina took it. Bishop e6, I believe this is the correct response. Knight c3, the knight just falls back. Queen e7, and that's how we get this typical compensation position. However, very double-edged and so much to play for.
Hard to say who it's easier to play with because, okay, black is likely to castle here. And then, okay, you cannot really play a3 because the knight on b3 hangs, which is one thing that makes the situation very annoying on the queen side. It's not easy to get this knight, dislodged from b4. Then the next question, okay, you need to bring your bishop out from c1. Where do you put it? Do you play bishop g5 and trade it on f6? Yeah, but that gives black the bishop pair and it gives black some dark squares. But if you don't put it on g5, bishop c1 to f4, it just looks a little bit awkward. It's not clear what that bishop there is doing. And then from the other side, let's say after castles, white does play bishop f4. How does black accumulate the initiative? What is black's next move going to be? Is it just something like rook fe8? Or is there something more special that black can try to do? Like, I don't know, knight f6 to g4, and maybe some tactics with knight takes f2. This is the kind of position Dronavali will have to have studied to, have a general acquaintance with the main ideas and the way to conduct the initiative. Because, again, you are down a pawn.
Yes. Okay, the good news is that you feel like you have good positional compensation. The black's pieces are just wonderfully placed. Bishop on e6, knight on b4 combo is wonderful, and white is having trouble developing. On the other hand, the little worrisome situation for Harika is that her opponent is still kind of playing almost instantly. Yeah, so it's clear that she has analyzed this position in great details with the computer, and thanks to this analysis, maybe she can navigate. Yeah, that the position is a little bit mysterious. It's not exactly clear what kind of moves are the best. Yeah, we are expecting the move short castle. Also, one has to address a move like knight a4, targeting that bishop. What does it mean to the position? What changes? A lot to think about for Harika.
Yeah, I think when I look at a position like this, I'm always very tempted to put a bishop on f5. But, you really don't want to go g6 because it weakens the dark squares. And even after you go bishop f5, it can be met with e2, e4. So, like you said, this is not the kind of position that you can just get and say, I'm just going to make some general improving moves. Really with either side. There's a lot going on in the center. There's a lot going on the queen side. There's probably a lot of hidden tactics here that you should be aware of. And it does worry me as well that Harika is investing a lot of time here. It's move 14. No time pressure to speak of yet, but a position this complex, you could easily burn, 30, 40 minutes on a couple of moves. No question about it.
Yes, which gives us the chance to move to the Salimova-Shuvalova match.
Okay.
I think that the only thing I know about Salimova is that she's young and she's very aggressive and a very dangerous opponent.
She's really good. She's really good.
Yes. Exactly,
Really
and I think that those informations are more than enough. Yeah, that if you know that your opponent is energetic, aggressive, dangerous, and young, yes. And we understand. Look at Shuvalova's, Polina's decision. She's trying to play as solid as possible. This is again the Carlsbad structure, and yes, it's a long positional struggle. I don't think that we need. Okay, we can just very quickly, because we have always used it. Just very quickly, I'm gonna go through the moves. This is again the Carlsbad structure, and it's the modern way of treatment with h6, bishop e7, the fashionable line that Vladimir Kramnik brought into fashion. And knight e4, yeah, black's play is based on this knight e4 move. Bishop takes e4, bishop takes h4, bishop h7 check, king h8, bishop d3. Bishop f6, somewhat surprising. Yeah, the bishop might have also fallen back to e7 and then try to get bishop d6, knight f6. But okay, she plays bishop f6. This allows white to play b4, start the typical minority attack on the queen side, a6. And now white has to make up her mind. Does she play the traditional a4, or what is the right way to proceed?
I don't love Polina's move bishop f6 because also bishop e7 would have slowed down the process of the queenside attack. White would have to burn another move such as a3 or rook a b1, and black wouldn't have to cooperate. Black could play a7, a5, and as you said, reposition the bishop to d6, and that would make black's pieces a little bit more compact. as it stands, another problem is that after bishop f6, b4, sometimes you play b7, b5 to stop the progress of that pawn. But here you can't make that happen, obviously, because white would play a4, and black is not in time to play a6. So that extra tempo would have maybe given black the opportunity to play some move that permits black to play b5. Now, after a4, black will have to allow the move b4, b5, and maybe even play, I don't know, knight f8, knight e6, or something like that. But it feels like once white achieves this very traditional minority attack on the queen side, white gets a relatively risk-free position with a very modest but still pleasant advantage.
Yes, that's true. However, to be fair to the position, I happen to know a little bit this position. The move bishop e7, which is so thematic and so natural, is actually answered by rook a1 to e1. So it leads to a completely different type of position. And having in mind that Salimova is an incredibly aggressive player, probably Polina took this strategical decision of, okay, let her play solid b4. That's not exactly her style. And I believe yesterday I checked the game between Daniela Vokatura and Salem Salih. It featured this position, rook a1. White is trying to play e4, and if black plays knight f6, stopping e4, then white goes for knight e5, f4, and the position takes a completely different turn.
Yeah, that's a great point. E4 can be so nasty in these positions where black is not that well developed. Okay, that's very informative. And after bishop f6, rook a e1 does not come with the same. It loses a lot of its luster. It's probably still a move, but after knight f8, it feels like black can fight for the e file because the bishop doesn't block the e pawn. Black can fight against the d4 pawn when white plays e3, e4. So this makes a lot of sense. But we have b4, a6, and knight a4, which is also a very typical way of fighting for control of some key dark squares. The knight obviously gets to c5, and then white could try to follow up with a4 and b5. Maybe black can play bishop e7, bishop d6 anyway. Obviously, the price of a move is not quite as high as, let's say, in the Najdorf, because the center is pretty close. So just because black put a piece on one square doesn't mean that she can't, reposition it on another because the circumstances have changed.
Exactly, and this is, you always have to keep an open mind about every single strategical position, because after every small detail, things can have a huge impact. Now we do see that the knight has moved away from the center, so we know exactly that the bishop on f6 is so-called misplaced at the moment, but it was aimed to stop white's break in the center. So now that white is not starting to do that, now we can really deploy that bishop over to the ideal square on d6. For example, bishop e7, let's just play knight c5. Black plays something like bishop d6. And I already feel like black achieved something. The knight on c5 doesn't really do that much. Black might have ideas of going knight f6, placing the queen on e7, eventually going also for this knight e4, and start her typical counterplay on the king side against white's king. There is so much to play for here.
For sure. A very rich position. And as Shuvalova ponders her next move, perhaps we could take this opportunity to go back to the open section and check out our marquee matchup between Vasily Ivanchuk, the man, the myth, the legend, and the other man, myth, and legend, Magnus Carlsen. Let's start with a quick bird's eye view here. We see, that crazy game on the top left between Caruana and Duda next to Magnus Ivanchuk. But the Carlsen-Ivanchuk game also starting to heat up a little bit. And there's a lot going on. There's a pawn on h4. There is a fianchettoed bishop on g2. So let's take a bit of a deeper dive and see how Vasil is faring. He is up on the clock. And first impressions, Peter, is that black's position seems safe as houses if this latest move works out tactically, which it seems that it does.
Yeah, it's a stunning move, e65. If it works, it basically means that black solves all his problems. But in order to understand what happened, we have to go back, because we have seen the mind games between the players, d4, d5, knight f3, e6. It wasn't exactly clear to us where this eventually will lead us to. Now we get the answer that it was the Catalan. So after a lot of mind games, the players got to play what probably they had expected from the game. Was bishop b4 check, bishop d2, bishop e7, bishop g2, and wow, here Ivanchuk, being Ivanchuk, he doesn't like to follow the typical fashionable lines, and he opts for a move c6. Okay, c6 is still kind of common, but I I mean, that he already played c6 before castles. Okay, queen c2, knight b7, bishop f4 castles, h4. And yes, this is exactly how, this is the Dubov kind of idea, this h4. Magnus has used it already. And look at this, Chucky strikes in the center immediately after h4, d takes c4. It's not the traditional, this is what I meant, that isn't the player who just blindly follows that, you know what, I want to play b6, bishop b7, so I'm gonna play b6, bishop b7 against anything. No, he keeps an open mind. He sees that, wow, Magnus has played the move h4. It has a specific idea. White is not playing the quiet castles. Then I have to switch. And this is what I'm loving. And somebody is so flexible to do that.
That's awesome. You know, Chucky just always thinks independently. And he, for that reason, he comes up with so many creative ideas. He's just a factory of interesting ideas and concepts. And he puts that knight on d5, pressuring the bishop. Magnus dutifully obliges and slides the bishop up to g5, which I assume is one of the ideas of the move h4. You're not just trying to go h5 and h6. You're also anchoring the bishop on that square. And the logic is that the trade of dark squared bishops, it positionally should favor white because black is left with this dud of a bishop on c8, although we'll get back to that in a second. We have the trade on e7, e4 chasing away the knight, Magnus playing for maximum. Knight drops back to b6 with tempo. And I feel like this move e5 that Ivanchuk has just played is a crucial resource. Without this move, Magnus would achieve his dream setup. He's traded the dark squared bishops. He has the center. He's left black with an awkward, French-like bishop on c8. And Ivanchuk, sensing the urgency of the moment, and he didn't take a lot of time to calculate this move e5. Now, first thing that a lot of people in the chat will wonder is what happens not after d takes c5. I think that is clear. Black can play rook e8 at a minimum. But after knight takes c5, if you try knight takes c5 and rook e8, white can support the pawn with f2, f4. And I think the idea is incredibly intelligent. Knight b6 strikes at the queen with knight a4. Still, white has queen d4. And here I think the crux of black's idea is revealed. I think it's b7, b5 after queen d4. And white cannot stabilize the queen in the center because rook d8 is coming. And even crazier, after queen to d6, trying to force the queens off the board, black's queen drops back to e8. And then quickly, black brings the bishop out, brings the rook to d8, and develops a huge initiative against white's poorly developed pieces and against white's queen, which is going to get, kicked around once the rook comes into d8. Really, really smart play by Ivanchuk.
Fantastic play by Ivanchuk. I mean, I'm loving this fine play and open-mindedness. Also, one has to give credit to his preparation. I believe that he somehow sensed it. I mean, Magnus can play so many different things, but somewhere the Catalan was on the radar of Vasil. He did maybe even anticipate the move h4. I mean, clearly this idea of d takes c4, it's not something that you can cook up over the board in 1-2 minutes. It's a very deep concept. It just goes on to show also that Chucky is still very heavily working on chess, and it's so nice to see this.
Amazing. Yeah, DC, definitely a very committal move, a move whose idea you have to understand. Maybe not in this exact position, but definitely a concept that was on Chucky's radar before this game. So coming back to this position after e5, the crazy thought is that white might be the one not struggling for equality. I don't want to overstate the case here. I think the position is equal, but if you had to choose a side, I'm not so confident that I would choose white here, because let's say white castles, let's say white accepts that, d takes c5, knight takes c5 doesn't work. White castles, black plays ed. If white plays knight takes d4, then black has this very nice c5 square for his knight d7 to c5. And then black's pieces, come out really nicely. Rook on d8. And the move h2, h4 has a drawback of giving up the g4 square, Peter.
Yes, that's a very serious commitment. Otherwise, white would always play this type of positions with a nice h3, rook e1, stabilizing everything, and eventually also playing against black's bishop on c8. But now with this new factor with the pawn on h4, I believe that long-term play is absolutely no problem for black. One also has to keep an eye on some knight a4 ideas, so white might even have to lose tempo on b3. The knight from b1 has not yet developed. It's nice to be black. It resembles some kind of a g3 Grunfeld, but a wonderful version for black. even without the weakening with g6 and the dark squares. I'm simply loving Chuky's position.
Yeah, he is playing for maximum with the black pieces. Active, energetic, intelligent chess being played here. And is it the case that did Magnus overlook e5? I think I'm leaning towards saying yes. I feel like if Magnus knew that e5 would follow, he probably would choose a different square for his queen, because c3, I think we can agree, is not the worst square on the board, but it is a little bit awkward, right? You're subject to a potential attack by black's knight. You're taking away the c3 square, which would be a good developing square for white's knight. So maybe Magnus would have chosen a different square if he knew that e5 was a bygone conclusion.
Yes, also that basically if he sensed any kind of danger, he would have not played e4. Yeah, if white wants to just be totally safe, he could have played knight c3, but basically this is such a soft move, then you know exactly that black will play knight b6. After queen d3, black plays e5, black solves all the problems, but then white is also absolutely not in any danger. The pawn on e4, after the move e5, is not entirely well placed because it blocks also white's bishop. Yeah, this is one of the problems that we are seeing here at the current position, that actually that bishop on g2 does absolutely nothing. The pawn on c6 anyways beautifully placed there. This b7 c6 pawn structure is a typical granite that blocks the Catalan bishop, but the pawn on e4 and the pawn on h4, look at Magnus's body language, it does not signal that he really enjoys the moment he's in now.
And he might be a little bit annoyed because, okay, you survive against Vincent. You survive an incredibly difficult match, which had so many emotions and such a roller coaster of events where you win on demand and then you come to the tiebreaker, you're winning both games, you fail to win a single one, you got to go to the 10-minute portion and, you know, you win in a time scramble. It was such a difficult, energy-sucking match. And then you say, okay, I got white against, you know, Vasil Ivanchuk, who's a genius, but it's not, you know, a pairing that I think Magnus was necessarily fearing. And all of a sudden, you're only an hour into the round, and bang, already you're facing serious difficulties. You're at a serious risk of ending up in a slightly worse position. It's got to be frustrating for Magnus to keep facing new challenges.
Yes, I believe that if he finds a safe way to navigate here, he doesn't mind the draw at all. I mean, clearly his confidence level is very high. He knows that he has nothing to fear with the black pieces. It's much more that sometimes when you want to achieve something from a position which doesn't let you, then you are taking such risk that it's no matter who you are, it can really backfire. And looking at Magnus, I feel like he feels that, yes, he needs to be cautious. The big question is, does he really have a good way of shutting things down?
Yeah, and I think that way might be to castle, ED, knight d4, the position that we were checking there with knight c5, knight d2. I think that's the position Magnus is going to end up going for. I think it's, and yeah, you can just sense he's displeased, he's nonplussed here, and he does, in fact, did he castle there? I think he did. Yes, Magnus not trusting, but spending a lot of time calculating knight takes c5, and a wise, mature decision by Magnus Carlsen to castle, to accept that black's opening problems are officially completely solved, but there's no need for white to get cavalier with his play.
Yeah, and look at this. Yeah, he doesn't get up after his move. It also indicates that he isn't happy with what happened. There's even a case to be made that after he takes d4, if we want to be super solid, then maybe we could capture with the queen, making sure that our knight lands on c3 as quickly as possible. Yes, the knight on f3 is ugly. That's why we would have preferred to capture that pawn with the knight. But maybe if safety first is our main primary aim, then even queen takes d4 comes into consideration.
For sure. That'll be another decision Magnus Carlsen has to make. Ivanchuk is not going to take on d4 automatically. He's going to probably invest some time on a flexible move like rook e8, but I honestly do not see what black garners from delaying the move he takes d4. I think we're very likely to see that move shortly.
Yes, exactly. Because also now white is probably already threatening to capture on e5. White has castled. That was one of the tactical problems white faced, that his king was still in the center. That's why it was not so nice to capture that pawn. All right, now things have slowed down. We also have understood that Ivanchuk has a wonderful opening, has no problems with the black pieces. gives us a chance to maybe take a look at some game that we haven't covered yet. Or if there is some crazy development in the Fabi's game, then we can also jump right in there.
Let's do it.
What is your take? Where should I go?
Let's check the Caruana Duda game. Because while we still have the same skeleton of the position, we have had a couple of interesting moves. And I think we're likely to get an end game here, Peter, in one or two moves. Because the pawn on e6 can now be captured with a check, forcing the queen trade. But Caruana can also start with rook d1 to b1. And I think that's the decision to which he is devoting himself in this position.
Yes, and also that, do you go for an endgame? Do you want to provoke some weaknesses? Do you have time to eventually target Black's king? I believe the answer is no, because after the move knight d5, Black is kind of setting up himself with the bishop f6. His main problem was the bishop on e7 was very passive. It was very vulnerable. After knight d5, bishop f6, that would be a completely different construction. Still, of course, one has to just to highlight, queen e4 kind of attacks the pawn on h7. There is a case to be made that maybe Black can even sacrifice the bishop f6. But let's just first highlight what happens after g6. I thought like rook b1 tempo. The queen has to sidestep to c6. Then White can even include a move like bishop b5, forcing that Black queen all the way back maybe to c8 or to d6, but losing a little bit of the appeal. Yeah, okay, queen d6. Anyway, I, for example, take. We get this endgame you mentioned. You play bishop f6, and I play bishop c4.
Okay.
What is this endgame?
And what an irrational position. Now, obviously, the pawn on c3 cannot be captured either way. Knight takes c3, gives up the bishop with check. Bishop takes c3, White plays bishop c3, knight c3. And then White has to be accurate, but rook e3 check, and then the knight has to self-pin on d5, where it is picked off by the rook. So Black has to probably move the king away, and Black is lucky that he doesn't lose a piece. Like king g7 runs into rook takes b7 check, so king h8, I think, is the only way to maintain a feasible position here. And
yes, and this this was exactly my kind of question. Yeah, that if I'm able to provoke this weakness with g6, that makes that bishop on f6 so much more vulnerable. So we immediately highlighted one variation where maybe the inclusion of queen e4 could help White in the endgame. But the big question, and this is why it's so difficult to make up your mind and decide on moves. After queen e4, you have to consider move bishop f6, which seemingly looks like completely crazy. How can you allow a move like queen takes h7? But Black just runs away with his king to f8, and the bishop on f6 is such a monster, hitting the pawn on c3. And if that pawn ever falls from c3, then White's king on a1 will have a lot of trouble.
Both players are playing for checkmate in this position, and it gets so infuriating when you take on h7, you get that brief rush that, oh, you know, I'm going for the attack, that's it. But Black's king has a direct escape route to the e-file. And here the e6 pawn, which has been such a scourge all game for Black, now becomes a great strength. It becomes an umbrella for the king. And the queen on b6 very safely protects that pawn. Knight takes c3 is a huge threat. Rook b1 would be my temptation here to try to get that queen to lose contact with the e-pawn, but Black is going to do no such thing. Queen c6. And does White have any, you know, attacking construction that he could set up against Black's king? I mean, I don't see anything off the top of my head, to be honest, Peter. This one doesn't seem very appetizing to me. I'll be honest.
Yes, that's it. And you have to kind of work your way through this jungle, yeah, in order to make the right decision here at the current position after knight d5. Because, of course, White can simply play the move rook b1, queen c6, and then go for the endgame with queen takes c6. However, then Black will have this f6 square protected for his bishop, which might be a very important detail. Maybe anyway, this is White's best thing, but you definitely spend a lot of time, and that's why Fabi is also burning a lot of time on his clock.
For sure, so many nuances here to factor in. You don't just randomly grab the pawn on e6 and say, oh, I'm better. You have to realize, in what version do I maximize my potential in this endgame? And I wanted to point out one more line, which is that after rook b1, queen c6, which I still think is the likeliest outcome, I think Fabi will not resist the sweet nectar of a relatively risk-free endgame. Of course, the endgame after queen e6, rook e6 remains unbalanced. and white has weaknesses on the queen side, and black has this move bishop f6. But bishop f6, rook takes b7, I think is problematic for black because knight takes c3 here does not work. It runs into rook takes f6, chopping off the head of this whole construction, and white gets two bishops for a rook. That's out of the question. Bishop takes c3, similarly out of the question because white gets piggies on the 7th, takes and rook e7. Black has to make a slow move, but what exactly does black do here? This looks like a very difficult position to handle for black.
Yeah, so basically after rook takes e6, maybe bishop f6 is not the most precise. What do I have? Do I have rook d7 protecting both pieces, but it steps into some bishop b5? I'm hating this. I'm hating this. I mean, rook d7, bishop b5 is so nasty.
Wow. I mean, the engine gives a modest advantage, but that's so misleading. I mean, just look at this with your own eyes, and it's so nasty.
But yeah, and the engine also highlights this little move b7, b6, which might be, if it works, it might be very important because it basically keeps white's rook at bay. White's rook is not able to activate itself and capture a pawn on the 7th rank. And if black gets time to play bishop f6, then he might be able to, we have to discuss this direct position after c4, bishop f6 check, king a2, probably black sacrifices the pawn somehow, knight b4 or knight c, probably knight b4, because after bishop b4, c b4, rook takes b4, we probably have bishop d4.
Oh,
protecting, yes.
So important.
Stability.
Such an important move. Without bishop d4, black loses b6 also, and then it's a problematic situation. Suddenly now everything is protected.
Yes. Wow. I mean, okay, then this b6 concept is extremely difficult and important. I mean, they have to find. I believe that Duda had to foresee this.
Yep.
He already burned quite a lot of time, and probably the reason why Fabi is also indecisive yet after knight d5, that he has discovered that, okay, hang on, the endgame looks very nice, but maybe black has this b6 move, and after following it up with bishop f6 and the pawn sacrifice, fighting for the dark squares, for the blockade, can give black very good drawing chances.
That's a great point, and that's what could increase the appeal of queen e4 for Fabi. Fabi could look at this and say, well, it's pleasant, I'm going to leave this as a backup option, but I really want to squeeze more out of my lovely opening preparation than, you know, an endgame where my winning chances are relatively insignificant. So that's what he's thinking about. Like, he has this in his back pocket. He knows that after rook b1 and queen e6, he's not really risking, but he definitely, in an ideal world, wants more than that. And that's how you enter the jungle, as you put it, after queen e4, bishop e6. Very interesting position. And when Fabi makes a decision here, we will bring you that decision and discuss the ensuing position. Speaking of decisions, Nepo has some very difficult decisions to make. He is in serious trouble against Vidit, at least visually. I haven't delved into this position, but he's got a queen on d1. Other than that, all of his pieces are pushed to the back 2 rows, and Vidit's got a rook that's just sitting on e7, a bone in black's throat.
Yeah, it's a very tricky spot. I mean, the rook on e7, queen e3 construction makes it impossible. Yes, not completely impossible, because clearly black wants to go knight f6, rook f8, but especially keeping an eye on the queen, not getting trapped. For example, there are some ideas like a4, taking that a4 square away from black's queen, and then the only square will be on h5. And right now, only queen h5 and queen a4 are the saving squares. And what happened? The last move was bishop c7 to b8. Basically, yes, it's understandable, because Jan wants to go knight f6 and rook e8. He needs to fight for the e-file as quickly as possible.
Yeah, bishop e8 is a very human move. And a4 actually poses the threat of g4. You could do the same thing on the east, right? You cut off the western escape, and then you cut off the eastern escape, and then you play bishop c1 to b2, and the queen is going to be trapped. So after a4, I think black has to go knight f6. The move is forced, and you have to consider g4 there anyway, but I don't think g4 works. I think black is in time to go rook e8 here. Yes, rook d8 apparently is the only move. And after bishop b7, there is bishop b2, that is, there is rook takes c7, and white is not in time. Queen takes c7 gives up the d2 and b3 squares, and black is, of course, at this point, black is winning. I'm curious why rook f8 is not a possibility there according to the engine.
Well,
Not...
then the rook on d8 would be hanging here.
Oh,
in this
very
position.
nice,
Yes.
very nice.
Let's
Yeah,
just highlight this.
beautiful detail. Bishop b2, rook e7, queen e7, and black's queen and rook both hang. Rook e8, queen takes e8 check, obviously, with an extra rook. So Vidit has to factor that in, but that's not a problem. Vidit can play bishop b2, and you're not going to trap the queen today, but you are going to likely win the b7 pawn, smoke the black queen out of white's territory, and ask black politely where your compensation is and how you're going to stop the impending b4, b5.
Yes, exactly. I mean, this is a very big pawn. Clearly, black will try queen g6. Black will try to activate the knight, knight e4, rook e6, rook f6. I mean, try to create some play on the king side.
Yeah.
But objectively speaking, it looks very promising and very good for white.
It's a little scary for white. I mean, looking at that position, you know, with that knight coming to e4, it definitely is not an easy move to decide on. But I think Vidit is going to go a4 by process of elimination. How else, you know, because bishop b2, queen a4, black's queen looks like it's stranded, but it can rejoin society through the light squares on the queen side. It can jump back to a6, for example, and that also has the benefit of protecting the b7 pawn and setting up knight f6 and rook e8. So black's intentions are not mysterious. Vidit knows that he has one tempo in which black prepares this knight f6 rook e8 construction, and he needs to use this tempo wisely. So I'm fully expecting him to play a4.
Yes, this is somewhat of a battle which heavily went wrong for black. I believe that probably Jan has mixed up something in the opening. We do see, however, today the black side of the battle being under pressure. Both Fabiano Caruana and Vidit came very well prepared and posing problems to two great Petrov specialists.
Good stuff. Great stuff for Vidit as he seizes the initiative in the Petrov. Jan will try to get out of the situation with his patented tricky play. He was also one move away, literally one move away from getting knocked out of the World Cup yesterday. Just a big shout out to how crazy his match against Nihal Sarin was. I mean, crazy how many players were within one move away of getting knocked out.
Well, that was the first game of the Rapid, but
oh yeah, clearly, you're right. Sorry, yeah, you're right.
Yes, but okay, we have seen in the Nakamura Pragnanda game what it meant if you lose with the white pieces. Yeah, then it's basically almost an impossible task on this level to bounce back. You have to go for some crazy lines. You cannot play your usual opening. You're out of your comfort zone. Then you really rely on some miracle to try to come back.
Indeed. Well, we will be going on a break pretty soon, but I think we've got time to look at one more game before we do. There is a game we haven't spotlighted yet between Wang Hao and GUKESH, but of course a lot of interesting battles. I will quickly mention that Berkish Prague is likely to end in a draw. I think they've got a very, very balanced endgame. So we will ultimately look at that, maybe a very quick glance to see how Prague is doing the day after he knocks Hikaru Nakamura out of the World Cup. Honestly, if anything, I like the placement of that pawn on b4. It clamps down on the c3 square. And, you know, I don't think Berkish is in the business of losing these kinds of endgames, though.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, I think Berkish also has tremendous respect for Prague. You can also see it, sense it in his opening choice, that he wanted to be super solid with the white pieces. But Prague has solved all his openings problems. I also believe that this a takes b6 construction is kind of very nice. You get grip on the c5 square. It looks fairly equal. I mean, of course, white is very solid. Black is not risking. White is not risking. I also believe, but I don't think that it's going to be a very quick affair. I mean, there is still some potential for strategic finesses.
For sure. I mean, both sides have the potential to turn this game around. You know, black, of course, can eventually put a knight on c3, or maybe trade the bishops with bishop e7, bishop f6. And, of course, the a2 pawn is also a backward pawn, which serves as a long-term weakness. If white abandons that pawn with rook a c1, black can immediately, you know, remind white who the papa is with rook c8 to a8. and you know, we dance. But I agree with you. b6 defends c5, which defends b4. I really like constructions like that, where every piece defends the other piece. And there we see Ferenc Berkish pondering this complicated endgame.
Yes, and also a new factor, yeah, after a takes b6, now black gets access to the a8 square, as you very nicely highlighted that the routine move rook ac1, which probably white would like to play, is very nastily answered by rook a8, so the rook should not move. There's even some argument to be made that if white only plays for a draw, then is a move like a to a4 trying to shut the queen side down, or trying to provoke some more trades with b takes a3, bishop a3, which very much would probably lead to a direct draw. Is that an alternative if we want to be safe?
Yeah, that's a very pertinent question. And GUKESH continues to ponder his next move. We will keep a close eye on this difficult endgame as both sides struggle to take over the initiative. Okay, we will go on a break, but first of all, we wanted to remind you to join the official chess.com community club. This is the place to be for all info on community tournaments, giveaways, contests, and other events. Plus, connect with the community and stay up to date in the chess world. Use !community in chat to get in on the action. And folks, with that, !community, get in on the chess community. We will be back with more action from the 2023 FIDE World Cup right after this.
We're here in Toronto for the Global Championship. I got Fabiano Caruana with me. You don't need to talk yet. I got James Canty. We're going to see who recognizes these guys out of the random passerbys, and we're going to ask them some fun questions about chess. For $5, do you know who this is? No? Okay.
Actor.
An actor. Well, you see this guy. Any idea who he is?
Somebody very famous.
He is.
Rabba.
This is actually 50 Cent's brother. His name is Daryl.
That's right.
Goes by 75. You want to play chess? Okay.
So what, is he a player or something of chess?
He is a chess player. I'm not, but he is.
I play on the side.
Yeah.
I've been taking some coaching lessons from
Yeah.
Grandmaster Canty over here recently.
Guy over here.
Calculation over everything.
What's your name again, sir?
My name is Jamie.
What's your name? I already know it.
It's Daniel.
Yeah. Daniel Naroditsky. Okay. There it is.
Come on.
On the attack, baby. On the attack. If he wins, I know the guys at chess.com. We'll get him a diamond membership.
Okay.
Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something you want?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. Look at you. Is this a London?
He playing a
Yo, we got a
London.
pro here with the London.
full on London.
How'd it go?
I won.
the
You won. Okay.
That's
You won.
great.
Hey, good game. All right. I should have said youtube.com/CSQpod. What is the URL? Just YouTube.
I actually don't remember.
Okay. look at the pod.
309 players, 206 men and 103 women, are here for the 2023 FIDE World Cup. It's the premier knockout tournament in over-the-board chess. All of these players have one goal: to become a candidate for the World Championship. Only 3 players in each tournament will earn this distinction. The winners will also earn a combined 160 grand in US dollars. Not bad. Jan Krzysztof Duda, the reigning World Cup winner, is back to try and repeat as champion, a feat no one has ever achieved in this grueling tournament.
And Jan Krzysztof Duda wins the 2021 FIDE World Cup. What a performance.
The top remaining seeds in 2023 are Magnus Carlsen and Tan Zhongyi. Neither of them have won a World Cup before. Yes, even Magnus has yet to make it past the semis. It's that tough of a tournament. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays. But don't sleep on the rest of this field. Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and GUKESH D. They're all here to try and win their first World Cup. For its part, the women's field also boasts some of the strongest players in the world. Who will take the throne this year? In a knockout like this, it is truly anyone's game. Who will come out on top? Who else will qualify for the candidates? What upsets are in store? This is the 2023 FIDE World Cup.
And we are back. 2023 World Cup, Game 1, Round 5. The tension at an all-time high. Only 16 players left in the open section, and so many pre-tournament favorites have been knocked out. In particular, Prague knocking out Hikaru Nakamura yesterday, but Magnus Carlsen stays in the tournament. And there we see a beautiful graphic. X marks the players who are no longer with us. They include MVL, who met his end at the hands of Javahir Sindarov. Anish Giri knocked out by Nijat Abbasov, who went on to defeat Peter Svidler and is still in the tournament. Wesley So showing poor form and losing to Alexei Sarana. This always happens, Peter, every World Cup. We've got only one player in the tournament who has won a previous World Cup, and that is Jan Krzysztof Duda.
Yeah, it just shows that what an unpredictable, crazy format this is. So tough on the players. We have seen yesterday Hikaru Nakamura. Basically, I think it was a big heartbreak for all the Hikaru fans, because that match, I mean, Prague was incredibly strong throughout the match. However, in that first rapid game, the mixing up of the move order in the opening cost eventually Hikaru the elimination of the World Cup. He never got a chance against Prague to bounce back, or to get a chance at all to bounce back. And Prague took it, knocked Hikaru out of the competition. And yes, it's a big exit. But also Temur Rajabov, a World Cup winner 2019, is knocked out. So much sensation and all the dramas that we have witnessed so far.
And one of those dramas concerned Nijat Abbasov, the hometown hero, who defeated Anish Giri in the tiebreaker with the black pieces. Anish freezing and flagging in a critical position. Then Abbasov plays another exceedingly difficult tiebreak against the legend Peter Svidler. He knocks him out and has the reward is to play an on-form Solemn who defeated Daniele Vocaturo in the tiebreak yesterday. We have a very tense position here that came out of what looks like a London system. Nijat has the white pieces here. It's white to play. Black's last move was knight f6 to e4, engineering a series of minor piece trades in the center.
Yes, it's so much to play for. Strategic battle here. The move knight f6 e4 tries to resolve the tension, clarify the situation, but it adds some more spice to the position. It's so difficult to understand all this transformation of structures like bishop takes g7, king takes g7, bishop takes e4, d takes e4. Who does benefit? Because first, okay, let's just even pull that position up because it's so instructive. Bishop takes e4, d takes e4. One could argue that it's a closed position and the knight on d2 is beautifully placed, targeting the weak pawns on c4 and d4. But there is another element. The element is that black can place that bishop on d5, cement that bishop with e6. making sure that the weaknesses are perfectly under guard, and where is White's play? Yeah, then Black can slowly protect, stabilize his position. I might have the feeling that Black is okay.
Yeah, I think Andros Adorian would agree with you. And the bishop, yeah, centralizes to d5. Is there any case to be made for f2, f3, which is a very typical idea in such situations when there's a pawn on e4, but it is a very weakening move, and it expands the diagonal for the black bishop.
Exactly. I mean, you would like to do something, but if you break the construction with f2, f3, then things are getting really complicated. Then this bishop on b7, which seemingly is out of the game at the moment. However, exactly that's the reason why Salem is looking forward to this transformation of the structure with d takes e4, because then the bishop really comes to life. Bishop on d5 is not the typical big pawn, as sometimes this type of bishops are referred to. It really does a great job stabilizing everything and getting ready. Whenever White tries to break the construction with f3, then that bishop will be a monster.
Yeah, the way my coach explained it years ago, and that really explanation stuck with me, is it's easy to look at the e4 pawn and say that it blocks the bishop, but you should think of the bishop and the pawn as one unit. The pawn is an extension of the bishop, because the bishop defends the pawn, which defends the f3 square. So taken together, the bishop and the pawn actually exert a lot of influence over a lot of light squares. Obviously, d5 is a great parking spot for the bishop, but that pawn on e4 is inextricably linked with the bishop, and together they exert influence on the position and restrict White's knight and White's pawns. So I like Salem's position. He played his standard King's Indian. Abbasov responded with a London system setup. Well, no, actually, so it started off as a Queen's Pawn game, and then he played g6, so more of a Grunfeld setup. By Salem, he fianchettoed his other bishop, and I think he's handled the opening extremely well. Abbasov is not really a theoretical junkie. He likes to avoid theory. He plays fairly offbeat openings, actually, compared to the other players in the World Cup. He played an accelerated dragon against Anish Giri. He likes the London system. And it seemed that White was exerting pressure on the queen side, but Salem kind of shut it all down with the move c4. And after bishop f3, a very mature decision to play knight e5 and knight e4. Not an easy decision, but I really like the way Salem is navigating these complexities in the middle game.
Yes, I have the same feeling. So far, Abbasov has, I think, surprised everyone with some very specific opening preparation, because having no problems at all against Anish Giri, that was the first sensation. Then, no, actually, I would go there. I believe that he beat Fressinet, Laurent Fressinet. I mean, everybody knows Laurent Fressinet as a brilliant player, great technician, Magnus Carlsen's long-term second. To knocking him out in this format is already, it was the first sign for me that, okay, hang on, Abbasov is in there for something. And then he went on to beat such incredibly solid world-class players like Anish Giri or the legendary Peter Svidler. So really in great shape. On the other hand, Salem is also playing the tournament of his life. He's in the 5th round. And we see that you mentioned that he is a Grunfeld player. And now suddenly, also against Vocaturo, he was showing completely new phase in his chess career, that he is ready to go d7, d5, play seemingly classical position. Usually was a King's Indian and a Grunfeld player, very aggressive, dynamic player, and now he widened his opening repertoire and his understanding.
Incredible. And that kind of self remaking is important if you want to do well in a tournament like the World Cup. You need to be multifaceted, you need to be universal, and you need to be unpredictable in the opening and able to handle different types of positions, which is what we have seen from the Emirati Grandmaster. So as Abbasov ponders how to resolve the tension in the center, he's got bishop g7, he's got bishop e4, 2 candidate moves. I wanted to check back in on the Dominguez-Serrana game because we had some developments there, and then perhaps we can go from there. Dominguez spent a ton of time after h4. We saw the pawn on h4. When we left them, Alexei was thinking of his response to this move. He came up with the move knight d4, centralizing the knight. And it is one of the top computer moves. Not the top move, but definitely a very decent choice. Rook fe1, very cold-blooded response by Dominguez. And b5 by Alexei, just bringing the pawn onto a defended square, and the computer censors this move in the strongest possible terms.
Wow, I mean, incredible. Okay, first of all, this move, Rook Fe1, you mentioned the move Rook Fe1, it shows such deepness, because seemingly Rook Fe1 would have just fallen into Knight takes C2, hitting that pawn with a tempo, but Lenier obviously calculated very deeply the position and believed that he can handle that. Sarana kind of felt like, no, if he wants me to take on C2, I will not take. He goes for B5, solving that problem with the B7 pawn, but now the engine highlights, I mean, and the reason why I'm highlighting that it's an engine idea, that players don't have access to engine. They don't know that the computer is screaming that there is some crazy tactics involved in this position. What is your take on it?
Well, crazy tactics is a great way to characterize it. I'm just staring at the top computer move H5, and first of all, I don't understand what's going on in general in this position. Like, there's just pieces randomly plastered over the board. But, you know, you have to go H5 here on top of everything else that's going on. Come on. I mean, Queen E5 to me, which is the second choice, looks a little bit more reasonable. That pins the knight, and it prevents knight takes C2. And I guess the problem is that Black's pieces just lack any kind of cohesion, and there's too many undefended pieces. So the move Queen E5 I really like because F6 is illegal. Rook E8 no longer possible because of Queen takes E8. And White has all sorts of threats, like Bishop E3 I think is a big threat. Rook B to D1. Just the threat is to pick off the knight because the knight is pinned to the queen. And again, the engine likes this H5 idea. Now I understand H5 a little bit more. So let's say Black plays Rook B to C8 in order to protect the queen. Queen E5, Rook B C8. And even here H5 is very strong. And is the point to meet Bishop takes H5 with Bishop E3? No, Bishop E7. Bishop E7. And that makes a lot of sense because now the bishop is hanging, the rook is hanging, and Black loses everything. But is the point to switch the move order, Peter? H5 and then Queen E5? Wow. Is that the point of H5, of starting with H5?
Wow. I mean, okay, this is so deep, and that's the reason also why Alexei Sarana couldn't miss this stunning idea. On the other hand, I know that Lenny is such a deep player who can sense all these moments. I mean, he's incredibly deep. Look at this. Bishop H5 and Queen E5. Exactly, you called it.
That is just the pick. That is the definition of depth in chess. You play this slow, quiet move. Queen E5, okay, whatever. Not whatever. Queen E5 sets up so many threats. It pins the knight. It hits the bishop. It sets up the discovered attack, Bishop E7. Black collapses here on the spot because Black just cannot bring enough defenders into the game and stop all of these threats from eating him up.
Yes, and the two bishops with the queen completely dominate Black's construction. So that's why after the move H5, the computer was mentioning Bishop takes E2 as the main move, which is a very natural move, taking that pawn with the tempo.
Whoa!
And then exactly the party continues.
Woo! Bishop F7, and you can't take with the rook because of Queen takes B8 check. Rook F8, Rook E8. If you take with the king, you get mated. Queen steps back to D5. That is mated. So look at that pawn on H5. It is holding the king's escape square on G6. Every piece is involved. So you have to go King H8, and the party continues. You have to find another deep move, Rook E3. But this one makes a little bit more sense, trying to separate the queen from the knight. Queen C6, Queen takes D4, and if Black plays Bishop takes B1, then is it Rook E6? Is there a queen sacrifice? Rook E7. One of those slow moves to set up the threat of the bishop departing F7, and the pressure on the G7 pawn is just way overwhelming. No, but this is just crazy.
It's great. I mean, already to calculate and work out these lines, I think it's absolutely manageable. The big question is that, do you spot the move H5 at all? Yeah, because this is so mystical. It looks like the bishop is controlling that H5 square. If it would be so easy, Alexei would have not blundered it. But the move Rook Fe1, and we have to go back and give credit for Lenier that he came up with this move Rook Fe1. It signals to me that he's very deep into the position. He feels that this E file is so important, because if you would have asked me, I mean, what are my top moves, Rook F1 would have not came to my mind. Of course, I'm also not involved in the game. You really have to get deep into it to understand what's going on. And I believe that after the move rook f1, b5, it's very possible that Lenny is considering all these aspects with queen e5, h5. The big question is, can he put all the puzzles together?
Very true. And, I would not, I think some people in the chat are looking at this and saying, these are just random engine moves. Lenier Dominguez is one of the deepest, even by Super GM standards, he's a very deep player. You often see him take 45, 50 minutes on a move.
On
and he's
the
just
board.
played queen e5. And
Exactly.
we'll give him an A for this move. Yeah, it's not h5, but this is the second best move. It keeps the +2 evaluation. And there you go. That's Lenier Dominguez in a nutshell. Such a deep player. When we played in the US Championship, he took 50 minutes on a move, and he found a move that the engine only appreciated when it reached a certain depth. I mean, the guy understands chess at such a high level, and we're seeing that here. Queen e5 setting up massive threats against Black's minor pieces. Alexei Sarana is in mortal danger here.
Yes, and I think that the idea of coming up with a surprise was interesting, but I'm not sure that Lenny is the right one to try to surprise like this. It's much more than Alexei got out of his comfort zone because he's such an incredible Night-Off player.
Mm-hmm.
It of course, now that things are seemingly backfiring, it's very easy to criticize his choice. Of course, I perfectly understand his motivation by not going into that bishop e3 kind of Night-Off debate, and he wanted to make a surprise, but he picked the wrong guy.
Definitely picked the wrong guy, and now he's going to have to pick a way to survive in this position. I'm expecting rook b to c8 so that the knight is free to roam about the cabin, and then finding h5, as you said, is a lot more manageable because this idea of h5, bishop takes h5, bishop e7, okay, that is not, as difficult of a tactic. And if you see that, then you understand the power of getting that pawn potentially to h6. We might see a lot of the lines that we analyzed appear on the board. What a fascinating game, and a lot of work to do for Lenier. Let's be very clear. The game is not over. He's got 33 minutes. He has to stay on top of these complications and find a couple more uber accurate moves in order to convert this game.
Yes, and nothing is over, and Sarana is also famous for incredible defensive skills.
Yes.
Yes, I mean, no, it's not going to be easy, but at the moment it's really looking good for Lenier, and I believe, I know him very well, that he's able to manage all these complications.
I agree completely. Well, let's head back to our bird's eye view maybe for a very brief instant as we choose the next game to look at. What a fascinating round. I mean, we got really rich positions across a lot of the boards. I will quickly point out that Vidit, he failed to play the move a4 that we, whose praises we were singing. And as a result, I think he has frittered away not just all of the advantage, but I would go so far as to say that it is now Jan Nepomniachtchi who might be in the driver's seat given the clock situation. Let's go to that game and try to understand, what ghosts Vidit saw that prevented him from playing a4, Peter.
Well, of course, the typical story, yeah, that one understands that after bishop b8, Black wants to go knight f6, rook f8 or rook d8. Black closes the eyes and go for it. And then over the board, you think like, okay, Black has this idea. Do I have the right to waste the tempo? And because we have access to the computer and the computer indicated that a4 is possible, we automatically understand that the answer is yes. But over the board, you don't know. And to me, the move bishop b2 signals that actually Vidit was not that comfortable. He still felt like the queen on d1 is very annoying, pinning the knight, pinning the rook. Black wants to go knight f6, so he wanted to clarify the situation as quickly as possible with bishop b2. But this gave Jan the chance of going queen a4, knight d3, knight f6. Now the pawn is clearly not. Is it clear that it's not hanging? Rook b7 looks dangerous, but we have to calculate it.
It's terrifying to play rook takes b7. Now, we know from the previous line that rook d to e8 is the more accurate move. Why? Because after rook e7, in the event of the trade, you do not want, you want a tempo. You don't want to have to move the rook. If you had played the other rook to e8, then here the rook would be on d8, and your options would be restricted. As it stands, you have a move like knight e4, which not only centralizes the knight, but slices off the route back to White's side of the board and opens up this massive threat of queen c2. White's minor pieces seem to be unable to handle the sudden tremendous activity of Black's forces. f3 I think, is forced here to try to take that knight. But if you have to play a move like f3, I think Vidit already will rule this line out. There's no way I think that he goes for this. He will spend some time on it. I think he will see knight e4 and he will say, no, let me try to find something more solid. But is there anything more solid to play? Because if you don't take on b7, Peter, well, it's very clear. Jan's next move is rook e8. He's going to smoke this rook out of e7, get control of the e-file, and he's going to enjoy his life here.
Yeah, then basically he has absolutely no problems. Then we get this typical structure with d5, c6, b7, and the good bishop versus white d4, c5 construction with the dark square bishop. It's clearly then black having the upper hand. The big question and the reason why I think that rook takes b7 is not to be ruled out, the fact that if Vidit is not taking on b7, then he feels like he made a fool of himself. Then just strategically black will be perfectly fine. So I understand that, yes, it's complicated. After rook takes b7, rook d8. First of all, the players have to understand that this rook d8 is so important. Rook e7 takes. I would go as far that finally the move knight e4, f3, you nicely highlighted that, yeah, this is kind of the best move. It's a question. Black can fall back with the knight to f6 and insist on rook e8. It's also possible, or to go with knight g3. In any case, I would like to bring the queen back to like something to e3. You go knight f5. I'm not sure that this is natural, but it's computer's move. White plays queen d2. And if you look at this position, you understand that white is a pawn up. Black has some compensation for sure. But do you really get the feeling that white is risking the queen is still far away from action?
No, I totally see what you're saying. You don't get the sense that a checkmate is imminent or that black's compensation is overwhelming. But, you know, for these and other considerations, Vidit has just made a decision, and he did refrain from rook takes b7. Instead, he shifts his queen from e3 over to f3. And what are our immediate thoughts on this move? Is he preparing to meet rook e8 with rook takes b7? Or is he preparing to meet rook e8 by simply trading on e8 and trying to go queen f3? I think this is more likely back to d1, which is a clear sign that he acknowledges that things have gone a little bit wrong here, and he is trying to essentially throw water onto the fire.
Yeah, it's a bailout move. Queen f3 is a bailout move. Clearly, rook takes b7 is not really an option, because then he could have taken on b7 and after rook e8 moved the queen to f3. So basically, thanks to this fact, we can rule that out. The big question is how... Okay, rook f8. Now I think that we don't need to be super clever. Now the move rook f8 is the most natural. And I believe that Vidit probably feels like maybe I had a chance. I don't know what happened. It's also typical when you play against Jan Nepomniachtchi, you never know exactly how to assess the position, because he plays so quickly with so much confidence, and you never know that did he blunder? Did he make a genius move? This kind of thoughts are driving his opponents crazy. And then you can think like, okay, you know what? I'm just going to I'm going to play queen d1, target that queen on a4. If that queen falls back, it's an ambitious move, but also a risky move. And if black just takes on d1, then this is probably a perfectly manageable endgame with more or less equal chances.
I would argue that it's a little bit annoying. I mean, after rook e2, it's to smoke the rook out of the second rank, because king f1 is met with rook c2, and there's a funny line, rook c1, rook d2, and then we dance, right? And white cannot cover all three squares. White just lacks the firepower to cover these three squares. But I agree, the word is manageable. You don't get the sense that white is losing there. I think Vidit would be able to draw this with careful play. And Jan, I mean, he doesn't take a second longer than he has to. Rook d8 is already on the board. And I think Vidit should quickly play rook e8 and queen d1. You know, you take another 10 minutes, and suddenly you're staring at major time pressure. Vidit needs to leave himself with some time to play the ensuing position after queen d1, because he will be slightly worse for a long time here. And he will need to demonstrate accuracy in order to, first of all, reclaim control of the e-file and hold Jan's initiative at bay. And
yes,
he's doing
and
it.
Rook d8, rook takes d8 is already on the board. I believe the reason why Jan did play the move rook d8, he just wanted to highlight the whole world that, you know, I knew exactly that rook d8 is a key move. I have calculated in all the lines.
Yep, that's exactly right. Even though for this particular line, accuracy is not strictly required. But Vidit will play queen d1 here. We are fully expecting him to. not the only move. I mean, you can play something like King F1. You can play a neutral move like A3 to prepare Rook E1, but I feel like Queen F3 is a very clear sign that he does want to get this queen, off his back.
Yes, I perfectly agree. I think it's also another chance for us to move on. We have seen
Yes.
the most critical part of this game. Now it's a long battle ahead. Where do we go next?
Let's go to the bird's eye view first. I don't want to go to that game. I just want to give ourselves a pat on the back that we have predicted a lot of the Caruana Duda game. They do have that exact position which we highlighted with the bishop on c4. I think we highlighted that position. Maybe it's a little bit distinct. Not totally sure, Peter. We analyzed so many different sub-variations of this endgame that maybe we should take a quick look at that game and just update everybody, because it's such an interesting battle, and they have made the big decision to trade on e6. Let's go to the Caruana game for a little bit, and then we can swing back to some of the more tactical games. Queens are off. Rook takes e7
Yes.
is threatened, and King f8. I remember that move. I think we did have this position in our analysis.
I mean, we highlighted that b7, b6 will be a very important move. And then our line featured that we had to check that what happens if white plays c4 trying to win the bishop.
Yes.
And then we got to this opposite colored position. Fabi says, no, I'm not interested in that position because black seems to be perfectly fine or solid. He tries bishop c4, which is a much more dynamic move, setting up pins against black's pieces. I mean, this is a really devastating pin. You feel like you have to move away. I mean, King f8 is the move that begging to be played here.
Yes, and now, okay, the big question is whether and when does white play bishop c4 takes d5 in order to free up that b6 pawn and be able to capture it. But it feels like bishop takes d5 would be a very clear sign. It would be, I don't want to say tantamount to a draw but I think Jan Krzysztof would be thrilled to see the dissolution of white's bishop pair and the ability to bring his bishop to f6 and attack white's queenside. But if it's not bishop c4, Peter, Fabi must have a follow-up in mind, and I'm struggling to find a clear move off the top of my head. We know that black's next move is bishop f6. How does white keep up the initiative here?
Yes, the very big question, is he able to keep up the initiative? I mean, king f8, followed by bishop f6. You mentioned whenever white captures on d5, it feels like the game will most likely end in a draw.
Yeah.
And knowing that Fabi did not play the move c4, and he wanted to spice things up with bishop c4, it cannot really be his primary aim. But then, hang on, rook e5? Is it important that you play? Yes, it is important that you play bishop f6.
What a detail. Oh my gosh, that's brilliant. And rook takes d5. Okay, it's very obvious when the move is played, but you have to foresee this with black. You trade on d5, rook d8, and look at that. c4 is illegal because the pawn is pinned, and white loses back the minor piece, and black is completely out of the woods. So many of these details in this game, Peter.
Yeah, it's all these tactics and the players. I mean, every single decision can be life-changing. Yeah, if you miss something, you just end up being clearly worse or lose the game. If you are super precise, then probably everything is under control. That's why the players are burning time. And I'm kind of expecting Duda, of course, to find these tactics because, okay, he's just so incredibly strong in all these complications.
Yeah, and I mean, I think what really helps is process of elimination. You know, some positions you have many candidate moves, and it makes it so much harder. Here, the only other move is bishop f6, but that gives up the b6 pawn. Rook e takes b6 is possible. Okay, maybe that is not so bad, but stubbornness is a trait that all of these top players have. When they want a move to work out, they spent longer on it, right? They plumb the depths of the position. They don't just say, rook e5, let's move on. They want it to work out. They will sit there until they figure out a resource. And that really helps you. That stubbornness, spending longer on a position, helps you find these unexpected resources. And there we go. King f8, great stuff by Duda. And let me ask you this. Is it possible that Fabi missed bishop f6 against rook e5?
Well, it's a good question. And he takes bishop takes d5 instantly, which means that he probably believes that that's it. The game is heading for a draw.
It most certainly is. Rook takes d5, bishop e3, bishop f6. We're going to get, a lot of pawns get traded. And maybe Duda has to be just a smidge careful here, but clearly the worst is behind him. Great defensive effort by the Polish Grandmaster.
Yeah, I feel like a timely bishop d4 will follow after bishop f6. White will collect the b6 pawn. Black will collect the c3 pawn. Then eventually some rook trade and the bishop trade with bishop d4. And even if we lose the pawn on a4 in the process, I believe that Black's rook will be active enough to, after the bishop trade, activate the rook and create enough counterplay.
Very true. And I think this is a good signal for us to keep going around the horn and examining these fascinating middle games that we have. Maybe one more look at the bird's eye view here, just so everybody can have an update on the games that we have been spending a lot of time on. We have that end game that we talked about in FIDE Nepomniachtchi. Carlsen, Ivanchuk locked in a really interesting middle game struggle. Magnus, I think, trying to put some pressure after Ivanchuk played a fantastic opening. But Peter, I will defer to you for our next choice.
Yes, okay, let's go back to Magnus here just to get the latest updates. Because there was a question, will Magnus be able to coordinate his forces? And I'm loving what I'm seeing. This is the true mastery. It was so scary to be in white shoes. First of all, Magnus, after he takes d4, captured with the queen, making sure that he has the chance to eventually go knight c3 or knight b2. It's a very flexible move. And after knight c5, this move that Magnus came up with, rook f1 to c1, is a brilliant move. I mean, those are the moves that are so difficult. You sacrifice a pawn on e4. You feel like, you know what, I have to change the character of the game. And after knight takes e4, rook e1, f5, probably it's kind of forced, is met by knight c3, and suddenly all of white's pieces are back to life. The bishop on g2 awakes. There is a pin along the e-file. I understand why Chucky refrained from this.
Totally. I mean, rook d8, queen e3, unpleasant, weak. And that's not what you're looking for when you're black here. You don't want to get this double-edged position with a lot of weaknesses. And rook c1, I honestly think epitomizes Magnus Carlsen's genius. He finds these deep resources in very plain vanilla positions. Positions where most players would go knight c3 or rook e1 almost automatically. Okay, the e4 pawn is hanging, we have to defend it. Magnus, you know, he plumbs the depths of the position for these ways to find practical challenges for his opponent. And Ivanchuk, he took his time here. He played knight a6, which may seem awkward, but of course that knight from a6 can rejoin society via b4 or c5 or even c7 in some cases, as happened in the game. Now Carlsen, he develops his knight to d2, which I also like because it links up the knights. It, you know, potentially opens up the door for knight b3, knight a5, stuff like that. Okay, Ivanchuk completes his development with bishop g4. Carlsen plays another move that I really like, bishop f1, pressuring the knight on a6. Man, the way he's handling his pieces in this middle game is really impressive. And then the cherry on top, after Vasil moves his knight away, of course, allowing bishop takes a6, not an option, Carlsen immediately gets to work on the queen side. Knight c7, a4, threatening to run this pawn up to a5 and cramp down on black's minor pieces. Now, I want to clarify, Peter, before I pass it back to you, that what we're talking about here are very minor advantages. The position is still objectively equal. You don't win these positions with one idea, you win them with 10 ideas. And I think Carlsen has initiated that process, which we're all so familiar with, when he takes a completely equal position and starts transforming it into a very uncomfortable one for his opponent. a5 is on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's why we appreciate it. And it was so nice that we have witnessed the opening part. And we were scared for Magnus. Yeah, that when Chucky played that move e6, e5, breaking the construction, it looked like white is the one who has to be careful. And then Magnus with this psychological idea of rook c1 sacrificing that pawn. And Chucky was not ready, not willing to accept that sacrifice. It was just too risky. He wanted to be solid, but while he remained solid, gave the time for Magnus to coordinate his pieces. And that's the reason why I'm highlighting these pieces, that suddenly there is so much harmony in Magnus's position. Yes, the position might be more or less equal, a tiny little bit better maybe for white, but it's much more the feeling that we had before, that it looked like black is the one who has the perfect harmony, and it's so difficult for white to coordinate pieces. Just in 5 moves, Magnus managed to do that. That was true art.
There's this great Russian chess term which literally goes вникнуть в позицию, and it means literally to go deep into the position, but it really refers to someone who, in a critical moment, spends as long as it takes and finds a truly an idea or a setup that is beyond the surface of the position, right? Something that shows deep understanding, and Magnus does that so often and so well. Now, let me ask you this, Peter. Is Ivanchuk uncomfortable here? Do you think Black's position is objectively uncomfortable after something like rook f to e8? Or are we still talking at most about a very minor symbolic advantage for Magnus?
I think it's more about the psychological effect. Yeah, that seemingly Black was the one who got a very comfortable position when nothing can happen to him. And all of a sudden we get the transformation. Look at this, Chucky shows nerves. He plays the move, bishop takes f3. Not a move that you really want to play, but it just shows that he's not that happy. He's trying to secure his position. He was really worried that white will be breaking his construction on the queen side with a6. And now he goes for a very solid but slightly passive position.
Ooh, he goes a6, but, you know, to me, at least visually, it seems like a concession to give up the bishop here. Why? Because, well, white's bishop has a lot of active prospects. It can jump out to c4, it can jump out to h3, and it definitely feels like this is a turning point in the game, that Magnus is now very comfortable with his position. He also seems surprised at bishop takes f3. So my question, Peter, why not a6 immediately? What was Ivanchuk afraid of? What was the significance of that trade before playing a6?
Yes, I don't know, because one could argue that if the white pawn is on h3 instead of h4, then it's kind of very natural for Black to think about how do I get rid of that light square bishop, because you don't want to stay passive, it will be on the way of your other forces. But once the bishop is so nicely, comfortably sitting on the square on g4, why do you voluntarily take it? I think it's because of Magnus's previous 5 moves, the effect, the impact that it took on Chucky. And this is some kind of sign of nerves to finally, okay, let me just get rid of f3, let me play a6. Okay, I'm slightly worse, but I'm solid, I'm gonna sit. One should also highlight in this position that Black does have this b5 square for his knight, which is typical when white has advanced the pawn to a5. He can sit there, but the problem again that Black has 2 knights sitting and only one of them can sit on this square, the other knight will stay passive.
And of course, Magnus, the hard work continues in this position. He's got a lot of tough decisions to make, in particular the move e5. Maybe not immediately. I mean, it can be considered immediately because you can play against the knight on c8. If you give Black a couple of moves, Black will play knight e6, and then either knight a7, knight b5, or knight d6, knight b5. So maybe Ivanchuk is attracted to the possibility of playing for the d4 square, which can be used as a transit point and potentially an outpost for a lot of his pieces. The problem is that it's very cumbersome, right? It's going to take him many moves to get his knights, out of their dormant positions, and white can take those moves to activate his pieces. There's even a scintillating idea that involves lifting that rook from a1 up to a4 and then swinging it over to g4 after playing e5. So do not rule out an attack on Black's king here, which is a very standard reaction to a situation where your opponent has passive pieces. You say, I'm going to transfer my forces to the side of the board that contains my opponent's king, and Magnus has played rook a4.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the move you want to be playing. You want to bring that last piece, the rook from a1, into the game. Rook a4 is a multi-purpose move. You activate the rook, you keep all your options open, depending how your opponent reacts. You keep that e5 rook g4 idea in mind. It just everything that happened in the last 6-7 moves illustrates Magnus's amazing feeling for all the details.
Lovely play by Carlsen. Ivanchuk also accelerating his pace of play. And rook f e8, a very logical move. And will we see e5 from Carlsen? That's extremely likely. Like, you don't, as the expression goes, having said A, you have to say B. Rook a4 can also function as a defensive move because it protects the e4 pawn, yes, but I think Carlsen will not be able to resist, and maybe shouldn't resist, the temptation to get that rook across to the king side.
Yes, I mean, okay, we already spoke about the benefits of e5. We also have to talk about the downsides, that Black gets suddenly access to the d5 square. However, we feel that the d5 square isn't that important. Let's just illustrate this. If white goes e5, black jumps with a tempo on d5. Yes, that knight is great. Look at the other knight on c8. That's completely out of the game. And now the big question is, how do we... And probably the reason why not queen e4, because that would allow black to play the stunning knight d6, using the fact that the e file is open and then the black knight activates. So white will have to move away with that queen. I don't know, and then where maybe queen b3, or yeah, maybe queen b3 is a nice square, eyeing the b7 pawn as well. And eventually you might be seeing some bishop d3, bishop b1, queen c2 ideas. And look at that black king. If ever white threatens queen h7 checkmate, it will be very difficult to defend. g6 might always run into h5. The rook can lift towards the g4 square, just to highlight some long-term dangers that black is faced with.
Yeah, and that pawn on e5 is such a powerful pawn. It severs the connection between black's pieces. It controls d6, and it controls f6, and it makes it hard for black to marshal his troops on the king side. And you can sense the confidence with which Carlsen is playing. He is blitzing out his moves. I think he knows that he's taken over the initiative, and he has a commanding presence on the king side in the center. e5, knight d5 is on the board, and a big decision for Magnus Carlsen as he decides where to put his queen. Peter, the time situation is fine for both players, but the speed with which Magnus played his last few moves is a signal that he's starting to be very happy with the way that these events are transpiring here.
Yes, that's absolutely true. So far, everything was kind of logical. It was his plan. Now it's the big moment that where do you put the queen? Of course, if you could play queen e4, followed by bishop d3, you almost win the game automatically. But queen e4 runs into this very devilish trick with knight d6. The seemingly dead knight from c8 comes with a tempo. That's exactly the defensive resource what Chucky has set up with rook f8. And basically, I was mentioning that we have to find the square for the queen. It's not that obvious, because if you can't go to e4, you don't want to go to the d file. That's clearly in black's hand. And then queen e1, queen e2, queen b3. Those are the moves that are at your... And Magnus plays queen b3. Fascinating stuff. Very nice play.
Great call, Peter. Queen comes up to the queen side, which may seem counterintuitive from the perspective of attacking the king side, but that queen as a standalone piece is so powerful. It pressures b7. And Magnus, look at that whole board play. He's playing on the queen side. He's playing in the center, e5. He's playing on the king side with the rook coming over to g4. He's got so clear ways to put his position. But we have a result. We have Nepo against Vidit, who have just agreed to a draw. And we see them there on the camera discussing their game. I was expecting a longer endgame, a torture session, as Nepo tried to squeeze a slight advantage out of his opponent. But Vidit, with some great play, great defensive play, managing to neutralize Nepo's initiative. And they have just agreed to our first result of the day.
Yes, actually it was very important after rook e2, king f1, rook c2, white was not falling into panic, but discovered that actually I can just chill. I can play king e1. I can get access to that d2 square, and the king is also protecting the d1 square. And after king e1, knight e4, which was the most natural move, white went on chasing that rook on c2, rook c1, rook d2, rook d1, rook c2, rook c1, and that's how the c4 repetition happened.
Great result for Jan. He draws with the black pieces from a position of strength, even though his position looked very problematic earlier on a4. That was the big missed opportunity, which would have given Vidit a big objective advantage. But we have our first results of the day. Vidit and Nepo draw their game. They will have a long evening of rest and preparation for tomorrow's second match game.
Yes, clearly. I mean, if you know at this moment you ask Vidit, then probably he will say, yes, it looks suspicious, but I'm not sure where I could have used Jan's mistake, because he definitely felt like Jan mixed up something. However, after the game, when he sees that computer was saying that, you know, you had the right to lose one tempo for that a4 move. And this is humanly so difficult. Nobody tells you that you have all the time in the world to do that. And that was a golden opportunity to maybe grab the lead in this match. And now it's Jan Nepomniachtchi who will be playing with the white pieces in the next game.
Indeed, it's going to be a fascinating, decisive game tomorrow. I want to just update everybody on the fact that Dominguez is finding all of the best moves in his game. I know that we had this position in our analysis, and we don't have to spend a long time on it, but I'm just in awe of Lenier's play, his depth. And again, I want to clarify that I'm not implying that the game is over. He's got a lot of work remaining to be done, but let's just take a moment to take our hats off. And I know most of us aren't wearing hats, but proverbially to take our hats off for Lenier Dominguez's play in this incredibly sharp middle game.
Yes, it's truly stunning. We also see the body language of Alexei Sarana. He feels that this is getting out of control. Certainly over the board, you never know exactly how bad it is, but you feel it that it's dangerous. The pieces are awkward. White is coming out with rook e3, hitting that queen with a tempo. Where does this queen go? Queen c5 runs into bishop e7. Queen c7 drops the knight on d4. And then only maybe the move queen d2 remains, but that steps into the range of White's bishop from g5. And who knows, White might play rook e4 with a double attack. How is Black surviving after rook e3?
Yeah, rook e3. Let's just highlight this important line again, queen c7, because if this move works, you really want to make this move, because queen takes d4, bishop takes b1. It doesn't look like Black is mated, but he is. This h6 move, that pawn on h5 is the hero after queen c7, queen takes d4, bishop takes b1. Yeah, h6, and Black can resign. Actually, the line goes on a couple more moves. Gh6, bishop h6. There is the move queen c7 to g3. And actually, White has the very powerful rook e5, lifting the rook up to g5. And notice that the bishop on h6 plays both a defensive and an attacking role. I love pieces like that. c1 is controlled, g5 is controlled, g7, and the bishop, combined with the forces of the other pieces, wins the game for White. So that's out of the question. If Lenier finds rook e3, with a 95% certainty, he wins the game. This is the final important moment. Can he deliver the final nail in the coffin here?
But hang on. I was suddenly thinking to myself, rook e5, double attack, rook g5. Yes, I understand. But if I go bishop g6 and I remove the engine, then I was in shock, because rook g5 runs into rook c1, checkmate. And
I missed that. Sorry.
Yes. And then, okay, according to computer, you can make any kind of move, especially bishop b3, going back then to covering the d1 square is an option. But this is completely crazy stuff.
Black is totally dominated here, but that's so hard to see, right? When you are calculating and you see, oh my God, rook g5, rook c1, and I get mated, it's so easy to abandon the line and to say, well, that's it. If I can't move my rook, then that means the line fails. But wait a second, why can't I go rook e2 here? I guess bishop f5.
Yes, then I just move the bishop.
Ooh, okay. So White has to understand that the rook has to stay on the 5th rank, but there are no squares on the 5th rank that do not block the connection of the white bishop and the square on c1. So that is why you have to move the bishop from d5. Man, is that hard to see. And 20 minutes for Lenier, okay, that changes a lot. That makes this line a lot harder to calculate. And if he finds all of this, this might be one of the games of the World Cup.
Yeah, definitely. And also I feel like exactly this is the line which Sarana is hoping on, yeah, because everything else after rook e3, queen c5, bishop e7 is terrible. Queen d2, it just feels like this is a losing move. You just can't put that queen there. So he clearly relies on the fact that this queen c7, queen takes d4, bishop takes b1. First of all, it forces your opponent to calculate like a madman. Secondly, even after you calculate everything and it looks like, yes, just when it looks that Black is the one who with queen g3 protects and sets up a mating threat, then White discovers rook e5. And I know exactly for myself how unpleasant it is when you discover that there is still a defense and you don't know exactly what's going on.
Absolutely. No, that's a great point. Bishop g6 is a powerful defensive move to take the sting out of rook g5. And Lenier, last 20 minutes, and he is no stranger to acute time pressure. He handles it well. And if he doesn't find rook e3, let's understand, okay, how much of his advantage is he going to lose with the straightforward rook b to c1, which he will likely play if he doesn't decide on rook e3. But it gives Alexei this bailout option. Knight from d4 can drop back to e6, inducing the queen trade And once the queens are off the board, it looks like the worst will be behind black. Still a little bit uncomfortable, I would argue, but I think Alexei will find rook bc1 to be a great relief.
Yes, definitely, it's a great relief. So Lanier feels that he needs to calculate all these lines and he has to somehow find an antidote to bishop g6. But the big question is during the game that do you believe that there is an antidote, or you believe that actually your opponent has just defended by a miracle? Yeah, these are the kind of things that you never know, and that's why chess is so incredibly fascinating over the board. You have this mystical situation that you just don't know what's going on.
Yeah, and it's amazing how the whole game it can feel like one player is totally dominating and outcalculating the other and pushing the other player around. But when push comes to shove, at this level, there's often a situation where you have to find such a narrow path in order to convert your excellent play into an actual point. And if you don't find that path, that's it. That's the only chance that you're going to get, which makes these segments of the game so interesting. Okay, Dominguez going to take presumably some of the rest of his 18 minutes to work his way through these complications. And we will take this opportunity to go on another short break. What a great round it has been. Round 5, match game number 1 here at the World Cup. The field continues to thin out. And as we look at the playing hall there, Vasily Ivanchuk struggling now with a very difficult position that continues to deteriorate. We will bring you action from Fabi's game and Magnus's game and much more on the other side of this short break.
My name is Elwood Dawson. I'm from Chicago.
I'm Sika Blackman.
My name is Roberto Beza, Jr.
And what I want to share is I love tacos. Tacos and chess. So, yeah.
With the chess program, really, even chess in general, like on the deck, you kind of lose yourself. You don't really think about your case. You learn to think differently. You strategize more. I sometimes come out 7:30 in the morning. I'll probably play until lockup, so it makes my day go by faster.
It's competitive. It's a lot of trash talk. It's crazy, like the chess players, we got our own little circle, and all of us play each other. We talk trash about who be who garbage. Yeah, I never play that dude again. He garbage. I never play him. But yeah, it's real competitive.
back. We are at the 2023 FIDE World Cup from Baku, Azerbaijan. We are watching the first match game of the 5th round here in the FIDE World Cup and the FIDE Women's World Cup. And let's go to the FIDE Women's World Cup and just recap some of the players who are still in the tournament and some of the favorites who have been knocked out. And there have been many favorites who have gotten knocked out. And as you can see, they include Katarina Lagno, who lost very early. Alexander Kosteniuk, who met her end at the hands of the young Serbian player, Teodora Injac. And of course, the sister-sister matchup, Anna Muzichuk knocking out Maria Muzichuk in the tiebreaks yesterday. But Ju Wenjun, the current women's world champion, is out of the tournament as well. But former women's world champion Tan Zhongyi is still very much in the tournament, and she seems to be doing very decently. Let's check out her fascinating position against Bella Hotenashvili, Peter, who had against Hampi Canero a very similar structure. Hampi Canero had messed up the opening, but this position obviously a lot more double-edged and a lot less appealing for Black.
Exactly. There is a very big difference compared to that game. It was Hampi's Hampi's king on e2 and Black's perfectly safe king. Now it is White's king who is very safe on g1, and Black has lost the right to castle with king f8. It's a typical Catalanish kind of pawn sacrifice. We do see that Black is kind of invited that please play the move c4, c3, seemingly a very strong pawn majority on the queen side, a protected pass pawn, but this can very nicely be broken up with a3. White simply eliminates the b4 pawn. The pawn on a7 is not able to jump to a5, to move to a5. Also, White get access to the c4 square. Yeah, that knight from e3 will beautifully jump to c4, getting another tempo. That's the reason why Bella is taking her time, is not comfortable of pushing c3, but if you don't push c3, then you also feel like just c takes b3, a b3 gives White also brilliant compensation.
No, this is a disaster. This whole c3, a3 concept is the big difference, because if Black's bishop were on b7, then Black would be able to meet a3 with a7, a5. The position would still remain very double-edged, even with, you know, that splinter in White's position. But with c3 not being an appetizing option, Black might have to resort to c takes b3, a takes b3, and man, the c4 square and the c file now opens up. White has a nice little spot for her queen on c2. I think the engine eval is very misleading here, actually. I think White's advantage is bigger from a practical perspective. But Tennis really going for a different approach that I was going to mention. Knight takes e3, replacing one knight with the other knight. So she takes on e3, and she wants to meet bishop takes e3 with knight to d5. I think that's a very reasonable approach. But after knight d5, of course, White could play bc and queen c2 and rook c1 and make all the standard moves. So it doesn't necessarily change the tenor of the position.
But probably it was the right call. I mean,
yeah.
Practically speaking, yes, you feel like that knight, that monster knight from e3 had to be eliminated, because at the moment when White starts jumping with knight c4, then we can again make a case that Black's knights on d5 and f6 were fighting for the same square. White doesn't have that problem. Now the question is, okay, let's just quickly take a look at this line, because knight d5 is already on the board and it's logical that how obvious it is that, for example, b takes c4, bishop takes c4, queen c2 is so clearly in White's favor. I just put the bishop back to b5. I want to cement my position with a5. And since you don't have a knight to jump, I feel like my king is much safer than before.
Yeah, no, it feels like Hotenashvili did make a very practical decision. White has to find some way to open up this queen side in order to keep the initiative going. Of course, White also has to keep an eye on her d6 pawn, because that pawn is not eternal. Like, Black can pick it off with an eventual rook a8 to d8. And maybe that's the reason why, after queen c2, bishop b5, White should contemplate the move a2, a4 in order to induce the trade of the b pawn for the a pawn via the en passant. And after the en passant happens and White recaptures with the rook, White's got this long-lasting pressure on the a7 pawn. So now if Black plays rook d8, I think White will play rook e to a1 and attack down the a file. And this doesn't seem like a very appealing option. Okay, the engine likes bishop takes knight and bishop f4, but lots of options here. Queen c5, yeah, queen c5 looks like a delicious option here, just to threaten the a7 pawn and protect d6 simultaneously.
Yes, exactly. I think that humanly speaking, once you see the move queen c5, then you feel very comfortable and very confident. Nothing can happen to you. Black has this issue with the rook on h8. I mean, if Black's king and rook would be castled, then I believe we would be talking that Black has a very solid position. So all these dynamic factors that we are mentioning is especially dangerous for Black, and it's working so beautifully for White, for the fact that Black has a lot of problems with the coordination. Look at this, Tanzonji playing with a lot of confidence, plays b takes c4 and queen c2 very quickly.
Nicely done by the former women's world champion, who's kind of quietly been in great form this tournament, and I think has, you know, as good of a chances as anybody to win, you know, the ladies section. Obviously, the World Cup is a lottery. You know, there's so many players, a lot of them in good form. So you need luck. You need to get the right types of pairings. You need to get the right types of opponents. But, you know, that massive prize pool is a big reason why everybody puts their hearts and souls on the line every single game. Great stuff by Tan Zhongyi. She has a nice position. And
I also believe, I also believe, I don't want to misinform anyone, but I think that she was the one who knocked out Goryachkina from the candidates matches. Winning a match against Goryachkina is fantastic. And later on, Leiting-Jie was the one who knocked Tanzonji out. So she's definitely very motivated to get another chance to fight for the title.
For sure. Yeah, great fact there. Goryachkina, of course, still in the tournament as well. But we have an update. It appears that Vasily Ivanchuk is starting to crumble against Magnus Carlsen. Maybe a quick update on our top game. There's Magnus, supremely confident. You know, he has turned this game around in the matter of like 4 or 5 moves. You know, this looked great for Ivanchuk. We were praising his opening play, and then bang, a couple of moves later, and Vasil starts to panic, starts to lose the thread of the game. We have to check the position because I think Magnus could initiate a direct assault against Vasil's king, and the situation will get from bad to dire. Lenya, by the way, found rook e3. We were checking that game before the break. What an absolute freaking beast he is. But we will keep an eye on that game. Magnus with 19 minutes, but look at how powerful his pieces are. He can play queen c2 here and set up threats against Ivanchuk's king and force the weakening move g6.
Yes, and we have seen exactly all this maneuvering that we talked about. Bishop d3, bishop b1, setting up that queen c2 threat. Ivanchuk has tried everything to stop White's main idea, yeah, that we spoke about, that queen c2, g6 will be met by h4, h5. That's not possible. However, White has another break on the king side. So let's just put this. Magnus is definitely thinking about queen c2, g6, all the consequences of a timely g4 break.
Oh, g4 is so nasty. Why is it so nasty? Well, White is threatening g takes h5, just breaking apart Black's fragile pawn chain on the king side. If h takes g4, then that merely throws oil onto the flames. With rook takes g4, White will threaten the completely crushing h5. So I think in this position, Black's best chance is to seek some sort of counterplay in the center. Maybe through that d4 square. I mean, that's what Ivanchuk wanted in the first place. So maybe knight e6, g takes h5, knight d4. Trying to muddy the waters can be considered, but I'm deeply skeptical that this is going to result in success. There is one tactical trick, though, that's so easy to miss. If White plays knight takes d4, and queen e4, that looks excellent. You keep the battery going. Black has this queen takes e5 resource, and this gives Black a new lease on life because queen takes e5. Obviously, there's rook takes e5, and then the knight picks back the rook with knight f3 check. White is probably still better there, but I think Magnus should avoid that line and choose a different square for his queen, Peter, after knight d4.
Yes, I believe that this is exactly the line that Magnus is calculating. The big question for him that, yeah, what happens after knight bd4? Because if you can't really nicely play the move queen e4, then again, you have to place that queen to an awkward square. And I mean, convincing yourself, placing a queen in an awkward square when you're actually searching for harmony is so difficult humanly. And your soul doesn't want to let that happen. You definitely want to make sure that the queen can go to e4. So I believe we can maybe continue that position, knight d4, queen e4, queen takes e5, and then move h takes g6. Is this move working? What are the consequences of this move?
Well, first big question, I think, is what happens in the event of knight f3 check, which, you know, forks the rook, and actually it looks like white can play queen f3, queen e1, king g2, and when the smoke clears, let me just look at black's king. White's remaining pieces are surrounding black's king. I think this is out of the question because black has no way to force the queen trade. The bishop is untouchable due to mate in 2. Maybe there is some way to stay afloat here, but that's an important detail. The second thing I would ask is what happens in the event of the queen trade. So after h takes g6, queen takes e4, white has to take with the rook, very important, or maybe gf first.
Okay, yes, we can first take
Takes,
and
rook
capture
takes.
the...
What do you make of this endgame?
Well, it's pawn up, but it isn't so clear that this is winning for white. Yeah, black's construction is very solid. The knight on d4 is a monster. White's rook on a4 did not shift all the way to the king side, and white's pawns are slightly vulnerable. So I believe that from a black's perspective, if you calculate this and you are anyway terrified by white's attack, then you think like, okay, let me get there and try to hold this position.
Yeah, I think compared to what we just saw, this is almost a relief. Of course, it's torture, and I think Magnus's winning chances here would outweigh the black's drawing chances. But at this point, Ivanchuk is kind of grasping at straws. So all of this came from queen c2 and g4. We often say long variation, wrong variation. But, to unlock all of these complications, Magnus would have to decide on the direct approach. And he isn't playing quickly. He's already taken, 6-7 minutes on this move. Could he be attracted to some other quieter candidate move, or do you think he will decide on queen c2 and g4?
Well, the question is that does he have a quieter move? Yeah, because black is clearly trying to set up knight e6. So there is a certain time pressure on white, yeah, to try to make the most out of your situation. I somehow feel that Magnus should probably go for it unless he finds a very nice stabilizing move with which he feels that he can simply play on for a long time without advantage, but I'm not exactly seeing it.
Yeah, knight g5 came across my mind as a tempting move, but I don't think it does anything. It doesn't threaten anything. And black will play knight e6. Okay, we're about to get a move from Carlsen, and it, I think, is queen c2. Yes. Ivanchuk immediately responds with g6, and this is the moment of truth. Queen c2 is a move that you could throw in. And now g4, the move that we focused on, you could also deploy your bishop to a2 and threaten queen takes g6 check. But I'm also not too attracted by that because of knight e6, blocking the influence of white's bishop. And he plays it. He plays bishop a2, but maybe he wants g4 on the next move. Maybe he wants to meet knight e6 with g4.
Well, interesting, because Ivanchuk also reacted instantly with king g7. He feels that the position is dangerous. He has to try to put Magnus under pressure clockwise. The position is clearly in Magnus's favor. And now, after king g7, it's a fantastic move because g4 can be answered by rook h8. So black is not forced to do something on the king side. He can try to stabilize it.
And I really like how Ivanchuk is playing for Magnus's clock. The decision to play king g7 quickly, it's a gutsy one. Black's position is scary. It's easy to rationalize spending, 20 minutes here. But Ivanchuk feels confident that his best chance is to complicate this game. Magnus with 14 minutes now for 9 moves, and that's a lot of moves to play, especially if the situation sharpens up even further after g4, rook h8. White can swing the rook, Peter, to f4 at some moment. Rook f4 is possible, and then black has many ways to defend the f7 pawn, mostly knight e6 and knight d5. And probably knight d5 is for choice, because knight e6 can be met with bishop takes e6, and you cannot recapture with the queen because of knight g5, forking the queen and the f7 pawn. So rook f4, knight d5 honestly looks kind of stable for black. I'm not getting the vibes that black is imminently losing here at all.
Yeah, it's very sharp, a battle basically. I mean, let's just put it on the board to understand what will it talk about. g4, rook h8, rook f4, hitting that pawn. But there is also one other aspect that at some point e5, e6 also looks so tempting. And the reason why it's so tempting is that now that the pawn is on g4, if, for example, we just back here to the current position, if white plays e6, which is very thematic and very natural, I believe that black's best reaction is f7, f5, making sure that you lock the position down, eliminate any kind of g4 ideas. Yes, white has certainly many interesting options, but black is setting up some kind of a defense, and this is what Chucky is relying on. On the other hand, after g4, rook h8, e6, there is no more
Whoa.
f5. How are you gonna keep the position locked?
God, e6 is just a power move. And if you have to play knight takes e6, then white could play the simple bishop e6 fe. Okay, the tempting move here is knight g5, but there's also rook a4 to e4, maybe even stronger. And here it feels like black's position is completely crumbling. Yeah, this already feels lost. So can g4 be met with anything other than rook h8? I don't really think so. Again, if you have to play h takes g4 and you allow the rook to get into the attack via the g file, then h5 becomes a massive threat, and e6 becomes an even stronger threat than it is in this position. No, I think g4, I'm looking at this more carefully, and the more I look at this, the more powerful white's attacking ideas start to seem.
Yes, on the other hand, the problem for white is that he has tons of opportunities and very tempting options. However, everywhere black seems to be having some kind of a response. Yeah, this drive one crazy. Yeah? You feel like, okay, there should be something how forcefully I can make the most out of my position. But
Totally.
every single line keeps on going on and doesn't give you this total clarity that you can easily make up your mind.
Yeah, there's nothing super clean, so g4 and e6, that's a hard sequence to find, especially because you might see e6 here, then spot f7, f5 and say, oh, okay, the e6 idea doesn't work. So this is a very common type of mistake where you see an idea, it doesn't work the way that you want it to, and then you kind of subconsciously abandon it and you forget to check it in another position. I mean, we're talking about some really complex lines. Magnus now down to 11 minutes. This is going to be a fascinating next 9 moves, and anything can happen. The position very double-edged. And remember, double-edged does not mean that one side isn't much better. Magnus might be objectively winning, but the position remains highly tactical and highly volatile.
Yes, black has all these knight e6, knight bd4 ideas. Also, the point is that with gc, g4, white is breaking his own construction as well, and white's king in the long run will also not feel safe. Eventually, black's knights are jumping. We also saw one line where black, after knight e6, knight bd4, got access to all these queen takes e5 tricks with the forking idea on, with knight f3. So much to consider. And with 10 minutes on the clock, I believe that Magnus is also looking for some practical way of keeping the pressure on without risking too much.
Yes, it's exactly right. Something to avoid the craziest of complications given his time situation. And look at Ivanchuk just blitzing out the responses. Knight to g5 and rook f8 is Vasil's response, protecting the f7 pawn. Now, obviously, bishop takes f7 out of the question. You do not want to give both of your minor pieces up for black's rook. And what is the follow-up? This is what I'm curious about. Is it queen c2 to e4? Just kind of a general centralizing move. Is it rook f4? But again, we've talked about it. Rook f4 runs into knight d5, and you have to keep an eye on the d4 square. Rook f3 would get forked due to knight b5 to d4. Man, this is getting really tense, and it almost reminds me of the Dominguez game in that Magnus has outplayed Ivanchuk the last 15 moves, completely outplayed him, and yet the path to actually converting this into something tangible is narrow and filled with landmines.
Yes, and the reason why Ivanchuk opted for rook e8 to f8 instead of knight d5, which would have been so-called very natural, that, okay, you just jump with the knight to d... Hops. Because Magnus has already made a move. So rook f8 was answered by e6. We just got... wow.
Oof.
All right. Direct confrontation.
Here we go. Now, f5, first question. What happens after f5? Oh, it might be knight f7? No, rook f7.
Rook f7. Yeah, let's just show this, that this would run into this tactic on the e1 rook.
Indeed.
f6 played.
And f6 already played. But bishop b1 would force black to play f5. And maybe Ivanchuk sees that. He wants the white bishop to depart a2 so that the white's control over the e6 pawn is softened up a little bit. And what is Magnus's response after bishop b1, f5? It's a hard position to accurately evaluate. It's clear that white is better, but how much better?
Yes. And what do you do with the position? Do you try to go for some direct? Okay, the good thing in bishop b1, f5 is that you don't need to move the knight anymore. Yeah, then the knight gets safety. On the other hand, there is this moment, the chance of maybe giving an argument for knight h3, knight f4, but clear knight h3 will be met by knight d4, I'm believing. And then you have to calculate a lot. The queen will be attacked immediately.
There's also an interesting setup where you go bishop b1 f5, and then you try to go queen c1 to protect the rook, and then knight f7 with the idea of infiltrating h6. But Magnus, he's making moves, and he has played bishop b1. We will get this position on the board, and Ivanchuk has already responded with f5. His last 5 moves, he spent an average of 3 seconds per move on, clearly making a play against White's clock time.
Yes, and I'm highlighting already what you just mentioned, that yes, there is this very instructive idea, and typical also kind of, it's a common knowledge that the queens and the bishop combination works the best if you place the queen on another square than the bishop, yeah? This bishop-queen battery has already done the job, weakened all the dark squares in black's position, so now it's time to place that queen on dark square.
Indeed, big decision here. And it appears, by the way, that we are about to get a result in our Caruana Duda game. A fascinating Petrov battle, which looks good for Fabi at some point, but Duda with some excellent play neutralizing Fabiano Caruana's advantage. They are about to draw. So I'm keeping an eye on that game as well. When we get a result, we will pan out to that game and hopefully catch the handshake. But nonetheless, just felt like I should mention it. Queen c1 played. And Ivanchuk's only way of protecting himself against this knight f7, queen h6 idea. First of all, there's knight d6, but that seems very passive. He can also try to anchor himself to the e6 pawn so that when White plays knight f7, he's able to capture that pawn with the rook. So rook d6 also comes to mind here, but it feels like he's teetering on the edge of catastrophe.
Yeah, because actually after rook d6, White can bring that bishop back to a2. Look at this. The bishop started its journey from g2. We spoke about that the bishop on g2 was doing nothing. Magnus played bishop f1, bishop d3, bishop b1, bishop a2, bishop b1 back. And we might be seeing bishop a2 back again if black plays the move rook d6.
And he's played rook d5, and there's that handshake, by the way. Let's just take a moment here before we continue our analysis to acknowledge Caruana and Duda, who have just shaken hands with bare kings on the board. A great, great defensive effort for young Krzysztof Duda, who did not lose his heart in a tough situation. Fabiano maybe could have squeezed more out of that position, but nonetheless, good stuff there from Duda and Caruana. Okay, we can go back to the game because we've got more really interesting developments. Rook comes out to d5, but he walks Peter right into bishop a2.
Yeah, bishop a2 or also knight f7. I mean, the rook d5 move didn't really do that much. On knight f7, knight e6, is that possible? I mean, we have to calculate. It looks very shaky for black. Knight
back to g5 and bishop a2. God, this has to be just dead lost for black.
Yes.
Knight bc7. Bishop a2, rook d6. And you just need, you can blow on that knight on e6 and it'll collapse. Yeah, queen c3. Oh, God. Okay, resigns. Yeah. No, this is disaster. Rook f6, probably.
Wow. So, but after rook d5, I think Magnus has played already. Yeah, he played bishop a2. That was the other move, that you simply target that rook. Magnus anyway wanted to get his bishop back to a2. Bishop a2, rook c5, and probably we're going to see the move rook c4, which looks very natural, eliminating that powerful rook on c5. The rook on a4 is already now not joining the battle. It has already done the job, provoking all those weaknesses. The reason why black started pushing the pawn to h5 was to fight for that g4 square and also to stop h5, of course. I'm expecting rook c4, just queen d2. I mean, Magnus is spoiled by choice.
Yeah, and it almost feels like White sacrificed something big to get this position, right? To get all of the assets in the center and on the king side. But no, White's only sacrificed a pawn. So there's no reason for Magnus to feel like he has to punish Ivanchuk with 3 moves.
He hasn't sacrificed at all. Nothing.
Oh, it's even material.
Exactly.
It's even material. Yes. Oh my gosh, no, goodbye. I mean, I'm so used to seeing a position like this where White's down a piece or at least down a pawn. No, Ivanchuk has nothing to suffer for, and Magnus is in no hurry. He's going to go rook c4, trade black's only active piece, and the combined threats of knight f7, queen h6, coupled with the presence of that massive pawn on e6, the possibility of queen c1 to c3 check, should the knight on b5 run back to d6. There's too many avenues, too many things to keep track of. I don't see Vasil surviving this position.
Yeah, not at all. And also now the clock situation is very much in Magnus's favor. There is only 4 moves to be played before the time control. He has 7 minutes, more than 7 minutes, plus the 30 seconds increment, and the position is such that he has already made all the tough decisions. Yeah, now it's basically time to cash in, and the position seems like simply gives him all the chances to do that by simple measures.
Yeah, it's funny. When I was counting the pawns, I was like, okay, a5, b2. Black has a 3-on-2 on the queen side. Black is up a pawn. I forgot that the thing that's sitting on e6 is also a pawn, and it counts as a pawn, but it's a beast of a pawn. And
Yes.
it will be the game-winning pawn here if Magnus keeps his composure with his time ticking down. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4 moves to make until that extra 30 minutes. And Ivanchuk's best chance of a miracle swindle is a mistake sometime in these next 4 moves.
Yeah, if the time trouble is made, then there is no way for Black to solve this. And Ivanchuk, that's why we saw that computer said that rook d5 was a mistake, but Chucky felt like my only chance is to blitz my moves out. And by blitzing your moves out in such a complicated position, you cannot play perfect chess. Yeah, you just have to risk it that maybe my moves are not the most perfect, but they are kind of unpleasant. They force my opponent to spend some time, and maybe I can somehow coordinate my defenses.
There is an instructive mistake here that white could make, which is queen e3. And I think that might run into f5, f4, and then maybe the rook from c5 can swing over to f5, generating some practical counterplay. Oh, no, f4, rook takes f4. Sorry, I forgot about the rook on a4. So I don't know what exactly Black's intention is after queen e3. Maybe it's knight d5. That doesn't look good either. I don't know. Yeah, maybe queen e3 also possible here. And that's what's making Magnus think. He's got rook c4, queen d2, and queen e3, and he's really trying to squeeze the maximum out of this move so that, this game doesn't drag on longer than it has to.
Yeah, but he's not done to 5 minutes, still perfectly good, and he has played the move queen e3.
Okay, so the eval bar shoots down a little bit. Is it because of knight c7 to d5? And what happens if white just drops the queen back to d2 then, right? So it's funny, white could play queen d2, rook d8, queen e3, but Magnus is likely going to do it the other way around. Queen e3, knight d5, queen d2. And if Ivanchuk plays rook d8, again, there is this knight f7, queen h6 trick that we should not forget about.
Yes, and look at that rook on c5 is kind of trapped. Black's construction is just very shaky. So queen e3, very nice move, and basically fits perfectly into this perfect harmony approach of Magnus Carlsen. Yeah, he does not want to make any decisions. He feels like this rook on c5 is an awkward piece. Why should I trade that rooks? There is no reason to trade any rooks here for white. He keeps all the pieces on the board and basically invites knight d5. How is Vasil reacting? I mean, knight f7 is a deadly threat with the queen h6. Yeah, Chucky has played a move knight d5 on the board.
Yep, as expected, and queen d2 will follow quickly, I think. Of course, queen e5 check is something to investigate, but why would you allow knight d5 back to f6? Why seek complications when you can just chill on this very nice central square on d2?
But there is also an argument that after knight f6, there is queen takes c5, queen takes e5, e7, setting up knight e6 fork.
Beautiful idea. I think we got to show that really quickly. But does it work? Knight c7 there maybe is an annoying defense.
Oh my god, yes, knight c7, fantastic defense. Yes, okay, but Magnus has made a move. Queen d2, yes.
As expected. And rook d8, knight f7 again. Knight f7 is a huge threat. Knight f7, queen h6. How does Ivanchuk stop that?
Yeah, well, I guess there is no stopping position. Okay, somewhere some f5, f4. Yeah, it's kind of the only chance, but I don't see it's ever working.
It's one of those things where, yeah, the eval bar dropped a little bit, but we shouldn't put too much stock in it. Just look at this position with your own eyes. I mean, it's total misery for Vasil, and Carlsen now within 2 moves of making time control. He's got to be very comfortable here.
And also, let us highlight that the queen on e7, it's famous that you don't want the strongest piece, the queen, blocking a pawn, because that's just too much of a handicap. And this is what Black is faced with. The queen cannot really move because of e7, then knight e6 check with triple fork and whatsoever. Nothing really moves. Yeah, it's so difficult to even suggest a move for black.
I mean, f4 here is a shot into thin air. White can just play g takes f4. And moreover, I mean, bishop from a2 can drop back to b1. Vasil, I think, played rook f6, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, rook f6. Okay, so he's preventing knight f7, because then there will be rook takes c6. But even b4 white can play and win a pawn on d5, among other things. Hard move to play, though, because it shuts down your own rook.
Yes, exactly. I was highlighting that rook on c5, and I was toying with the idea of going b4, but I was never exactly sure that, unless I'm completely sure that I'm completely winning, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, exactly. Because black plays rook c3, and you give up some squares. Okay, so Magnus still has some work to do. I mean, this is winning, but it's not winning because of anything forced. It's winning just because of the superiority of white's pieces, but you actually have to destroy black's defensive construction here, and that's not easy to do because knight f7, well, it meets with rook takes c6. Black is holding on for the time being.
Yes, Chucky is putting up incredible resistance. Magnus quickly glanced at his score sheet just to make sure that how many moves do I have to make till the time control. It's 2. And b4 is a little bit of a tough decision in time trouble. Yeah, that, okay, you understand that probably you are winning a pawn, but at the same time, you spoil the harmony with that move.
And you have to factor in this very nasty counter chance. When you look with the engine, you see, okay, b4, the rook has to move. I play bishop takes d5, cd, queen takes d5. But then in that resulting position, there is the move f5, f4. And that attacks the g3 pawn. The rook on a4 is out of the game. So maybe there's knight e4 after that. No, there isn't, because the rook takes e6. So, you know, actually, the situation is a lot more complicated than it may appear. And I think Ivanchuk's defense has been a lot better than the engine gives it credit for. I think he is succeeding in posing serious practical challenges to Magnus. And there it is. What did he play? He played the move b4. It's on the board. He's gone for it.
Yes, he had calculated everything. Yes, rook c3, he takes on d5 instantly. I believe the key will be that queen d7 is a big threat there in the endgame. And after queen takes d7, ed, the transformation and access to knight e6 check plus rook e7 check and that pawn on d7, that's the decisive element.
Great point. Of course, if you rush queen d7, black has ways to deal with it, like rook c7, or king f8 runs into knight h7 check. Very pretty. X-ray fork. But yeah, the fact that you can play queen d7 at any moment and force the queen trade, it takes a lot of the luster from black's counterplay on the king side, because it will never lead to something like checkmate if white can take the queens off the board. Well, time control, folks. It has been hit. Magnus takes on d5. We will enter the next stage of the game, the technical phase of the game, as Ivanchuk plays his only serious counterplay move. That is f4. But we will take this opportunity to go on a break. Magnus will presumably take a little bit of time here, gather himself, and set himself up for what will be a sparkling victory if he can carry this point home. You're watching the 2023 World Cup from Baku, Azerbaijan. This is the first match game of the 5th round. We will be back with more action from Magnus's games, as well as the other great games in the open and women's section on the other side of this break.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
And a result. Magnus Carlsen has won his game there. As we see him setting up the pieces, Vasily Ivanchuk, he reaches move 40, realizes the hopelessness of his situation. With all that extra time, has no doubt in his mind that Magnus Carlsen will convert his commanding position and a decisive advantage, a first match game victory in typical Magnus Carlsen style, creating problems out of nothing. An excellent opening for Ivanchuk, but some incredibly five-head play from Carlsen, generating issues and a panicky move by Ivanchuk. It all started, Peter, with bishop takes f3, and it all went downhill from there.
Yes, and then Magnus never looked back, never gave Ivanchuk any chances. I mean, Chuki did try his practical chance of playing as quickly as possible in a very awkward position, just to make sure that Magnus feels some pressure on the clock. Magnus handled it perfectly. I would also say that the last couple of moves, that after move 40, we speculated about that. Eventually, because of the ugly plays rook on a4 and black creating some chances with f5, f4, things are not that simple. Magnus did not see any ghost. He simply took the pawn almost instantly, as if he just continues the game with the same time as he had before, continuing the time pressure. Rook f5, queen e4, setting up the rook d1, rook d7 idea. And Ivanchuk has seen enough. He congratulates Magnus Carlsen on this wonderful masterpiece.
And wonderful masterpiece is exactly right. Carlsen wins another game that will enter his collection, and Ivanchuk is going to have to win on demand tomorrow with the white pieces, something that he has done before in his chess career. And that is our third result of the day. We could say that the top three boards have now been decided. Carlsen wins the first decisive game of the day. Caruana and Duda made a draw, as did Vidit and Nepomniachtchi. And here we see the bird's eye view, the remaining 5 games, one of which I think is close, two of which I think are close to being decided. The Grandelius Aragaisi game has to be concluding pretty soon, I think, in a peaceful result. And the same goes for GUKESH against Prague. I actually think Prague is the one pushing just a little bit against GUKESH. He's got that space advantage on the king side. But again, I don't see Ferenc losing that game. We might see a lot of draws today as the players kind of settle into the fifth round of mini matches.
Yeah, so which game should we jump to?
I guess, well, Dominguez is officially completely winning. Serrana did not go for that principled queen c7 line that we had been examining. Instead, he dropped his queen back to c5. The queen was immediately picked off by the dark squared bishop, bishop e7. And at this point, Alexei had to decide between giving up the queen for a rook and a piece. He decided on the second option, giving up the exchange. But that might be even easier for Lenier to play. Takes, rook c1. And man, this has to be close to game over.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, White still keeps the initiative, has wonderful pieces. There is no compensation. And Lenier's clock is also still more than enough. I mean, with 30 seconds increment, this is not a real time trouble.
And bishop f5 has just been played, but what about rook d1, hitting the knight, knight c2, and then simply rook e2? Everything is collapsing. The bishop is hanging, and the bishop defends the knight. Oh, man. I mean, I think Alexei just sort of going through the motions here, but he doesn't have realistic saving chances.
Yeah, it looks completely hopeless. I mean, White has everything under control. I mean, White has the material and the compensation, as they say, in this position. Yeah, so I feel like the GUKESH game, we haven't really been looking at Wang Hao GUKESH too much. I feel like we might have to jump there to see what kind of development.
For sure, because Wang Hao might be panicking in time pressure. This was a good position for Wang Hao out of the opening. Now he's got 2 minutes, and he's got a staggering 11 moves to play in this very difficult position. GUKESH responding immediately with 96. Apparently not the best move, according to the computer, but this looks like a very nasty situation for Wang Hao.
Yes, I mean, basically, one feels like rook d6 is the move to be played. Yeah, targeting that knight. Maybe black just protects that
King f7
with king f7. Yeah, it's clear that black wants to open up the bishop from g6. Yeah, if ever white takes e, bishop takes f5, then the blockading knight on c2 will lose its stability. I do believe that 96 might have not been computed as top choice, but over the board in time trouble, it's a very unpleasant move to face.
Black could have started with f takes e4, flicking in that capture, but GUKESH, you know, one of the things that you often want to do in your opponent's time pressure is keep the tension, right? The more tension you keep, the harder it is to navigate the complications. And GUKESH doesn't feel like e takes f5 is ever a serious problem because it opens up black's bishop. Okay, rook to b4 is Wang Hao's choice as he desperately tries to get some pieces off the board. Also, not the top engine choice. I think rook d6 might have been the superior defensive option because GUKESH does not have to take on b4. The tempting option, Peter, is rook takes b4 and f takes e4, obviously. But then bishop e5 will likely pick off the c3 pawn and give white excellent drawing chances. Even knight d5 there, threatening knight e7 check. That might be the bigger problem. GUKESH will play rook d7, get control of the d file, and man, this might be close to losing here just on the board. Forget about the clock. Wang Hao's pieces are incapable of solving all the defensive problems that have been placed before them.
Yeah, I mean, if that bishop ever comes to life from g6, then with this monster pawn together combined with this pawn on c3, it will be just lost. Rook b4, clearly Hao is trying to get rid of some of black's active rooks, but it's clear that GUKESH will just say, no, sir. I don't want to let that happen. I'm going to sidestep with my rook to another open file. Rook d7 will be hitting you with rook d2. And I'm not seeing how able to defend this.
Yeah, just an unfortunate sequence of moves for Wang Hao, who seems to have lost control of the game. And rook d7, I mean, I don't see a move there. ef5, bishop f5, knight e3 maybe. But even c2 has to be calculated there. I don't see him holding this with a minute 37. That's just impossible.
I also feel that these are typically the positions when black gets counterplay, that all the emotions that and all the nerves and energy you lost yesterday in this grueling all the way till the end open tiebreak against Rasmus Wane comes down to hunt you, yeah, because you need all the freshness, all the sharpness to navigate in such complicated positions, and I don't see how really saving this after rook d7. But first, Gukesh has to play the move rook d7.
Yeah.
That's very important.
And he's left himself not with endless amounts of time. He's got 15 minutes, which normally would be considered, knocking on the door of time pressure. But compared to what Wang Hao has, it's like an eternity on the clock. It feels like forever. So I think he's got enough time to figure out that you have to keep the tension, get that open file under control, and set up the constant possibility of rook d2, and in some cases even rook d1. So bad stuff. And I mean, these games start at 3 p.m. local time. By the time you finish a grueling tiebreak, it's 8:30 or 9. You have to eat, and you just don't get as much sleep and as much rest as you would like to. And you could be exhausted come the next morning.
Yeah, and also just calming yourself down after such epic tiebreaks, it's almost impossible. Yeah, it's so difficult. I mean, finally, if you are going to bed, it does not guarantee you at all that you will be able to fall asleep. Yeah, you are cherishing all these emotions if you qualified them because of this. Yeah, that yes, I did it finally. Yeah, but also giving everything out of yourself, and next day a new opponent is waiting and a completely new match is about to start.
Rook d7 has been played by Gukesh. He is not wasting a single extra second when he knows what the correct move is. What on earth does Wang Hao do here? If he goes rook b8 and tries to force a pair of rooks off the board, black will obviously take on b8, take on e4, and white will have no easy way to recover the c-pawn. That's the problem. Black has so many ways to protect it, both directly with rook d7 to d3, as well as indirectly with knight e6 jumping to d4 after white's knight moves out of c2. So no matter how you slice it, you're either going to get crushed on the d file, or the c-pawn is going to make its presence felt. Not looking good here for the Chinese Grandmaster.
Yeah, not at all. And finding a move, it's already a very big challenge. I believe that he will play the move rook b8 probably because of the fact that you want to trade pieces, and then you try to hope for some miracle that I will be able to target this c3 pawn by something like bishop e5 or... But black is so active. I mean, there will be some tactic coming.
I feel like e takes f5 and knight e3. Very tempting. He has gone for the immediate knight e3, and he relies on a tactical detail to make this work. Very nice defensive move. f4, knight jumps up to d5, and the threat of the fork on f6 renders this inadvisable for black. So Gukesh will play f takes e4, f takes e4, and then he will have to find a move, whether it's knight d4 or rook d3, Peter. His work is still cut out for him. This is not totally over.
Yes, I think that actually maybe Hao after fe4 wants to jump with a knight to g4, yeah, trying to set up some counterplay with knight f6 or knight e5. Yeah, finally there is at least some hope that I'm also doing something against my opponent. After fe, I feel like again it's fe on the board, and it's all eyes on Hao. I believe that he might be jumping with his knight.
Yeah, knight g4. He's obviously thinking about it. He hasn't responded instantly. Knight g4, rook d2 has to be assessed, but then knight f6, knight takes e4. Not immediately obvious that that is a forced win for black. And he does recapture on e4.
Okay, so he captures on e4. He keeps his options open.
Yeah. Rook d3. I mean, what is the correct move here?
Yeah, rook d3 is kind of, but it's not an easy move, this rook d3, because seemingly white anyway wants to jump with the knight to d5 or to g4. So why on earth would black actually force that knight to move? Yeah, it's a big argument, but I think yes, go on. I think.
I just think c2. C2 might be winning on the spot there, but go ahead. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, exactly. That basically after rook d3. Knight d5, there is this stunning tactic with c2. I also understood exactly the same moment. Knight e7, king f7, knight takes c8, rook d1 check is probably a big problem. But who knows, this type of positions still go on. King f2, apparently this wasn't. you have to put the king somewhere else. Yes,
so
okay.
that you can play bishop takes e4 and there's no knight d6 check. Incredible tactical details there. We'll go through the same line with the king on h7. And now after rook c1, rook c4, this is where that extra 13 minutes comes in so handy. Bishop takes e4, bang. And with the king on f7, white would have knight c8 to d6 check, picking off the bishop. That's it.
Yes. So you have to show perfect calculation all the time, but at the moment, yeah, GUKESH is taking his time after f takes e4, f takes e4. However, basically now we also understand that probably Hao was believing when he played the move rook b4 that this rook d7, knight e3, and the knight being activated gives him a chance, and it's so difficult to calculate. But GUKESH, knowing to be a brilliant calculator and someone who usually makes the most out of his chances.
I mean, so far, every time we've reached a situation like this where one side is winning and needs to find a very narrow walk the trapeze in order to deliver and hammer home the full point. Leonard Dominguez, he did. Magnus Carlsen, he did. Now it's GUKESH's turn to invest the rest of his time and find a few more accurate moves. Now, rook d3, does it win on the spot? Does white have any more resilient options? Assuming Wang Hao calculates knight c5 and realizes that it loses. I mean, with this time situation, it might as well be worth trying knight d5.
Yes, because the other move, like for example, rook c4, it just feels that this should be lost. Yeah, then black captures on c4, follows it up with knight d4, and white is so doomed against black's threats. Yeah, it's just everything is coming, fork is coming, black is super active. I feel like, yes, there is nothing to... But on the other hand, if that line loses by force, and Hao is definitely calculating at this moment, it will be a tough choice. He's praying that GUKESH will not find rook d3.
Huge moment. Yeah, if he finds rook d3, the game is almost over. The confidence with which GUKESH is playing makes me believe that he will find rook d3. If he believes that this position is winning, he will search until he finds something that satisfies him, that he believes wins by force. And all that you really have to see is rook d3, knight d5, and c2. I think if you see the move c2, the rest of the moves are pretty straightforward. You're just responding to the check. Rook b4 to c4 is obvious, and then bishop takes c4 is a very thematic idea. We have a result, by the way. Wesley So has resigned his game against Leonard Dominguez. Really one of the top games of the 2023 World Cup so far. Inarguably, I think, one of the best games that we've seen.
Yeah, it was fantastic. I mean, with precise calculation and everything factored in, Leonard Dominguez played a perfect game. Very big congratulations. It was a fantastic performance.
It was indeed. And Wesley So now, with his back against the wall, he has to win himself on demand tomorrow with white. But he is a fantastic theoretician. You pointed out his dangerous ideas with white. And he has a very different task than he had against Wesley So. And he had the luxury of choosing a peaceful line against the Grunfeld. Tomorrow he will have to do the opposite and choose a line that produces an unbalanced position against Lenyer's incredibly well thought out and well analyzed opening repertoire in his own right. Okay, so we're waiting for GUKESH to find this move rook d3, which will likely win the game. A lot of results coming in here in these next couple of minutes. Shall we stay on this game? Do we go back to the bird's eye view? What are you feeling, Peter?
Yeah, well, it's a huge moment for rook d3.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I feel that probably also in other games there is tons of action, but if nothing really happens there dramatic, yeah, let's take a look at the bird's eye view.
Yeah, let's just quickly update everybody on the remaining games. So just if you're just joining us, we have 4 games remaining. Two of the games that have finished so far decisive wins for white. Dominguez wins. Carlsen beats Ivanchuk in excellent fashion. Fabiano Caruana and Duda make a draw, and Vidit Nepo also draw, a game in which Nepo had a bit of a scare, and then Vidit was in a little bit of trouble at the end. Berkish and Pragnananda are going to draw their game, I think, with almost 100% degree certainty. Same with Grandelius and Eric Geisy. In fact, I think they're repeating moves. And that'll leave us with only 2 remaining games in this round. We're only 3.5 hours into the round. A lot of quick games. The Abbasov Salem game seems to be the most interesting one thus far. But let's quickly update everybody on the women's section. Of the top games remaining, we have Goryachkina Harika. Slight advantage there for white. White is up a pawn. And Tan Zhongyi, I think, likely to win her game against Bella Hotenashvili.
Yes, that was kind of expected. Yeah, she had a wonderful initiative, and she still has. And yeah, Goryachkina's game. No, but hang on. Goryachkina is a pawn up. Yeah, black has serious activity, so some compensation, but pawn is a pawn. If white stabilizes, then there is something to play for.
Yeah.
And Salimova, Shuvalova is a solid position. Yeah, that should end in a draw.
Yeah, nothing, I think, too riveting. Musicuk and Potts, as we expected, make the draw. Let's go back to the GUKESH game. I think we should wait on this board because he's down to 8 minutes. Clearly, he's calculating a forced line, and that line has got to be rook d3. This has to be what he's thinking about here.
Yeah, and also the point is that if you don't play rook d3, first of all, white is threatening to play knight d5, cutting out black's rook, getting access to the c3 pawn, plus the forks are threatening. So in this respect, it's very natural also to try to activate that rook before it gets locked out, and on the board, rook d3.
Ooh, on the board. Man, GUKESH is just so sharp this tournament. And Wang Hao, less than a minute now. It's only move 33, but the time situation is, you know, orthogonal to the important topic at hand here, which is that white's position is losing. And knight d5, I think he will try knight d5, because to suffer the misery of this position with a minute, with 30 seconds left, you might as well bring it on with a knight d5.
Yeah, on the other hand, if you calculated that it's losing on the
Yeah.
spot, then by force it's also very tough. That's why Hao is not making a move.
He doesn't
it's
know
so
what to
difficult.
do. Yeah, you either,
Yes.
it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. Either you go into the line you know you're going to lose, or, you know, you suffer with knight c2. I guess you suffer with knight c2. Okay, he plays bishop f2 or what?
Bishop f2, and GUKESH was collecting a voter, very professional, because if he feels that he has a chance to win, then making sure that you are comfortable. You often, when you drink, you sip a bit of a water, you calm your nerves down, you are able to focus better. This is a great decision by GUKESH.
It really is. And sometimes you see players kind of getting up for a little bit, splashing some water on their face, you know, taking a bite out of a bar or something, just distracting yourself before you enter this critical part of the game, as you're saying, is so important. And these young players have such a good intuitive understanding of how to set themselves up for success. It's pretty impressive to see how much they figured out about themselves, even in the earlier stages of their chess career. Okay, black's knight on e6, where does it go? Does it go to d4? Does it go to f4, which might be the most appealing square? It's a defended square. And from f4, it can jump to d3. And of course, it threatens to fork the king and the rook on e2.
Yes, I mean, knight f4 is very tempting, because eventually you also set up this rook d2, knight d3 idea, if white goes king f1.
So knight f4, king f1, what is the move?
Well, then probably rook d2.
Bishop e1.
Bishop e1. And you are somehow still in the game. But then I have rook f8
Rook
as well.
f8. Yeah, rook takes a2, rook takes c3, rook f8. Maybe we should show that line, because this rook c8 to f8 idea is really important. Here, rook d2, bishop e1.
I felt like even here already rook f8 might be, but okay, if we can even take the pawn first.
Yeah, rook takes c3, and bang, going the other way. And white's king is massacred by the combined forces of black's rooks and the threat of knight e2. This one.
Yeah, so knight f5 is kind of obligatory, and then takes.
Ooh.
Knight d5 forks.
Ooh, this is brutal. The black's knight is just all over the place. It's everywhere at once.
Yes, I mean, this is the problem for white, that black's forces are so beautifully coordinated. They are jumping, they are generating threats, and white is on the receiving end.
Maybe the last important decision for GUKESH, which he understands. He's down to 6 minutes, though. He's down to 6 minutes. And knight f4, not the only enticing option. I mean, knight e6 to d4 also has to be given the light of day. But it just seems a lot more flimsy, right? To put the knight on d4. Why are you allowing knight e3 to d5 ideas? No, knight f4 has to be played here.
Yeah, knight f4. On the other hand, we have seen that knight f4, king f1, black was after switching to the f file, and with knight d4, king f1, rook f8 would be so much more natural, that you have the open file. But something tells me I don't see exactly why knight d4 is not a good move. Don't ask me why. But yeah, knight f4 is
no,
nice.
Knight d4, maybe rook takes d4, knight d5.
Oh, wow, yes, exactly. Yeah, just
So,
doing
tactics.
and knight f4 on the board.
And he's played it 30 seconds for Wang Hao, quite possibly. Rook c2. I think you have to try rook c2 here to slow down. I mean, obviously to stop knight e2 and to try to cover some of these squares on the second rank. But he might play king f1. We might see the line that we analyzed.
Yeah, king f1 is the more natural move. On the other hand, if Hao is deep into the position,
rook c2,
then he might find rook c2.
But now a7, a5 could come in with devastating effect on the queen side, trying to force white to give up contact between the rook and the e4 pawn. If black can make the move bishop g6 takes e4, if the bishop enters the game, you just have way too many threats to deal with.
Yes, and rook c2 played by Hao with just 9 seconds on the clock. We are expecting something like a5. Yeah, you want to touch that rook on b4.
GUKESH, it strikes me how calm he is in these moments. The significance of this game is massive. He's got the black pieces. If he wins, okay, anything can happen, but let's be real, the chances of that are vanishingly small. He gets into the round of 8, and he's perfectly composed, taking his time. Even rook c8 to e8 immediately probably wins, because white can never take on c3 due to this fork on e2.
Yes. Basically, you can, then you can also just play rook e8. Of course, if you play a5, the e4 pawn is also not running away. I don't see how you can hang on
also
to it.
Good. Also great move.
Yeah.
Rook d2, rook takes c2, and knight d3. Simple and quite possibly decisive.
Yeah, there are just so many threats. It's even difficult to highlight with arrows, because the threats are coming from everywhere.
Yeah. Knight d3, and bishop takes e4, and in some cases, obviously, if white plays bishop e1, then black trades and goes knight d3, and will win either the piece or the pawn. What did Wang Hao play? h3.
h3. Yeah,
no, but knight d3 just ends it, I think.
Yeah.
He wins a piece.
Yeah, the position is borderline lost for white.
Knight d3, rook a4, and black will actually take on f2 with the rook. That's a very precise move, forcing white's rook out of c2. And after the trade, black will play c2, forcing white to give up the knight. I think Wang Hao will resign in that position, should it be reached. But knight d3, GUKESH will play.
Yeah, definitely. He has played everything beautifully. We talked about if that bishop opens up, and after f takes e4, the bishop has already opened up. This is a terrible, vulnerable pawn on e4. The knight on f4 is a monster, rook on c8, the pawn on c3, all this combination. And we see that what people always say, opposite colored bishops does not guarantee safety. It's the question, who is attacking whom? And it's clearly here, black is having the initiative.
Yeah, it's one of the most interesting properties in chess, that when you take away the rest of the pieces, you get ridiculous drawage tendencies. When you add even a single pair of rooks, the landscape changes completely, and opposite colored bishops can have the opposite effect of breathing a tremendous amount of life into the position because of the property of having control of so many uncontested squares. And there it is. Knight d3 is on the board. This is move 35. And Wang Hao, I think, his last moments at the chessboard in this game. Rook d4 doesn't work. Rook a4 doesn't work. Rook b1. Then black simply takes on c2 and takes on e4 and ends the game that way.
Yeah, it's basically completely hopeless. Yeah, all eyes on, and Hao is shaking his head. He takes on d2. He understands exactly that it's a lost position.
Just c takes d2 and rook c1 check. That's it. He will resign here. Now rook d4 first, I guess.
Yes, and after rook c1 check, yeah,
it's a full piece. Oh, and he doesn't even take the d2 pawn because of rook h1 and knight takes e4. Oh, man. It just ends the game immediately. Rook c1 check and knight takes f2.
Yeah, I'm silent because of the importance of the moment. We have witnessed, what it means if someone loses with the white pieces. It's not yet over officially, but so difficult to imagine how bouncing back from this situation.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Prague handle so professionally the situation where he needs to draw the game with white. He ended up winning that game, and it was a very one-sided affair. Hikaru tried to unbalance the game, and Wang Hao is a very solid player. He is used to being okay with a draw with black. And Peter, I think it is more difficult for some players than for others to play in this highly unbalanced style. It often means playing an opening that they don't usually play. And I don't really know what GUKESH is thinking about here. Rook C1 is going to end the game immediately. There it is. So professionally handled by GUKESH, and Wang Hao will resign after King H2, Knight takes F2. Yeah,
Yes.
Rook takes D2, Rook H1 check, forcing the king to G3 and forking it with Knight takes E4. That's it. Time to resign. And he does.
Yeah. And the handshake. Fantastic power performance by GUKESH.
And Wang Hao disappointed there. It seemed like he had everything under control in the early middle game. I was keeping an eye on that game, but the moment they reached the end game and GUKESH got that passer, things turned around so quickly. What a win for the Indian phenom, and the Indian players continuing to have just a sparkling performance all around in this event.
Yeah, truly stunning. I mean, they are just playing such incredible chess. Yeah, I don't even recall that any of them having any luck of qualifying. Okay, one could argue that Vidit had to fight like crazy against Blue Bomb to qualify, but he was also there, the dominant player. And finally, he did manage to beat Blue Bomb after all these crazy adventures. Just big congratulations. And I believe that the Indian fans are already dreaming of something very big out of this World Cup.
And, he just didn't stop at 2,700. He keeps going and going, and, he keeps adding new qualities to his play. Obviously, he turned so many eyebrows with his Olympiad performance, but he has not rested on his laurels for a second. Big congrats to GUKESH. Easy to root for, and he continues his impressive run. We have a game that's about to end. We will get a draw in Berkish against Prague, and we will likely get a draw here as well. Although, I mean, it's a sharp position, but it looks like it might be a perpetual after the white queen takes on E7. What do we make of this chaotic endgame with queen and knight versus queen and bishop?
Exactly. I think you called it that it's chaotic. I mean, clearly, if nothing happens, then white will win. So black is obliged to do something, and it's move 41. The timetable has just passed. Salem is already thinking for 6 minutes at least. We don't know exactly how much time he had after his 40th move, but definitely he spent quite a lot of time. He has to calculate the consequences of queen takes c3. You need to eliminate that pawn in order to get counterplay. But let's take a look what Salem is afraid of. So queen takes c3, queen takes c7 check will be played.
King G8.
Yes, but okay, hang on. First question, can white activate the knight via g4, then queen c2, bishop f5, probably I just highlight this. Knight g4, queen c2, king takes h3, is bet by bishop f5 or queen f5 is winning according to computer, but enough to see bishop f5 and probably safety from human perspective. So white will not play that move, which means that yes, white gives a perpetual check, or does he have time to collect the pawn on h3? However, if knight g4 is always bet by bishop f5, then I feel that black should be kind of safe.
For sure, and we saw the result. Chan Zhongyi in the women's section, she completes an excellent game against Bela Hotanashvili. She wins her first game in lovely style, the former women's world champion, in a great spot. But those lines you mentioned are well taken. Of course, white is in the driver's seat because anytime white wants a draw, queen d8 check, right? There's no way that black can run away from the perpetual. And let's say Abbasov, okay, he sees the line with bishop f5. He sees that he has a perpetual. Can he play king takes h3? I think that might be the only winning attempt here. I'm getting major Nihal Nepo vibes from this endgame. We had the same queen and knight versus queen and bishop struggle with sort of a similar situation in which both kings were under a lot of fire. But is king takes h3 flirting with disaster, or is it worth making this move first and then seeing if, black goes wrong?
Well, I think that since black cannot really stop the idea of white giving perpetual check, you can try it. I feel that black clearly will try to activate the queen. I guess queen e1 is the most tempting option because after knight g4, we even have queen h1 check, which is very pleasing from black's perspective. And after queen e1, we might be seeing queen f6 as the only try, for example, from white side, if you don't want to make a draw, hitting the bishop, protecting the knight, and then trying to rely on this d passer.
Yeah.
But okay, this is getting completely out of control. Yeah, something like bishop f7, d5 now. I'm not sure. Maybe bishop d5 doesn't lose because after queen d8 check, picking up that bishop, finally the knight on f2 will also lose. But the first question is, who wins the race after c3?
And is this worth going for? Like, it just seems intuitively unappealing to me because the knight on f2 is stuck in place. If you move the knight, you allow queen h1 check. So it almost feels like white's king is no more safe than its vis-a-vis on g8. Okay, so c3, d6 doesn't work apparently, or does it? Queen takes e3, black has to find. D7, queen e6 check. That's a nice detail. That's a nice detail. And it's an only move because knight g4, there is still queen e6. And again, this pin against the knight is such an important calculational detail. Otherwise, that knight joins the game with decisive effect.
Yes, so this line actually highlighted that, yeah, Vaisalem is taking his time. First of all, we don't know exactly what happened before. Is he disappointed that they reached this position, or is he pleased actually? And he just wants to make sure that after move 41, he will not give his opponent any chances at all. Because otherwise, what else can you do? Is a move like queen f1 setting checkmate with queen g2, is that an idea? But you can probably hang on. So how does this go? Queen f1?
Queen f1. And by the way, just quickly interrupting you, Peter, we are aware that the Prague game is about to finish. When we get a result, we'll bring you that game, but it's a dead drawn pawn endgame. There's not much intrigue there. And queen takes e3 already been played. So he takes some time on queen f1, but why seek adventure when there is none? I think that Abbasov is going to repeat moves. I just don't think he will seek these speculative complications.
Yeah, queen e7 check. King g8 will be played. There is no other good square for that king. Okay, one could make a case for bishop f7. However, we have seen that eventually the bishop reaching f5, pinning that knight on g4 is such a nice resource. That's why it could be tempted, but maybe he can also play bishop. But I don't see, I believe that king g8 will be played.
I agree. I think king g8 will be played, and I think we will get this perpetual check either before or after king takes h3. Plenty of time too. They've made their time control, so yeah, not too much going on here. Shall we take a quick look at the Prague game, because it's a pawn end game? It looks interesting, but when you delve a little bit deeper, it's just a completely locked up position. So maybe we can get that handshake, which will happen imminently. It's a classic situation, right? If black plays g3, white plays h3. If black plays h3, white plays g3. And of course, white can also play either h3 or g3 without spoiling anything. Okay, great camera angle there. And Ferenc goes g3. And he looks at his opponent. All right, let's go to dinner, my man.
Yes.
And Prague, same thing.
I mean, GUKESH, we talked about it. He's extremely solid. It's so difficult to break through his defenses. If with white he decides to play solidly, I don't know what has to happen that...
for
what kind
to lose
of
a game
force,
with white.
Yes, what kind of force has to come on his way that something happens? It will be, of course, a completely different challenge with the black pieces, because Pragnanda clearly will be super motivated with white to get the maximum, and they are just... Yes, the game has ended.
I remember discussing Peter Sekeli with Susan Polgar. Was he the same type of incredibly solid player with white?
Yes, absolutely. This is
just
Hungarian school.
Unbreakable. Unbreakable.
Yes. Yeah. That's how it is.
Okay, well, we get a lot of results here. We might get a short day. I just got a challenge from Vladimir Kramnik. 3+2, but no, I gotta commentate. So, I mean...
but it's tempting, right? It's tempting.
Oh, very, yeah. We've played quite a few matches. I don't usually play with increment, but I make an exception for the greats, you know. So, only 2 games remaining, and one of them likely to end or not. Bishop f7, also possible, of course, in the Salem Abbasov game. But maybe Salem is flirting with a little bit of fire here. He's gone bishop f7. I think we need to go back to that game, because the Grandelius Aragaisi endgame Arjun just declined a repetition. He's got a tiny edge. He's the one pushing, but I really don't think that we're going to get anything other than a draw there. Let's go back to the Abasov game for a second. Bishop f7, Peter. What do you make of that?
Yeah, and I'm somehow intuitively not liking this move. I mean, the fact that in the previous line we have discovered that knight from f2 was never able to join the battle because black always had a nice reaction of giving a check and then bishop f5 or queen f5 pinning that knight on g4 and the king on h3. Now after bishop f7, the bishop is pinned, and if there will be any construction that white's knight will be able to join the action, then actually the situation can be very critical. The big question, how? Because knight e4 runs probably into, you can just take on e3.
You can take, yeah, take.
And all kinds of checks. It's very scary, but there is a king f8 move.
Woo! Just don't go king g8 for newer players. Why? Because the queens are in a standoff, and that walks into a discover check. Knight f6 check wins the queen. So king f8, queen b8 check, king g7, and you just get a repetition, right? Or queen h8, king e7. White just doesn't have anything other than, you know, a bunch of boring checks. So many ways that this game could end in a draw.
So basically it means that knight e4 is not a threat. But still, I mean, okay, let us give, I mean, we can try, it's analysis. We have the analyzing board. We can give, for example, a queen e5 check playing on the nerves of black. Where do you go with this king?
Yeah, because if you go to g8, you walk into this whole suite of tactical patterns. So knight g4 threatens knight takes h6 and knight f6. So anywhere but there. You don't ever really want to go to the g8 square in any of these lines. You usually want to go to f8, but it can be hard to convince yourself of this because king f8 feels like it runs into queen h8 check. But in fact, queen h8 check, king e7 is a dead end for white because that king in the open board is very safe. Queen takes h6 is even possible, but queen d2 will essentially force perpetual because black still has that c-pawn. So white can pretend to make a couple moves, but if black doesn't lose his mind, I think we will get a perpetual here pretty quickly.
Yes, I mean, basically, if white's knight is not able to activate itself, then just the queen itself cannot get any. Maybe then the fact that Salem spent so much time and before taking on c3, he felt that that line with king g8, what we looked with the d pawn advancing, eventually threatening to queen with a check on d8, brought him to the idea that, you know what, maybe bishop f7 is a bit safer.
Yeah, and it's definitely a viable alternative. And there it is, queen e5 check by Nijat Abasov. King g8 is the one move to avoid here. Do not step back to g8, go diagonally to f8. And Abasov gets up from his chair. He feels comfortable, right? He feels that it's a good feeling when you've got the draw in your pocket and you feel like you can just watch your opponent suffer for a little bit.
Yeah, you can play on the nerves of your opponent. It's always very comfortable. Yeah, Salem needs to find king f8. I mean, this king h7, according to computer, maybe is also possible, but it's just so scary that you allow that knight to be activated on g4. I just don't want this to happen at all.
Yeah. King f8. Not much to calculate here for Salem if he approaches this position in the correct way. But 18 minutes left, plenty of time. 18 minutes can feel very differently in a position like this and in a sharp middle game. Yeah, so I guess we will be expecting a draw here one way or the other, which leaves us with only one other game. Also a game that I thought was going to end, an hour ago, because they had a potential repetition that Arjun turned down, and he has managed to challenge Niels Grandelius a little bit. Shall we go to that game really quickly just to see if this endgame contains any life?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, okay, I understand the point that white's pawn on h4 is a target, the knight on f5 is a monster, and look at this. Niels is giving up his h4 pawn. Okay, it's clear that he is relying on some knight takes e6 tactics, but is that look at game so clear? I mean, black has a g pass pawn. Yeah, let's just highlight what I'm talking about. Knight takes h4, for example, knight takes e6, king takes e6, rook takes h4. I don't know, because black's rook is cutting off white's king. Of course, if white's king would be somewhere on f2, we would be not talking about the position, but that look potentially... Okay, so after g5, yes, I'm gonna push g5. I even wanted to make a case that if after g5 I'm worried of some rook h7, I might even have the luxury of spending a move on rook d7.
Rook d7, yeah.
Yes, I mean, it's scary a bit, no?
It's scary. So let's take a look at g5. g5, rook h7. And I think white needs to keep in mind the two main defensive resources. First of all, to put the rook behind the pawn at the right moment. And second of all, to advance in a smart way the queenside pawns in order to create a passed pawn of white's own. So at some point, c4, c5. Do you go rook d7 here? I mean, that seems like a reasonable move to flick in. Rook h8, I think, is an important follow-up. So to be able to play rook g8, essentially. g4, rook g8, king f5. And now you go from plan 1 to plan 2, which is to orchestrate the counterplay on the queen side. If you play c4 immediately, though, you run into rook c7, which is why you need to play king c2 first. But I agree. It's like tempo. It feels very tempo for tempo-ish. Even rook d6,
Yes.
rook g6 is very scary.
I mean, these kind of things are incredibly scary because if something goes wrong, you just lose. So I'm
Yeah.
actually having the feeling that, okay, first of all, Niels had spent 30 minutes at least, yeah, because he's down to 18 minutes, probably even more than 30 minutes for this decision with CC. And it means that he was worried of something. He might have also been worried of something like rook d4, because knight endgame with the weakness on h4 can turn out to be very ugly. So he did spend tons of time in order to understand that that scary rook endgame is probably holdable move per move, but it wasn't an easy decision.
But we should also mention that Arjun now, you might say, why isn't he taking on h4? Well, it's because he doesn't have to. And one thing he can consider is to keep the knights on the board and attack the h4 pawn with his rook. So rook h8 comes to mind, but might run into rook c6. For that reason, he might want to play a flexible move. Like the engine gives rook d7, which makes a lot of sense. You prevent rook c7, and you sort of just toss the ball back into white's court and say, okay, if you play rook c6 there, maybe with the knights on the board, knight takes h4, rook takes c6, king f5, is also a serious attempt for black.
Yeah, it's despite quite a little material left on the board, there is so much to think about. Yeah, this is not the type of position that you can routinely play and routinely assess.
Totally.
Yes, it's such a complex position, and just one mistake can actually end up bringing you into a lot of trouble.
And to me, I would be very worried with 18 minutes here. I hate having, like 15 minutes in one endgame like this because the complications just seem to last many, many moves, and you need to leave yourself with some time to calculate the concrete lines. So from the perspective of white's clock, I feel like I can see Arjun playing a move like rook d6 here and, trying to get Niels to burn another 5-7 minutes on his next move. And then we enter the territory of serious time pressure.
Yes, definitely. I just want to update our viewers that Salem did play the move king f8.
Nice.
So he kept his nerves just to make sure all the fans, and I know that so many people are rooting for Salem. He did play the move king f8. He has things under control. Most probably the game will end in a perpetual check pretty soon. But all eyes on Arjun because yes, this game is not over. There is so much to play for.
There most certainly is. We are approaching hour number 4 of this first mini match game of the 5th round of matches at the 2023 World Cup. In the open section, we only have 2 games remaining, one of which is likely to finish soon, but we've got plenty more action to cover. We've got a couple games left in the women's section, so please don't go anywhere. Stay with us as this round starts to near its conclusion. We will be back with more World Cup action from our remaining games on the other side of this short break.
Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and end game. We've added a new classification called miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanations. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on chess.com right now.
I remember that day. It was unreal. I definitely felt like I was walking on air. Yeah, it was like such a beautiful feeling because I won the first championship that was actually combining women and men into the same section. So in addition to winning the title and the money, which I really needed, it was like something like $9,500, but I was like a college student at the time, and like literally that was like all the money I had in my bank account after cashing that check. So that was really cool. And then also I got my IAM norm. So it was like a little bit of everything.
Okay, here we go. Back at the 2023 FIDE World Cup and FIDE Women's World Cup, Grandmaster Peter Lecko, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, bringing you coverage of this first match game of the fifth round. This has been a relatively quick round. We've had a lot of results come in the first 3 hours. We're entering the fourth round of battle, and we do have a couple of really interesting games remaining, Peter. Also in the women's section with Alexandra Guryachkina and Dronavali Harika, one of the highest level matches that we've seen so far in the women's section. And let's start by reviewing the bracket. Crazy how many favorites make their exit relatively early on. That's just because the World Cup is such a lottery.
Yeah, lottery, and also because there are so many incredible players. Yeah, we talk about many great stars already being knocked out, but look at the field. Yeah, there are still so many incredible players, which just shows that there are tons of brilliant players. And you did mention the Guryachkina Harika match. I think this is what we're gonna check out. It seems like a very high quality game.
It has been. It was some very interesting preparation by Guryachkina, grabbing that supposedly poisoned pawn in the Dubov Tarish. Of course, it's not really poisoned, but Dronavali obtaining serious compensation for the pawn. And even though she seemed to be out of her prep a little bit earlier, she acquitted herself very well. She found a lot of good moves, and this is the position that they have on the board. White is still a pawn up. So Black never recovered the pawn, but Black has garnered extremely serious compensation in the form of superior piece activity, a superior piece tandem, and of course that pawn on h3 fixing White's pawn on a dark square, and that really restricts the mobility of White's king because you have to keep an eye on bishop d4 to g1 in some positions. Is this a positional draw, Peter? Is this a draw just because neither side can make any progress whatsoever?
Yeah, that's the impression I'm getting. And if we just move back 2 moves, yeah, it featured the moves bishop d4 check, making sure that White is not able to activate her pieces, king f1, and now the high class move, when you sense that everything is at its perfect place, you don't need to do anything. You just sit and wait, and Black has played the move king g7 to g8. I believe it also signals that the next move will be king g7 or king h7, and this is exactly what we are seeing. Queen c2 is answered by king h7.
Yep.
And probably Black will just shuffle the king back and forth. I don't see White untangling here.
I mean, the only ways for White to generate any intrigue are moves like e4, which seem completely brazen to me. Why would you open up new prospects for Black's pieces? Queen a6 check could be a problem there. And it's not like White wants anything, right? Even if you're allowed to play e4, f4, and e5, okay, congratulations, but what then? There's no way that Goryachkina does anything foolish like that. She will play either queen d3, or queen d2, and we are going to get a repetition of moves here. I don't think there's any doubt in that.
Yes, I was just wondering that, was there any kind of trick that why Harika felt like not to placing her king to g7? No, I think not. It just happened that she moved the king from from g7 to g8, and we see Goryachkina going back with queen d3. So do we see a repetition, or is Harika indicating with this king g8, king h7 maneuver that no, I'm not yet intending to repeat?
Well, Goryachkina with 18 minutes left. I think she'll invest a little bit of time here just to make sure that there are no, tactical constructions like bishop d4 to a7, and you might imagine a queen being on c5, but all of that is a moot point. There's no way to set any of that up, and she plays king g8. Okay, so we will get a repetition of moves here. There's no way Sasha Goryachkina will do anything other than queen c2. Okay, Harika keeps getting up from the board, though, which is kind of interesting, because I'm not anticipating a long think here for White.
Yeah, it's basically also kind of a signal that, okay, make up your mind. I don't mind the draw, and she has the upper hand on the clock. Yeah, so the pressure is on White, and I fully agree with you that I think that Goryachkina is such a good player that she knows exactly that when to say enough is enough. Yeah, this is not a position that you can think like, I'm a pawn up, I should try to squeeze something out because and there you go, queen c2.
Okay, we will catch very likely a handshake. Let's wait for Dronavali to get back to the game. The one pet peeve that I have is when I'm close to resigning and my opponent keeps getting up. Now, sometimes it's unintentional, but when it's very obvious that resignation is about to happen, if I'm on the winning side, I try to stay at the board because it's unpleasant to resign sometimes when your opponent is not at the board and you have to like sit there and wait, and that can be really, really nasty.
Yes, I perfectly understand your point. You feel like you want to tribute your opponent with respect that you are there, and you don't want to put him in any ugly spot just because he needs to resign.
Exactly. And here, Goryachkina doesn't need to resign, but there's nothing to think about. I mean, you just have to say, okay, my opponent played well. I made an interesting attempt in the opening. Maybe didn't work out exactly the way that I wanted it to. Let's move on. And Goryachkina is so solid with the black pieces. I'm going to predict that this match goes down to the wire, goes down to the tie breaks. I just have that feeling.
Yes, very likely. Very likely. And so far we have been seeing Harika being involved in couple of tie breaks. I think two tie breaks that we have already covered, and she was truly impressive with her time management against that final sudden that game. It was against Lela Yavakashvili, I think, that she managed to win, and what it meant to her of qualifying, we have seen on video.
Yeah, it meant a tremendous amount. She put her head down. She just took a couple moments for this feeling of euphoria But it's not even euphoria. The moments after you win a match like that are relief. The euphoria comes later, you know, when you're having dinner with your coach or your second. When you finish that match, you're just happy that it's over. You're happy that you get a moment to breathe, because the tension in those moments during the Blitz game, they cannot be described. Your entire tournament's on the line. And there just aren't a lot of knockout tournaments, Peter, which is what makes the World Cup so nerve-wracking. I think a lot of people, they look at this and they say, well, don't chess.
Yeah, there is a draw already agreed, and we could see on the faces of the players that they were both kind of satisfied. They understood that this was a high-level game. There is nothing to be done. That's it, and take it from there. The next game is coming tomorrow. Harika will have the white pieces, but as Danya mentioned, Goryachkina is of course such a solid player also, and she has fantastic repertoire. She doesn't have to fear a game with the black pieces. I'm expecting a very similar high-level game there. And what else do we have? I think we have the chance to go to the Salimova game.
Yes. Apologize for that. I accidentally clicked out of the call, but I'm back in. Salimova, ooh.
Excellent.
Shuvalova starting to panic here.
Well, she lost that g5 pawn, and look at that knight. The monster knight on c5 is winning the battle against the bishop on b5.
Wow.
That's a huge step forward.
So is white winning now? I mean, this might be technically winning. And especially
Yes,
after
I
such a
think
long
so.
game, right? I mean, black is tired and frustrated, and now she has to defend this pawn down endgame.
Yeah, and what I like the most in white's construction, that you can just place the rook on e5, everything protects itself. Yeah, the pawn on d4 is just wonderful with these easy pawns. The white king is beautifully covered from side checks. Any kind of rook f1 check doesn't do anything, because, okay, white can just sidestep with the king to g2. And we see the difference. The knight from c5 can very quickly enter the game via d7 check or whatever, and black's bishop on b5 is completely shut out of the game.
Wow. Rook f5, king g6. But wait a second. Where does white
How
put her...
did this happen? Yes?
First of all, how did this happen? Because this looked like a minuscule, a symbolic edge for white. There was a blunder, though. If we go king g7, rook h5, okay, that's not the blunder. What on earth was rook a1? How do you not try to defend the pawn? King f6, what the heck? Now, she saw king g6, knight e6. And I think she just panicked, and she forgot that the king can defend the pawn from f6 as well. Maybe she thought knight d7 check wins the pawn, but this is a ridiculous move. I mean, you have to fight for that pawn. King e6, knight f8 check, king f7. I mean, even if you give up the pawn in this king e7, even better. Okay, and here...
Yes, then you can activate.
C5,
you can activate the
yeah.
bishop somehow.
But all of this is a moot point, Peter, because if she had reached this position and panicked, understandable. But to just give up the pawn like that with the white knight sitting on c5, I mean, that's just a mental disconnect there.
Yeah, it's some kind of a panic, but it's very difficult to imagine the panic because it's after the time control. She has more than 20 minutes. You have to invest time. You have to control your emotions. And there's always this, when you have extra time and you are very nervous, you feel like something went out of control, then you can still get your composure back. Yeah, that's why it's so important to have some extra time on your clock. And yes, this is completely inexplainable. The point is that maybe she kind of thought that the knight will be transferred to e5, and that's bad news. But then again, c5 comes. White is not able to, I mean, you play c5 and you break out of your misery.
For sure. Yeah, because if you can make c5 work, in such endgames, the worst scenario is when you get exactly what Shuvalova got, which is like pawn down, and you have no activity, and you have no way to break through, because now conceivably white could push this forever. Maybe black will draw, but she will have to get tortured here for a long time. My one question is, how does exactly white handle this? If king f4, rook f1 check, king e5, rook e1. So black can basically try to constantly anchor herself to that backward pawn on e3. Is there a tactical solution, or does white sacrifice that pawn and try to get this knight around to f4, for example?
It's also possible, but for the moment, even there is maybe a case to be made for rook f3. However, then king g5, king take g4 might come with a tempo, yes. So that means that, okay, something like entering, yeah, you just sacrifice this pawn and then activate that knight. How do we activate? Knight d7, knight d5?
Yeah, knight d7 I really like, because also knight f8, knight e6 is possible there, if you want to switch the knight around.
Yes, because rook e4 would be kind of thematic to attack the pawn, but
Yeah,
then
knight
this knight
f8.
f8 check comes.
It's losing.
Oi, oi, oi.
G5. Can't even take... Oh, beautiful. Rook d4. Knight e6, then you take on d4, and you defend the rook on f5.
Yes, or you even have a check with rook f6, yes.
True.
Yeah, wow, I mean, just this maneuver, and I believe the fact that we have seen... No, she did play rook f5 check, king g6, but she played rook e5. So, little hesitant play by white.
Yeah.
Rook e5.
Rook
Then
f1
it's
check.
a bit surprising, because you remember here after king f6 I was giving a argument that, okay, I just put the rook on e5 and I sit and enjoy the position.
Yeah.
Okay, the tempo doesn't really mean that much. Basically, it means nothing in this position.
Yeah, and now this whole maneuver that we were talking about, okay, definitely not knight d7, knight f8 anymore, because white's king is not involved, but knight e6, knight f4, yes. And, oh man, g5 comes so quickly. You're going to go g5, g6. Black's bishop is completely out of the defense here. It's just sitting there passively. It's got nowhere to go other than just to, you know, spectate the game from b5.
Yes, and such a strong player like Shuvalova, how did she not manage to keep her nerves better at check? Because this was not about chess. I mean,
no.
If somebody attacks your pawn like this on g5, she did play king g7, rook h5, and just not defending and forcing white's knight from c5, the monster knight from c5 to move, which will eventually give us the chance to break with c5.
Completely inexplicable moment. Completely inexplicable.
Yeah, something like this happens usually when you have just few seconds on the clock and out of panic you put the king somewhere, yeah, and it's uncontrolled move. But that's why, especially with 30 seconds increment and with more than 20 minutes on the clock, it should have never happened.
Indeed, and Shuvalova may pay the ultimate price for this. If she loses this game, Salimova's incredible run continues. She is underrated. I think there's no question that she is underrated. She's a great bullet player too. I've played her in some bullet games, fast, tactically sharp, and I think definitely Grandmaster is in the cards for the Bulgarian phenom. She's only 20 years old, and she's got very, very many successful results ahead of her, I think.
Yes, I absolutely believe. I also feel like with Elina Roberts and Salimova, we have these youngsters who are who gonna make a big mark on women's chess in 1-2 years. They might not yet be ready yet, yeah, because they are coming, but they are already very dangerous. I did feel that in Roberts' case, the fact that she probably has not enough experience in rapid, she's still too young. She haven't been playing all those events like Harika, for example, has tons of experience, but already chess-wise, opening-wise, tactical vision, everything on very high level.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Elina Rubers is such an exciting young player because of her style. She, you know, I read an interview with her recently where she mentions wanting to pursue chess professionally after she finishes secondary school. And, you know, if she has the right coaches and the right development, it's such an exciting time to be a fan. She's, you know, she's got many, many, many years of development to go, and she's already 2,400. She's got a great foundation and a lot of talent. So, yeah, scary time for you know, for Ju and Jun and the other stalwarts of women's chess. There's a new generation coming up, and that includes Salimova and Rubers and many others.
Yes, absolutely. I also feel like, okay, Elina is coming from the Netherlands, yeah, with incredible chess tradition, with the Tata steel, Vaikanze super tournament, with all this atmosphere, yeah, that you have the chance of seeing the top players personally. You can play in the B group, for example, like she debuted this year and beat the very experienced, fantastic grandmaster Erwin Lamy.
Yes,
it's she's in the right environment. But okay, the game is still on. Paulina is trying to create some chances activating that bishop, but White's coordination is so beautiful that I don't see real practical chances to save this.
No, and this shows you the gulf between the engine and the human. Like for engine, I would say is almost 50-50. Probably most likely an engine will save this against a human with black. But I mean, imagine the emotions that Polina's feeling right now. She's furious with herself for allowing this. She's tired after a long game. And to find like 7 accurate moves here and play bishop e4 at the right moment and put the rook on the right square, all of that is impossible. And I think objectively it is losing at this point after g5. G5 or
Yes,
g6, come
G5.
on, what do you do?
Exactly, everything is coming besides the c6 pawn is falling. The problem is that there are no ideas against White's king. Usually with a bishop e4, active bishop e4 and then active rook, you might be able to set up some kind of a construction, but here this powerful knight just stops everything.
I think this gives us a good opportunity to go back to the open section because we have major developments in the Erigaisi, in the Grindelius Erigaisi game. It seems like it's panic for Niels Grindelius, who has gotten himself down on the clock and now down on the board, and he might have to be giving up his knight, an entire knight for Black's remaining 2 passers. Erigaisi played rook d7 after we last left them, which was a move that was on our radar. He kind of kept the tension, and a weird move by Niels, king b2, going the wrong way, and now Erigaisi plays knight takes h4, reaching an improved version. This is what I think Niels didn't appreciate. If you now play knight takes e6, then after king e6, rook takes h4, g5, White does not have the 7th rank for his rook, and Black will put the rook on the ideal g7 square, and White's king is now 1 step away than it used to be. It is not making it to g1 in time, and the pawn will promote. So Niels doubled back. He went rook c6, kind of a weird move going after the e6 pawn, and an excellent response for Arjun Erigaisi. Knight h4 to f3. And what do you do now with White? Knight takes e6 is met with knight to e5. Rook takes e6, king f5 drops a minor piece.
Yes, there is even a case to be made that maybe White has to sacrifice the knight
Yeah.
for the 2 pawns, but Black's knight on f3 is so nicely joining the battle with knight e5, getting perfect coordination, and unfortunately White, just to highlight what I'm trying to show. First of all, after king f5, White's rook has trouble. Setting up rook c6 is met by knight e5 tempo. Thank you very much. So that rook needs to go to h6. And now I'm just going to make a random move. If Black does nothing, I want to highlight this, that if White, of course here again knight g5 is possible, but just to say that if this happens, White has very serious chances of holding this position with this construction. C3, b4 against the pawn on a7. But you just don't get a chance to reach there, because if ever you play a5 and b takes a5 happens, this is a hopelessly lost construction. Then no connected pawns, no chances against the combination of rook and knight.
Yeah, I mean, it'll take Black a while to gather his pieces together, but in our experience, I mean, with especially with little time, it's only a matter of time before Black converts that endgame. And Niels, I mean, he just collapsed there. He I feel like wasn't expecting to encounter any problems drawing this endgame, because earlier it seemed totally balanced. It seems like White can essentially make the draw when he wants to, and then suddenly, you know, Arjun declines the repetition, which was a very gutsy call, by the way. This happened about 7 moves ago. He declined the repetition, and ever since then, I think Niels has not been the same. Yeah, king f6, knight g4, king f5, knight e3, king e5, knight g4, and I think he was mentally expecting king f5, but Niels, Arjun says, listen, I got the pass pawn, you have a weakness on h4, why on earth would I take the draw here? I'm not really risking, and this was it. I mean, collapse from this point onwards.
Yes, knight f5, I mean, this monster knight on f5, disbalancing White's construction, knight g2, already some passive direction, king e5. Of course, the position is still holdable. I somehow had the feeling intuitively that White's knight should have reached the f3 square. That would have given him stability, but with the knight on g2, and he was probably relying on the fact that I will always have enough counterplay against the e6 pawn by being active with knight f4. But it just backfired, because Arjun is such a great calculator. I mean, he doesn't fear ghosts. He calculates like a computer.
Yeah, honestly, Arjun and his endgame skill is incredible. He beat Sindarov yesterday in a technical endgame that should be studied by anybody wanting to improve their play. And the speed with which he played this move, knight f3, another easy thing to gloss over, prophylaxis against knight takes e6. And there is an instructive line, knight takes e6, knight e5, knight f8 check, forced, takes, knight c6, knight d7, and look at this, king e7, bang! The knight is trapped, and white loses the game. Just a lovely calculation. Grandelli is down to 4.5 minutes. This is looking more and more like a loss with every ticking second.
Yes, I mean, basically, you feel like you would like to sacrifice that, but the trick is that even you cannot make a useful move with white to threaten taking that pawn on e6, yeah, because black is, but black is not able to protect because rook e7 runs into knight knight d5 check against rook e7, so black does not want to, but black will just push the pawn to g5, force eventually knight takes e6, which is always going to be met by knight e5 check. I'm not seeing a move for white.
I'm not either. And black's next move is g5, and neither is Niels Grandelius. He is just, his entire time here is evaporated on the last couple of moves. He is at a loss, and he will likely have a loss in the tournament cross table, and Arjun just does not lose with white very often, so this might signal very likely Niels Grandelius' exit from the World Cup. But he is a very enterprising player. I think if someone were to win with black on demand, Niels has the opening innovations to generate the kind of unbalanced position you need in order to get winning chances. He goes a5. But
yeah,
95
yes.
is very strong here.
And rook e6, king f5.
Oh.
With the same problems. And I wanted to mention, because we already talked about body languages and so on, we have seen that Niels was fully focused, and because of the fact that Arjun felt like, yes, I have everything under control, this pose when you are leaning back comfortably, putting your hands like this, it kind of indicates that you know exactly that everything is under, you don't want to do that pose usually unless you know that everything is under control.
Indeed, that's a very good insight, and I think at this point there's very little doubt that it will be yet another big day for the Indian chess talents who continue to impress with their universal style, their technical ability, and their calmness under pressure. But speaking of calmness, Salam will have to show some of that, because Nijat Abbasov, I don't want to say shockingly for me, but a little bit surprised that he didn't go for the perpetual. He took about 23 minutes on his last move. He decided not to force the draw with queen b8 check, but instead to go down this incredibly sharp path with queen takes a6. And the line that we're likely going to see here is a really interesting one. Black will probably play queen takes e3, right? I think Nijat wants to play queen f6, and then you get the scintillating pawn race with the a pawn fighting against the c pawn. c3, a6, c2, a7. And even though black seems to promote first, white will promote with likely a checkmating attack. So black actually has to go queen a3 here, Peter, to stop the pawn, or bishop d5. And then you get like a very chaotic position, maybe some sort of a perpetual, but I don't really know what's going on here.
Oh, wow, but look at this. If black plays bishop d5, there is queen d8 check, king g7, queen c7 check, and you actually collect the c2 pawn, so there is so much to calculate. However, finally black will have queen f3, but this is insane. Okay, you just make a move, white collects the pawn, and black seems to be resigning. However, there is the move queen f3 settling checkmate on g2, and if knight takes h3, black gives queen h1 checkmate.
Yeah, very hard to see. These quiet moves at the end of lines can be really hard to spot, because you feel dejected by the fact that, your pass pawn has disappeared. But the power of the bishop-queen battery really on full display there. Will we see that line? Does black have an alternative to queen takes e3? The only logical one to me seemed to be queen d2. But I don't know how to evaluate that position. It's even more messy.
Yeah, well, the big question is that, for example, what is the benefit? Yeah, because with queen takes e3, we at least collected a pawn. Just to compare, queen d2, queen f6. I believe we would be seeing these moves anyway. C3, A6, C2, A7. Now bishop D5 is very scary because, okay, first of all, white can also start collecting the pawn with check. I mean, no. With queen on E3, we had so much more control.
Totally. And the clock situation dwindling for both players, but still not enough to write home about. You know, we'll talk about that when they're both below 5 minutes. Right now, you know, neither player seems too concerned. Queen takes e3. Definitely the most logical move. If Salam understands that after white's pawn reaches a7, he doesn't have to promote, I think he goes for queen takes e3. He's not someone to panic out of nowhere.
Yes, I mean, he does have to finally spot that queen f3 end of the line, which is not easy psychologically, exactly as you stated, that it looks like it's all about the pawn race. Then finally, white is able with check to collect that c2 pawn, and that's where your brain just stops and says, no, I have to look for an alternative. This is not a line that I can play. And exactly there at the end of the line, there is this saving queen f3 idea.
Bingo. Okay, 12 minutes for the Emirati Grandmaster. This has been an interesting game. Pretty balanced game. I don't think that either side was much better, really, at any moment, which makes it quite impressive because this was a very unbalanced middle game, handled really well by both players. And Abbasov, someone that probably is not on the radar of most players in the chat. I think it's an amazing quality of the World Cup that you almost always have, at the very least, one or two players who, they aren't unknown. I mean, he's a 2650 GM for a couple of years now, but maybe doesn't elicit the kind of excitement that an Arjun Gaisi or even a Salam does from chess fans. And yet you see that he is able to compete on equal terms with the best of them. I mean, the guy knocked out Anish Giri. That doesn't happen by accident.
Absolutely. And with such a performance, that one couldn't be saying that Giri was controlling the match. He had the upper hand, and then just by some accident or by some luck, Abbasov qualified. No, he actually was completely matching Anish Giri on all aspects already with preparation and so on. And the reason why probably Anish finally lost that match because he was slowly going crazy of the amazing qualities that Abbasov showed in that match.
We have to go to the Arjun match. We're about to get a result there because Niels Grandelius has given up his exchange, but he is about to lose the knight. We will get a handshake there very soon. So let's travel over and watch Arjun Erigaisi convert this advantage with filigree precision. It has been a pleasure just to watch him squeezing this, and he's played this flawlessly. Look at this position. Now, if the white knight were transported to b3 or d4, you shake hands, and not because white resigns, because you agree to a draw. But as it stands, after knight h4, king e4, it's a very instructive moment. The knight on h4 is totally circumscribed by black's king and rook. Rook h7, rook h2 is a threat, and I don't see how Niels gets out of this.
Yes, and again, this pause. The pause when you know exactly that you have the point in the bag.
Yes, rook g7, rook g4, by the way, also.
Yes, just to highlight that, knight g6, rook g7, knight h4, rook g4 traps the knight. We're gonna see these lines. Niels includes a b6, but okay, black anyway captures. Nothing is changed, and black is threatening to go rook g7, rook g4, trapping the knight, and there is no escape.
That's it. There's nothing to calculate. Knight g6 can be tried. I think Niels might try it. Knight g6 here, but
then you go rook g7, and after knight f8, you do the same. Exactly. It's a mirror position.
Very pretty. Same concept, but on the backside there with rook f7 coming in, as you're pointing out. Niels, his last 2 minutes here. That's it. Okay, king up, but rook g7, and he will resign. I mean, no, I don't think black should flirt with anything, but even b5 is winning, but Arjun will calculate that. After rook g7, king c4, rook g4, king b5, white's about 7 tempi short of being able to promote one of his pawns.
Exactly. The king on e4 is so well positioned. Just one step backward with king d5 does the job. Everything is under control. I'm basically expecting just a couple of more moves, and there's nothing to play for.
Indeed. And I think that we expect so much from these young players, forgetting sometimes that, crossing 2750 is an incredibly difficult task And Arjun doesn't just play in invitationals. He plays a lot of open tournaments. He played in Sharjah. He played in Dubai. And we forget that he's 19 years old. I mean, he has so many more years of growth and acquisition of experience that sometimes we need to temper our experiences, our expectations, and just appreciate how incredible these young players have become in recent years.
Yeah, and one should never just look at the ratings, yeah, because I think Arjun maybe was even higher rated a year ago. And if somebody looks at his rating now, then one could be thinking like, what happened to Arjun? Why is he not improving? No, he's improving. He's becoming a much stronger player, but it takes time. And usually before making another big jump, it's typical that you little bit go back. The same happened to Vincent Keimer as well. His rating was also like 1 year ago higher than just a couple of months ago. And then suddenly, oops, and then people are shocked that, wow, how did he become so strong? Well, it's not becoming from one day to another, it's a process.
That's such a good point. People think improvement only happens during the moments when rating is being gained. But improvements sometimes happens when rating is being lost. Like sometimes a tournament that goes badly for you, maybe that Tata Steel tournament where Arjun lost a lot of games. Yeah, it was a tough moment for him. But if he approached those games well, he analyzed them with his team, he could have, in the end, gained, let's say, 30 or 40 points. Maybe some of his World Cup performance is attributable to his attitude after that tournament, which is why it's so important for players to approach losses well. Niels Grandelius extends his hand in resignation and a huge victory with the Black Pieces from an equal endgame Magnus Carlsen style by the Indian phenom Arjun Erigaisi. He sets himself up with a draw in the next round. He will advance to the 6th round.
Yeah, I really agree what you mentioned about the Indian players, that how they are handling these tense situations. They just play with so much confidence, and when you look at them, you don't feel that they are so nervous. It's like this is their life. Yeah, they are just enjoying all these critical moments. I believe that they are focused on constantly improving. They don't care so much about the result of the game. They just want to play good chess, and it helps them.
And they understand that it's a long process, right? They're not expecting to perform at a 3,000 level every tournament. They have a lot of fans, the country is behind them, and those kinds of things really help provide a stable foundation for growth. We congratulate Arjun Erigaisi and Niels. We sympathize with him, but he will have a chance tomorrow to beat Arjun with black and stay in the match. Okay, that means we have one remaining game in the open section, and it is coming down to a potential time scramble. Solemn has still not made his move, and I think we called it, Peter. I think he is struggling with that line because it's a pretty terrifying line with the white pawn reaching a7.
Yes, and also Abbasov showing a lot of confidence, yeah, that he was willing to spend time. He didn't go just for the repetition. He's really working hard over the board, and he forces Salem to the maximum. Yeah, that this queen takes e3 line is like a crazy line. We did see there. Let's just quickly, and Salem takes, just at this moment he takes on e3. And we are expecting the line queen f6, because that's the whole point of white. Then black has to push the pawn to c3. White pushes a6, black pushes c2, and after a7, that's a very critical moment. According to computer, part of my favorite bishop d5, yeah, queen f6 played, there is also the move queen a3, but bishop d5 looks so much more natural.
I agree completely. Okay, this is the action, right? This is where we get the tactics flowing and the nerves that have to be stable for the players to avoid panicking. 5 minutes for Solemn. He is going to play c3 here with a 99% probability. Amazingly, it's not the only move. That's what shocks me. It's like even queen e1 here keeps the drawing position because of the possibility of bishop d5 at the right moment. But
yeah,
okay.
And also this queen f1, yeah, that's threatening checkmate, but white will always have this nice little move queen f3 to defend. I don't believe that you can rely on that defense. Yeah, you want to start pushing your pawn.
Indeed. Okay, Solemn double checking, making sure we're about to see a move. And will it be c3?
Well, it has to be c3, but yeah, the line, that queen a3 line from the computer is not human. Yeah, we do see the advance of the c pawn. The a pawn also advances. Yeah. Oof. Very high tension. It's almost like a tie-break situation.
Honestly, it feels that way because Solemn, okay, with the black pieces, he has to hold this position. Abasov has been he's been hard to beat in any game. I mean, yeah, he lost to Giri in the first tiebreaker, and I'm still remembering how he managed to win with White on demand in that second tiebreak game against Anish Giri. That set everything off. And a game like that, I think, gives you so much confidence. It really makes you feel that, yes, I can do it. I can beat anybody in this tournament. And a player like that is very scary to face.
Yeah, and he's also having the advantage of the home crowd. Now that the big stars, the big guns, Shakhtar Mamedyalov and Temur Rajabov had exited the tournament. I mean, all the local hope is relying on the shoulders of Abasov, and I think he gets immense energy boost from this. Yeah, that he's suddenly becoming so important.
And I assume that you enjoyed, Peter, playing tournaments on your home tour. I know that I love playing tournaments where I get to stay, and I have the privilege of playing a lot of over-the-board tournaments here in Charlotte. But staying at home, not having to stay in a hotel, and just knowing the area, knowing the restaurants, it just gives you a different feeling. That hometown vibe, I personally really like it. But I also know that it makes some players nervous because they feel like they have to perform if they're playing in front of the home crowd.
Yes, I think the fact is that before the tournament starts, you are extremely nervous. Yeah, because you know that there are a lot of expectations, and maybe exactly this hindered Rajabov and Mamedyalov showing their best. But at the same time, Abasov is playing the tournament of his life. Yeah, and when things are going good and you get all the support, this gives you double energy.
Very true. Okay, 3 minutes now, under 3 minutes for Solemn. C2, A7. We are expecting that position. He might even be thinking about what to do in that position, which is a very common type of situation. You know what move you're going to play, but you're not playing it just yet because you want to know the follow-up as well. I mean, Bishop D5 you can start with, but why would you do that if you can start with C2? No, he does start with Bishop D5. Doesn't really matter, actually.
Wow, but it's a scary move.
Gutsy move to start by not pushing the pawn. Woo.
Yeah, which actually also somehow gives me the feeling that he's going for a different setup. So is he relying on A7, Bishop A8? Is he relying on this defense?
Whoa. Wait, but okay, remind me. A7, C2 is that drawing line, right? With Queen F3?
Yes, at the end of the day, but this Queen F3 is so difficult to find.
If you saw that, that will be so impressive. And White can...
I believe
Bishop A8.
That by the reasoning why he starts with Bishop D5 is probably that he's looking for an alternative, and this A7, Bishop A8, it's a very scary kind of construction because White will always be able to give a check and collect that bishop. But at the moment also White's king on H2 is in some kind of a trouble. The big question is, does White have time to just pick up that pawn on H3? That would scare me.
It would terrify me because if you play C2 now, then White will be able to pick up that pawn. Queen G6, Queen takes C2, at the very least is already a deal breaker. Not to mention Queen D8, Queen takes A8 is even possible because then you will be able to step away and promote to a second queen. And the knight on F2 will do such a good job of keeping Black's queens at bay. It'll control some important squares. And Queen F1 check will be met with Queen G2, I think, there, which is a really critical detail. Like King G6, A8, Queen, Queen F1 check. You get mated if you go up to H4, but Queen G2, and White's king is safe. White wins the game. Wow, some crazy lines with 4 queens on the board in this endgame.
Yeah, but now the body language somehow signals me that Salem seems to know, or maybe he was just relaxing a bit. Yeah, he was trying to calm himself down. I do like the other defense much more, that you give the C2 pawn and then you rely on this Marshallish kind of compensation with Queen F3 on the light squares with that monster bishop on D5 against White's king.
Well said. And he better find it because he's down to his last minutes. You don't want to get what I would call an open-ended position where you have to make many more decisions and you get some, even if it's a positional draw, you know, you don't want to get dragged into a time scramble here. Abasov is still 5 minutes up. Okay, so A7, C2. Can we recap what happens there after Queen D8 check, King G7, Queen takes d5. That's out of the question. Queen takes f2. There's no more knight there, so that loses. Okay, a7 obviously played.
Yes, but
Bishop
for example,
f3.
you can't go to g8 with the king. Yeah, and this is completely different story. So after a7, Salem goes for bishop f3.
f3.
And apparently this is a losing move.
He blundered king takes h3, and black cannot take the knight because of a8 equals queen, and he does it. Salem missed his chance.
Yes, and
What a
Abbasov using the momentum. The moment he takes on h3, queen takes f2, is met by a8 queen, winning. Oh my god.
c2. Oh, c2, he drops the pawn too. Queen g6, queen takes c2. Again, this fork. Black can't push the pawn. He can't take the knight. Bishop f3 was an empty move, essentially. It just gave up h3.
Yeah, well, the idea was that it hit the knight on f2, but this super calm king takes h3, brilliantly played by Abbasov, seems to be winning the game.
h5 has to be tried by black, maybe creating an anchor square on g4 for the bishop. But then, okay, definitely white has some way to untangle in that case.
Yes, wow. So basically, Abbasov persistence of continuing the game, keeping the pressure on Salem, yeah, because it was black who had to be precise in this endgame all the way till the end.
Simply incredible. And now Salem in mortal danger, 2 minutes on the clock. This is his worst nightmare come true. Do you think he simply blundered king takes h3? Or did he hallucinate that he had something here?
No, I think he just blundered king takes h3.
Wow. The nerves just play tricks on you and make you blunder things that you normally wouldn't blunder. We just would never expect a player of Salem's caliber to blunder queen takes f2, a8 equals queen. But that's just what happens in this kind of tournament.
Yeah, with little time on the clock and the craziness, yeah, that this pawn race brings, yeah, that the white pawn was threatening to queen always with check, yeah, that adds to the pressure.
And I just got to come back to Abbasov's decision to initiate that pawn race, which was far from trivial. I mean, he took 23 minutes and he calculated and finally went with something like 9 minutes on his own clock to Salem's 16 for this line. And his bravery was rewarded by Kaisa. Now, he still has work to do. The game is not over. Let's see if Salem can get himself together and play the most resilient moves. He's down to a minute on his clock. He doesn't know what to do. This one might be over pretty soon.
I mean, c2 would be a logical follow-up, but that runs into queen g6, picking up that pawn and protecting the knight on f2. Just unbelievable construction. Everything protects everything, and the pawn on a7 is still alive.
Bad panic for Salem. Now under a minute, 40 seconds. He needs to find a move. He needs to keep this game going. What does he do? A huge blunder and a potential tragedy has befallen Salem. And if Abbasov wins this game, his dream Cinderella run continues. Let's see.
Yeah, and
20 seconds.
At this moment, it looks like it continues.
Salem frustrated there. You can just tell. He doesn't know what to do. He doesn't have a move. He has no idea with 10 seconds, and he goes c2.
Yeah, he pushes c2.
Queen g6, queen takes c2, game over.
Yes. On the board, white collects that pawn, and in the other line also, black was sacrificing that pawn, but it had access to the f3 square, and this queen f3, the stunning resource queen f3 was possible.
And after king h8, Peter, queen takes c2, queen takes d4. Is there a way to zigzag your way to winning that bishop, or does white win this in some other positional way, like queen d3? No, that blunders the knight. I guess we're going to see that on the board.
Yeah, I think that is just elementary winning. So yeah, king h8.
Queen c2, queen d4.
I mean, white also has options. I mean, so many stabilizing moves, millions of checks with the queen also. Eventually, there will be a winning construction.
Maybe even queen back to f5 can be considered as we zoom in on the camera.
Ah, wow, yes, using the same idea that the knight on f2 is protected then with the pin.
Oh, and the bishop has nowhere to go. It's incredible. No matter where the bishop goes, it gets forked. And we will likely see this being carried out on the board, so we don't even have to show it. There goes Abbasov. He takes that pawn. And queen takes d4, queen takes f5, I think is very likely how the game will end. Incredible.
Yeah, the same motive.
Yeah. I mean, Abbasov is going to see it. And he's going to play it quickly, too. I think he's very confident that he knows Salem has lost control of this game. These lines are very easy to calculate because your king is totally safe. So black has just no counterplay here at all. Queen f5, 1-0.
Yes. But I mean, also with this time control, you can also give bunch of checks. Yeah, for example, queen c8 check. But okay, that kind of situation might help Salem, yeah, because he gets the 30 seconds increment. Not that his position can get any better. But yeah, queen f5 seals the deal.
Keeping us in suspense is Nijat Abbasov. There he goes. Back to f5. The dagger. The clincher. And obviously Salem will probably make a move with his bishop. He'll probably go bishop b7, but queen f8 and queen f7 picks it off and wins the game. And he's got no more chances here. That knight on f2, beautifully placed, controlling all of the important squares.
Yes, I mean, we sensed it, yeah, after the time control that somehow bishop f7 didn't feel so natural. We wanted to go king g8 and just rely on that defense. We don't know exactly if white would have had a chance like this to test black, but bishop f7 pinning the bishop finally turned out to be practically very dangerous.
Indeed. Final seconds ticking down. Bishop d5 loses to an elementary zigzag pattern followed by a8 equals queen. I mean, that's it.
Yeah, no
queen,
moves.
e3. But wait, knight g4 or knight d3, knight anywhere, knight d3, knight e5.
Yes, because the bishop is hanging, so black won't be able to collect the a7 pawn. I mean, probably knight d3, knight e5 is the best.
Yeah, knight g4, bishop takes g4 would be a blunder.
Yeah, besides, you can
That's a
even
check.
give an argument for queen f4, also possible, but just to keep that queen away, and eventually after queen e6 check, you go g4, king g3, making sure that your king is perfectly safe.
I think Salem wants knight d3. Oh, queen e2, queen e5 check. And you force the queen trade.
Yeah, that's another problem.
Yeah, I like how confidently Abbasov is playing. He's not overthinking it, but he's double checking. Yeah, not much chess left to be played in this game. The moves are just so natural too. That's the annoying thing. These types of positions are the easiest to play. Where your king is safe, your options are pretty limited, and you just find the move because it asks to be played.
Yes. I mean, basically, Nijat's hand is about to reach out for the knight. I feel like knight d3 is incoming, yes, on the board.
Bang. Another dagger.
I don't see any chance of putting up any resistance. Bishop e4 runs into queen e5 check and d8 queen. And otherwise, white trades the queens or collects the bishop.
Yeah. A look at the clock there by Salem. He's got to make a move. Bishop e4, and he will resign after queen e5 check and a8 equals queen.
Yes. And he knows it. He's in a state of shock that how did this happen? Yeah, it looked like he had things under control, but he finally blundered it away.
Bang. Queen e5 check. Not the only win, but the cleanest. It's all over. Time for Salem to throw in the towel here. He will be a full queen down after a8 equals queen because of the X-ray against black's queen. He extends his hand in resignation, and that's it. Abbasov wins another sparkling game. It was a drawn position for a while, but Salem, bit by bit, lost control over the game, and that gutsy decision to take a6, initiating the pawn race, that's what ultimately wins Abbasov the game.
Yes. I mean, very big victory for him. Nevertheless, Salem still has the chances with the white pieces to bounce back tomorrow. But we do have a game in the women's section. Salimova is about to win, convert her endgame against Shuvalova. I mean, the
Completely
typical
winning.
way of just cutting off Black's king, rook e5. You move that rook back and then slowly advance your pawn, and Black's king is hopeless.
Rook e5, 1-0. I don't know what Salima was thinking about here. It's the only logical move. I guess rook h1 also wins rook h1 and rook e1. You're in time to get to the e-file, but what is the holdup? Do you think she's down to 4 minutes? You don't want to, you don't want to play on increment here, even though you can. So straightforward is the winning process here. You play rook e5, you move the king aside, and you push the pawn, and there we go. Great stuff by Salimova. Rook e5. And a lot of GMs resign in these types of positions, but because of White's clock situation, I think Shuvalova will make a few more moves.
Yeah, king f6, we might be even seeing rook e6 check. I like rook e6 check the most because if Black goes up with the king to f5, then we're going to play rook e1. We might even be setting rook f1 check. And if after rook e6 check, king f7 happens, then I remove the rook, and I make even sure that some rook g7, rook e7 kind of defenses will never ever be a question.
So, in answer to the immediate rook e1, if Salimova does not, adhere to
It
this
wins.
technical realization, rook e1, rook g8 maybe should be tried.
Yeah, but I mean it's
King c6 anyway.
king c6 just wins. Yeah.
It's important that the pawn is on d4. Like after rook e1, rook g8, king c6, rook c8 check, you can go king d7, and that pawn inches its way to d5, and Black just doesn't have enough space to do anything here.
Yes, it's the factor that Black's king is cut on the e-file. This is the critical and the decisive factor.
Salimova knows the gravity of this moment. She's perhaps playing slower than she normally would in an equivalent situation in, let's say, an open tournament. But there we go, rook back to e1, also perfectly sufficient. And I think we're a few meaningless moves away from the conclusion of this game.
Yeah, it's rook g8. If Black would have rook g8 and would start giving checks, that's the frontal check kind of defense. I believe it should lose as well, but then there are some chances. But here, it is White to move after rook g8, and king c6 just wins the game on the spot.
Yeah. Yeah, these endgames are so interesting with that rook checking the king from behind, but because it's White to move, king c6 is literally, the most elementary move of the game. King c6. Only move, only winning move. King c6,
Yes.
but perfectly sufficient. King d6 allows rook d8 check, and the king is sent back to c5. Black continues those frontal checks, and the king has no good escape. But okay, Salimova wasn't born yesterday.
Yes, well, actually, if that king would be on f7, I think that position wins because White can protect with the move rook e4.
Rook e4. Yeah, king
And
goes
then
to
king
b6.
c7. Yes, but here with rook e4, king f5, I mean, that's why intuitively I felt like, okay, I want to kick that king as far away as possible, but the position is so easily winning after king c6, there was no need for it.
I think Shuvalova might resign at this point.
Yeah, now it's over.
It's a great feeling when you know exactly that's it. There's not a single iota of uncertainty left in the game, and you are literally just waiting for your opponent to resign. The thinking has stopped. I love that feeling personally when you don't have to think anymore. It's such a relief. You can just let your hand make the moves.
Yeah, because we know exactly if we have to think and there some new problem appears, it's so easy to falter in the last minute, or in the last move, but here there is no question.
The other, defensive type of technique in such positions is to check from the side. Lateral checks, rook a8, d5, rook a6 check. But the king zigzags easily out of the checks. You go king c7, rook a7, king back to b6, rook d7, king back to c6, and then you initiate the process again with d6. Okay, time for Shuvalova to throw in the towel here. She's accepting the hopelessness of her position. You called it, Peter. In such situations, it's not just that she's thinking genuinely, she's coming to terms with how this got to be this bad.
Exactly. That's the only question, yeah, that she's thinking about. How did I let that pawn g5 fall? I mean, there was just no reason. How could this happen? And of course, usually when you blunder that pawn, immediately right after you blunder, you already see and you understand that, oh my god, I could have played like that and everything would have been fine.
Yeah. Panic out of a clear blue sky. And we spotlighted Salimova at the start of the round. She is the lowest rated, I believe, player remaining in the field as Rook A8 is tried by Shabalova, but D5 is going to end it. And she's playing like a seasoned veteran GM. I mean, you don't get the sense, you get the sense that she is in control of these games. I think she's got a chance to really stun the field if she continues to play like this.
Yeah, could easily be. I mean, I mentioned that I know that she's very aggressive and very dangerous. In today's game, she highlighted her other skills. Yeah, like she's able to play a very nice strategical game and squeeze out a victory from a position which was slightly better for her. Yeah, that knight against the bishop is always a bit better, but squeezing it out requires excellent technique.
Absolutely. Okay, D5, and Shabalova is prolonging the agony here at this point. But Rook A6 check. You just have to avoid King B7, which would be tragic due to Rook D6. But either King C7 or King C5 even is, well, King C5, Rook A5.
Yes, I mean,
So,
King B5,
King B5,
you can also
I meant
play.
to say,
Yes.
yeah, King B5.
Exactly,
Yeah.
I understood, yeah. That's it. And another defensive idea like Rook A2, D6, and then giving the check from behind does not do anything because white just plays King D7, threatens to go King D8, D7. If you step with the Rook to D2, then white plays King C7, and after Rook C2 check, goes King D8, and the pawn advances to D7. And that's basically, I mean, I think every schoolboy, every kindergarten boy who plays chess already knows how to win that position.
Yeah, what's interesting little fact, the Lucina position is named after Lucina, who was a 17th century Italian author, but Lucina actually never mentioned the Lucina position. This is a misascription, which originated in, I think, by a German author in the 1800s. So Lucina himself never mentioned the Lucina position. The Lucina position was first mentioned, I think, by Alessandro Salvio, who was a different Italian master. From a book in the 1600s. So, fun little fact for people to take away.
Yeah, wow, very interesting. I did not know this.
Yeah, I didn't either until recently, but I read about it and I actually found the book in which the Lucina position is mentioned for the first time. It's mentioned in a biography of this Italian master named Palerio, Giulio Palerio, who was considered the strongest chess player of the 1500s. And while describing his exploits, he gives, Salvio gives the position that Palerio and him were discussing, and it is the Lucina position, and he describes the winning method exactly. He says, you build a bridge, you go Rook E4, and, whatever. Where I don't remember where the pawn was. I think it was on the C file. But, okay, Polina is just sort of stuck in mud here as her clock ticks down. No reason to continue playing.
Yeah, because actually here we don't even need the Lucina position. Yeah, we just win by getting the pawn to D7 and then the king sidesteps and that's it.
Yep. Yeah, I never... Okay, Rook C8 check and King B6 or King D7, King B6, Rook D8, King D7. Or repeat once and then King D7.
Yeah, King D7 played. You just want to advance. You want to make sure that the king always protects, guards that pawn. The D pawn, the key pawn. And once the pawn advances to D6. Yes, we see this Rook C2, D6 line. But there is just no hope.
No, this is like... Yeah, as you said, you learned this in kindergarten. There's no reason to continue playing here at all. King D8. I mean, Salimova, if you have 5 seconds, it's easy to just like lose your grip on the position for a second. If you got 5 minutes, yeah, come on. Rook F1, King E7, time to resign.
Yeah, now the black king is even pushed away. King G7, King E7.
Oh yeah, like you said, you don't need the Lucina position. You can just go Rook C1 at the right moment at King C7.
Yes.
King E7 now.
Okay, I mean, whatever, just make sure that your pawn keeps on advancing. Eventually the king will be forced to D8 after Rook E2 check. but you have two open files, and then the method you mentioned, rook c1, the king sidesteps, and then the pawn queens.
I guess Salima was enjoying the moment because king e7 is a move that I would not be able to resist playing this move in under 5 seconds. But Salima is taking over, you know, quite some time. Maybe just enjoying, you know, the fact that she knows she's going to win. You know, she's like, well, you won't resign, then I'm going to make you suffer. But this is, come on, this is just preschool level.
Yeah, that's the point. That sometimes when your opponent continues to play, it still disturbs you. Yeah, that okay, oh my God, maybe I can. But here you know that there is no danger.
Yes, yes, and I feel that way. For example, with Hikaru or Magnus, where you are completely winning and you feel okay, the realization of the advantage is at an elementary school level, but you have this inkling of uncertainty. What if I suddenly forget? You know, what if they find some chance? Here, when you have a theoretical position, you just know that it's winning. Rook f4. What is the rook f4?
Yes, finally, okay, we are getting the Lucina position because she's defending position, nicely.
Yeah. And Shabalova finds the way to force white to make the bridge.
Yes. And eventually, this is what we are talking about, that the rook simply stops the checks and black's king is too far away to guard the pawn.
Beautiful. Yeah. Rook f4. Very instructive. Salimova showing knowledge of, yes, an extremely basic position, but still always good to see the top players, you know, showing that, yes, at one point they too learned how to convert these positions. And unfortunately, Shabalova trying to rediscover America here, but this position is lost.
Yes, these are basically the first positions that your coach shows you, yeah, when you get into a chess club or chess school.
Yes, yes. And it's like learning multiplication tables, really. For a chess player, it's again, there's no thinking that goes on here. You just make the moves. King e7 or what?
Yes, and then rook d4.
Definitely very casual pace of play here by Salimova.
Okay, she just wants to make sure that, okay, I'm completely winning. I still have time on the clock. My opponent is playing. Why should I rush?
Yeah, and of course, Shabalova is under no obligation at all to resign at a particular moment, and there's no business of anybody to gatekeep like when somebody resigns, unless it's ridiculous and you're playing down a queen, you know, or till mate. But this is far from the territory where you can rightfully say that it's disrespectful or anything. To force your opponent to prove any theoretical position is totally within your rights. And when I say that the conversion is very basic, I'm not implying that it's Shabalova's fault that she's playing. It's totally normal to make your opponent prove it. It's just an objective fact that any titled chess player knows this endgame and learns it first and foremost. There we go.
Yeah. King e7.
Rook e1 check, king d6. Rook's d1 check, king c6. And then if black stays, and this is something a lot of people forget to learn, is if black does not keep checking, then the win is to go rook e4 and rook e8. So you force your opponent to check you.
Okay, I was actually expecting king e6, yeah.
King e6, yeah, king e6.
And then you are also setting up this threat of rook f5, rook d5.
Yes.
And if black steps up with king g6, then just rook f8. Forces resignation.
King c6 is the same, right? I mean, king c6, rook e4, rook e8 also wins, or is there a drawback to playing king c6?
No, I think there is no drawback.
Okay, so king c6 or king e6, choose off the menu.
But somehow king e6 is more natural, that it's closer to black's king. Yeah, that's why intuitively I was putting the king automatically to the e file.
Yes.
In my head.
Sometimes it's easy to forget what to do when black goes king e6, rook d2, but as you said, rook f5, rook d5 is the easiest method, just expanding the bridge. And I personally would resign because I wouldn't be able to sit there and watch my opponent when there is not even a single iota of doubt about the result of the game. But you know, if you have that ability, then more power to you. I think you have to test your opponent when possible.
Yes.
Man, what is these are pretty long things for this kind of a position, I have to say. There we go.
It just goes on to show that how important it is. Yeah, if it would be any other tournament, she would be blitzing out those moves.
Yeah. For sure. She's down to 2 minutes, though. You know, again, you don't want to just randomly just sit there, but I guess she's just double checking. It doesn't matter, King C6 or King E6. Maybe she's trying to remember if one of these moves doesn't win.
I mean, she has so far showed that she knows everything about the position. Yeah, so it's only about the nerves. Yeah, she goes King C6. Nothing is changed. Rook D2 played, and Rook F5 will be played. Again, setting the same Rook D5.
Yep. And the game ends immediately. Rook F5, Rook D5. I mean, Rook F5, that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, Rook C4. Rook C4 also wins easily because you cover the C file and then you go King C7. But Rook F5 just will force immediate resignation. And that was the final game. There we go. Oh, Rook E4.
She goes for Rook C4.
Oh, C4. Yeah, Rook C4 and King C7. Also perfectly fine.
Yes.
This is where I would draw the line. Like, if at this point, every title player should resign. But obviously, Shavalova doing what she has to do in a tournament like the World Cup, where your mind can play tricks on you because of the gravity of the situation. But at a point where you get king and rook versus rook, you have to resign.
Yeah, I think that this is the key, that it's the World Cup. Yeah, there is just so much tension on the players. You don't want to be knocked out, and it is not yet a final knockout. It's just the first game, so Polina will have all the chances tomorrow with the white pieces.
Sure.
And this is the fact, yeah, that sometimes just throwing in the towel in a hopeless position when you know already that you have zero practical chances, just try to forget about that loss as quickly as possible and to move on. Yeah, you cannot in this format try to stay in the past and think about that what happened and carry all the negative emotions. You have to get rid of it as quickly as possible.
For sure. And it's not like, yes, she panicked, but she was, you know, she was worse throughout the game. She was slightly worse and she got outplayed. It's not as painful as a game where, let's say, you were winning or it was rook versus rook draw and you blundered your rook. You were under a lot of pressure throughout the game. You got outplayed. You know, move on. You got the white pieces tomorrow. Shavalova has great opening prep with white. And this will be definitely one to watch as Salimova tries to continue her incredible run here at the Women's World Cup, where so many favorites in both sections have been knocked out. This concludes the games from today, a 5-hour round, a little bit shorter than some of the previous rounds we've had. I'm not complaining, I'll be totally honest, Peter, but it was a great round. We had such combative games, such great individual performances today. I just want to shout out Magnus Carlsen for that incredible sequence, and Lenier Dominguez, who I really think played the game of the day. What stood out to you today?
Yes, I also feel like we have covered the Magnus Carlsen game very intensively. It was very interesting because Ivanchuk got a good opening. We were a little bit worried about Magnus, but the way how Magnus coordinated the pieces, that was a true art. I just love this kind of very small little moves that make so much sense and gives you the perfect harmony, and went on to win on great style. Lenier Dominguez showing his incredible understanding of the game, and he's not the right guy to play some sideline which you are not that familiar with. That strategy heavily backfired on Sadana, but both these players, both Vasily Ivanchuk and Alexei Salena, will have the white pieces tomorrow, so nothing is over yet.
For sure. Well, let's take a quick look at the brackets, and then we will conclude today's broadcast. This is the women's bracket. We see Nurgul Salimova. She defeated a very strong Indonesian opponent in the previous round and now leads 1-0 against Shavalova. Potts and Muzichuk draw their game, and Goryachkina Harika had a very interesting battle with an early pawn sacrifice by Harika. Goryachkina accepts it, and it was a very balanced game. It was a dynamic affair, but it was a balanced affair, and they end up drawing their game. This, of course, is the quarterfinal with only 6 players remaining. In the open section, we have 16 16 players remaining. Let's take a look at the open bracket as well in just a moment here. And then we will start to wrap up our coverage. There we go. We see that Jan and Vidit, they draw their game topsy-turvy. GUKESH, he beats Wang Hao with the black pieces. Incredible display of technique. Abbas of Salam was the game that most recently concluded. Niels Grandelius, very disappointing loss. He will have to win with black. And Berkish, true to his style, holds Pragnananda, but with the white pieces. So Prague, he will have a great chance tomorrow. He will have white. He has had some very dangerous opening prep in the English. Tomorrow will be a very exciting round. Peter, before we wrap up, I'll pass it back to you one more time, as usual, for your concluding thoughts on today's excellent, high-quality day of action.
Yes, we had seen tremendous fighting chess. Well, Gukesh's victory is probably the most valuable because he has done it with the black pieces. Yeah, so Wang Hao needs to try everything with the black pieces. I don't know exactly how that's possible. All the other players who suffered defeat, also Salem Saleh, will have the white pieces. Also in the women's section, we have seen both victories achieved with the white pieces. This guarantees us tons of action and tons of excitement tomorrow in the second game of the 5th round.
You will not want to miss tomorrow's day of action from the round of 16, where so many players have to win to stay in the tournament. It will be coming your way at 7 a.m. But Peter, once again, a great pleasure to commentate with you all these previous rounds. I had an absolute blast. Yes, the round was early, but it's a combination of quality chess and a great co-commentator that makes this so much fun. So thank you to you. Thank you to everybody in the chat, Twitch and YouTube, for all of your energy, for supporting your favorite players, and to our wonderful chess.com team for making our jobs this much easier. For now, we wish you a great start to your weekend. Have a good, relaxing Saturday. Tomorrow's round starts at 7 a.m. New York time, 4 a.m. Pacific time, so it's bright and early, but you will not want to miss it. But for now, we wish you a great rest of your weekend, and we will have more World Cup action coming your way tomorrow. Goodbye.
Goodbye.